Hello, hello. Good day, good morning, dobro jutro, dzień dobry, mirdita, from wherever you are in the world. Welcome to FIA Southeast Europe Finals, 6 hours of Hungaroring here at Assetto Corsi Competizione. And very warm greetings from Croatia, from PISMO Gaming Incubator here in the city of Novska. Welcome to the final event of the year organized by the Croatian Automobile and Karting Federation, or in local language, Hrvatskog Auto Karting Saveza. My name is Mali Bacho. I'm joined by two of my very good friends and colleagues. First of all, next to me is Alma here in Novska. Alma, hello and welcome.
Hello. Good evening, good day, hello, however you want to say. Like Bacho said, it's very nice to be here in PISMO Incubator, Gaming Incubator in city of Novska. Dobar dan i dobrodošli svi. Drago nam je da vas vidimo ovdje kako u ovom Gaming Inkubatoru PISMO u Novskoj, tako i naravno sve ove naše vozače i sve vas pred monitorima, mobitelima i ekranima. Imamo još jednog komentatora ovdje kojeg će naš kolega Bacho upoznati.
Tako je, hvala Alma. Thank you to everyone. As you already might notice, we will switch between English and Croatian here during the course of the stream. And to help us with the English side of the stream, we have a native speaker from England. It is Eike Sky. Eike, welcome on board.
Good morning, Mali. Yes, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here as well. I apologize that I have nothing to offer in the native tongues, but I will be absolutely alongside you and doing my very best to bring all of the action and explain all of the action that's going on as well over the next 6 hours.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky challenge. It's going to be a very long race here, but it's also a quite interesting choice for the track. But given that we come from the Southeast Europe, it is, let's say, pretty nice from the organizers to take on board a local track. This is Hungaroring. It hosts the Formula One race events. It hosts several other racing leagues, and I'm glad that it is supported in Assetto Corsi Competizione. Thank you to all who joined the stream. Welcome on board. We are already in the qualifying, and so we have already for the first times setting here on the board the half an hour of qualifying and then a 6-hour race. During the course of the qualifying, we will try to introduce you to all the teams. We have the teams which are coming from the local associations, local federations from the Southeast Europe, as well as community teams. So it will be interesting to see how the community teams are matching up with the national ones. And currently at the pole position we have Luka Vidic. He's from the Evolution Racing Serbia. It's the national federation team of Serbia. A lot of Ferraris and McLarens here at the track, and so we will see some other cars, but definitely we see that it's Ferrari versus McLaren, just like it is in Formula One right now.
Yeah. No surprise to see that as well, to be entirely fair. The Ferrari and the McLaren are the most aerodynamically performant cars in ACC, and as much as bumpy as Hungaroring can be, having that underbody and having that underbody aero and overbody aero is extremely important to extracting all the pace out of the lap at Hungaroring.
Absolutely. We will just switch to some other teams to see the ones that are on track. We have Kristinani from the Eagles Academy team right here, going out on the track. Let's see someone who is on flying lap. Okay, we have one on pole position right now, provisional pole for Petar Brljak. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Croatian national
Yes.
team. Yeah.
Yes, great.
So the Croatian national team is going in front of the Serbian national team for now. It's a McLaren for Petar Brljak. Brljak, in fact, is a local champion in esports for iRacing. He used to represent, not used to, but he did represent Croatia at the motorsport games in Valencia. Yeah, yeah. Well, 1 month ago, 2 months ago, 1 month ago. Yeah. And he even, I believe, made it to finals. But what is interesting is that we have another team that is joining us on the provisional poll. It is, in fact, the Montenegrin national team, Matija Marković, with Ferrari number 5.
Yes, yes, yes. Lots of teams here today. If not mistaken, 22 teams, 53 drivers will do 6 hours of Hungaroring. So the ring. What can you say about the circuit except the familiar and lots of things going on in the real life? Ike, tell me, since I don't know you actually like none, I just met you like 5 minutes ago.
Absolutely.
Do you drive, by the way?
Funnily enough, yes, I do. ACC is the main sim that I'm driving at the moment, even though it's not my preferred one. I'm actually, the last season that I entered, I actually won the Gold Championship in a Lexus RCF. So, speaking from experience, as Mali said earlier, that you can get performance from different cars, although, again, the Ferrari seemed to be the favoured choice today. But yeah, I've been driving simulators, starting with the very first Gran Turismo in 2000 many years ago. Obviously, took a break from sim racing when I had an opportunity to go racing in real life, both in karting and in Porsche Carrera Cup. And then, yeah, I had an opportunity to do a test, but obviously, as you probably well know, the biggest problem with real world racing is the finances, and that was the reason why I'm not a real world racing driver now. But yes, I've been driving since I was very young. I've always had a passion for cars. I actually won one of the races at Hungaroring in a Bentley a couple of years ago in very, very wet conditions in ACC, obviously.
Oh, thank you. Well, these information are like really nice to know. And I believe lots of people who are here with us, hello to everybody, by the way, to get to know you a little bit. So there are people who doesn't know you, and that little information that you gave us, thank you so much.
No, that's fine. As I say, I recognise a lot of the names that are in chat at the moment, and hello and dobrze to all of the drivers. I know that's Polish, but that's as far east as my language goes. Hello to everybody who I had the pleasure of racing with and spending time with in my previous roles.
Oh, nice. So yes, we do have some very familiar names here also, not only in SIMmark community but also from other communities. Right now we are watching Matija Škuljak. He was the Croatian champion in ACC. He represents us at Valencia in FIA Motorsport games, like Bacha said, like a month ago.
Yeah, it's a competition between the national teams, and I believe currently even the fourth one is the Slovakian national team of DMSK and XMA70 Esports. Jakub Stovko currently at P4. They are officially representing Croatia. So we have 4 different national teams. At the top 4, we have other even say finalists of the motorsport games in Petar Brljak, currently at P5. In P6 we have right now a very interesting choice. By interesting I mean it is not either a Ferrari or McLaren. This is the Lamborghini of Gašper Mrak and the Eiger team from Slovenia. Gašper is actually another champion here at SIMmark. Currently residing in P7 is Adam Pinces from Hungary, but I believe that this is the team that is mixed between Serbia and Hungary. We will have different drivers. This is the Brava Motorsport. Yes, this is the joint entry between Hungary and Serbia, community entry. Two drivers from Serbia, two drivers from Hungary, sorry, and one from Serbia. Later on, currently in P8, we have Kristi Nani. I believe this is the Albanian entry.
Sorry, folks, we have like a lot of paper in front of us, so we need to find all the names and everything. So we do apologize for that. But, you know, it's a charm of doing live broadcasting with the papers. Can you imagine that? We are still using paper and ink. So we do need some time to check everything out.
Yes.
I know people will not be bothered by that.
Yeah, here is another national team that just went into P4. This is the AOR racing team. It's coming from Georgia. We have here Saba Yavakishvili, who made it to the semi-finals of FIA Motorsport Games earlier this year. Who did we miss in top 10? It's Nikola Buzov, I believe, joining with Zlatko Ede, the community entry from SIMmark. They are driving the McLaren 720.
Yes, we have lots of entries from community, so FIA and Hux and SIMmark combining their strengths and their knowledge to do all of this. So thank you everybody for this one.
Yeah, this is actually the Balkan Sim Hub entry. Then in P11 at this moment we have another community entry which is coming from Simulex from Georgia. So two teams from Georgia. Again, entry of two drivers from Sandro Shamanidi, currently in the car, and Zura Diasmidze. I'm really sorry to the Georgian fans here if I'm butchering your names. I hope that we can use these 6 hours to, let's say, learn maybe some Georgian, how to pronounce some Georgian names, how to pronounce...
Well, it's a soft spot, if I may say, to a commentator, because we don't know each time how to pronounce the names.
Yeah.
You should hear me trying to pronounce Dutch names. That's hilarious all the time.
It's okay. You want to hear me when I first tried to say Mali's name. Very, very short name, but a lot of letters to trip an Englishman up.
Oh yeah, it's actually I think for our local standards even a pretty simple name. So
yes, absolutely.
Yeah, maybe.
But also that was many years ago now.
What we can also let's say introduce right now, use the time of qualifying, as Kristi Nani has made it to the provisional pole. Kristi Nani, I believe, is the Albanian national team, but it's interesting that in P2 we actually have a community entry from Pinces. Yes, this is the Albanian national team, the Eagles Racing Academy. Also, Kristi Nani is the founder of this community in Albania, and actually also a competitor in the FIA Motorsport games. What we can introduce now to you is ourselves. We are here actually in the PISMO Gaming Incubator here in Novska, and these are actually the two of three of our commentators. Hello everyone. I hope that you will enjoy the stream. We are here, as you can see, in Pismo. My name is Malibacho, and I'm joined here by Alma. Also, what we have two teams here from the sim rigs. You can see that none of them are currently driving. Sanal here is maybe trying to drive by telekinesis. I'm just joking.
That's a very intense stare, isn't it?
Yes. I can see from here on their desktop that they are improving by 2 or 3 tenths. And so here is, let's say, all of the space that we are in. And on the right side, you can actually see our stream, our race director, Nicola Mochibob. He's actually doing the live stewarding. The live stewarding team is also in on a Discord call, but we have one representative here. And so back to the game we go. We are waiting for Škuljak to complete his lap. Sanel has intensified his stare.
Yeah, he's very serious. If you can look at him, he put his hands on the head.
Yes.
Markovic is actually in Sector 3 right now. He was a whole 3 tenths up in the first sector on his previous lap times. That would have put him on provisional pole position, so perhaps more pace to be extracted from that number 5 Ferrari at the moment that he's just not able to access.
Let's see what happens. It looks like an improvement.
It is an improvement. It's going to put him on the front row of the grid at the moment. There he goes.
E2 for the Montenegrin national entry, and for their Matija Markovic. Kristinani is currently in the box. Who else can we see that it is improving?
Rak is improving by a tenth at the moment in the 89 Lamborghini. Nice to see a non-Ferrari.
We need to give some love. And guys, look at the qualifying gaps. It doesn't get any better than this.
It's very tight.
It's very tight for such a technical, challenging track. That there are 10 cars within half a second. So I believe this is the sign of the time to come, that we will have a very, very intense race in front of us.
Yeah, 6 hours of pure adrenaline enjoyment for us. Lots of nervous. I don't know if you, my colleagues, are nervous, but I'm nervous as always. I always am. But yeah, 6 hours. It's going to be tough for the drivers. Not only to stay focused, but also they need to stay hydrated and everything. They need to watch on. Lots of details on lots of things. So I don't know what kind of strategies did each team decided to do, because lots of people, as you know, on Discord there was no limit for stints and everything, but it's gonna be tough, especially for the people who are 2 in teams. We have lots of those. So, yeah, and we expect fully fair play and a fair race from the drivers on the track. So let's keep our fingers crossed. We have a little bit less than 9 minutes of qualifying. So, what do you think, boys? Will the qualifying table stay like this, or it will change? As you know, we have 22 teams and 53 drivers, guys.
Well, I've been looking at the relative splits. There's a lot of 2, 3, 4 tenths that are being absolutely thrown away over the course of the lap. So I think we've got 8 minutes left now in the rest of qualifying. I think the biggest thing is going to be who can hook up the most consistent lap. 14th position, Blesic.
Yes.
In the 8 car, currently up by 2.8 tenths, coming round the second sector into the third sector now. It seems like the highest climber at the moment, but again, we don't know it all comes down to how well these drivers can execute. I can't see the... I can't really see the hierarchy changing too much. I believe that people would have put down a representative lap time, but it's just eking out, with the split so close, it's incredibly difficult to predict who's actually going to take that top spot.
Yeah. Within 1 second we have 15 drivers. It's quite amazing. Let's see Sanjin Blečić, where does he end up? Goes to P11.
Nice.
Yeah, very nice from Blečić, another SIMmark community entry. I see that somebody here is on a rise. I think it was Yavakishvili, but looks like that faded away. Yeah. Oh, look at this!
Has gotten the Lamborghini into the top 10.
Yeah, amazing.
Astonishing achievement.
Amazing effort, yeah. And look who we have in the front row. It's Stovko from the MA70 Esports from Slovakia, currently in P2. Such within 100th of a second in front of Matija Marković, within 1/10 in front of Pinces, not so far away from Luka Gigic as well, and Matija Škuljak. Very, very tight gap. Honestly, I don't remember when was the last time I commentated on qualifying that is so close like this.
To be honest, I really don't remember. There are lots of, yeah, we had a lot of qualifying times when everything was really, really tight. I remember, if not mistaken, it was ACC for Croatian league for the FIA. It was 5 or 6 drivers within 1 second, right?
Yeah. But here we have 15.
Yeah, the range is really, really big because you need to take into account those guys who are on the track. They are the best of the best. Lots of them, as we mentioned, represent their communities, but also they represent their national teams.
Let's see if there's an effort here from Stovko. No, barely outside of his quickest lap time.
Marković is going faster again. Yep.
Yeah, but it's an invalid lap right now.
Yeah.
I don't know. Nobody is improving at the moment. Only Marin Secen here from the SIMmark junior team.
Yeah. As I say, but again, it only takes it's 500ths of a second between first and second. The top 5, as you said before, it was within a second. Now they're within 0.2 of a second. Gaps are being reduced by a factor of 5 from what would also have been a very, very close field. So plenty of opportunity for the drivers to just eke out that extra position. It's a 6-hour race, so it's not going to make a whole lot of difference, but at the same time, being that car ahead could keep you out of trouble. It could give you more strategy, and that's why the qualifying, especially on a track as difficult to overtake as Hungaroring, is so important. Is you don't want to get stuck behind a car that may take a little bit longer to warm its tyres up, or a driver who might take a little bit longer to get into their groove or to get the tyres up to temperature, or something like that. These positions are critical in the early stages of the race and may well dictate the rest of the 6 hours.
Yeah, after all, Hungaroring is a pretty tough track to overtake, and there was a mistake from Cristinani. He was doing very good on this lap, but it faded away after this mistake. Also, Matija Marković from the Montenegrin team is improving. At the moment, 1/10 up on the first sector. Let's see, even after, is it just barely within the track limits from Matija Marković, but he clearly gained a 10th or 2 here. Is looking to, let's say, demolish the competition right now. Let's see the final 2 corners for him. The final 2 corners for his Ferrari, very long 180-degree turns. It was, I think, the Eagles racing car, but they moved in time. Let's see, Matija Marković moves into provisional pole position, 142.3, clearly ahead of the other competitors, but also the Brabham Motorsport car is right now on improving lap, let's say. They will have 2 or 3 more chances to fix and to try to improve. Let's see where they end up in this lap. So far, around the 1/10 up. It's not a lot, but it could move them into front row.
Absolutely. Most notably as well, the fastest first sector at the moment is actually coming from 14th position from the number 41 Ford. So it goes, as I say, it goes to show how much time is being gained and lost throughout the lap, depending on where you are. Second sector belongs to the provisional second place on the outside of the grid in Nani with 37.115, and sector 3 was the only sector that Markovic was actually fastest with 28.61. So really big time spread, and all the different cars in this BOP class, let's not forget, showing their different strengths.
Yeah, it goes to show how well balanced this field is, because if drivers are consistently fighting over each sector, it clearly means that they are pretty much equalized and that they have different set of philosophies. What I could maybe say for Alfie and for the 41 entry, it's a Ford Mustang. It's absolutely fast. It's a weapon on the straight. So maybe the long straight, the start-finish straight of Hungaroring really helped them get into a quick sector 1 time. Maybe.
Yeah. Mustang's also an incredibly interesting choice from a race perspective because it may not be the fastest in this qualifying session, as you can see, but the straight line speed and the sheer size of the Mustang will make an absolute difference when we get to the race, because it will be faster in a straight line than any of the cars ahead of it. And with the aerodynamic effect of being in the pack, we may well see that Ford start to climb up the positions and then be able to block the cars that they're overtaking on the straights through the very tight and twisty sectors 2 and 3 where the Mustang will struggle.
Absolutely. And by the way, that was the front row for Pinces. Not so bad from a local driver. Let's say he's... if someone knows this track, probably he does, but also the Eagle Racing Academy car, the 23 Ferrari is improving. We have another good improvement here from Matjaž Kuljak. Let's see how he finishes his flying lap. 2/10 up. Where does it put him? The time is up and he goes only into P5. One place, but it's quite an improvement to see. Nobody else is improving at this moment. Maybe only Pinces. He's just holding on to his fastest lap, but it's quite a narrow gap, and every corner counts. In front of him is also Petar Brljak on a very nice lap, but not good enough to put him into top 3 at this stage. Let's see where Brljak will finish. There are 22 cars, by the way, on the track. The number 44 did not do the qualifying session to its fullest. It's a good improvement from Brljak, 2.5 tenths, maybe 3 tenths after this corner. Let's see, where does he end up? Go
it's
quick.
A good drive off the final corner as well.
Yeah.
Nice.
P6.
Third row of the grid for the McLaren.
But let's see if there is a pole position for the local driver, Adam Pinces. Not a very good drive out of the corner. No, it's it's a good time to give him P2 even. But
I was going to say that was to the thousandth exactly the same time as he'd set on his fastest lap. He must have been pleading for a little bit more power from that Ferrari 296 just to get him across the line. I mean, a single tenth of a second would have made the difference.
Yeah, and with this car crossing the line, I believe this is the end of the qualification, and we even have our grid set for the race. I don't know, I think the 5 minutes is the wait time. Yeah, 5 minutes to see where we are, and in the meantime let's see how the drivers are preparing. Sanaltar is still not so intensive there, but P5 is quite a good starting position, so it looks like Matija Škuljak will start the race for them. And in the other rig, the one behind, you can see the AMC Novska of Radoslav Živković and Tomislav Humljan. Humljan is the one to start the race, I believe.
Yeah.
And with that in mind, maybe we can just go to see where we stand with the timings. Not timings, but how the grid looks like. So, Alma, would you like to introduce the starting grid?
Oh, God. All
I was
those
going to
last
say,
names.
I'm glad you didn't call on me because it would be a comedy of errors.
Yeah, it will be a comedy from my side, of course. On P1, we have Markovic, Matic, and Savarovsky. On P2, did you say it's pronounced P? I want to say princess, but it's not princess.
It's Pinces.
Pinces, Saroshi, and Stamenkovic. P3, Nani, and
I believe Regmantai.
Regmantai.
Yeah.
It should be like that. Okay.
Yeah, the Eagles Racing Academy from Albania. Then in P4 we have Stovko from Slovakia. In P5 Škuljak and Tadić from Croatia. Then Brljak and Radivojević, the first McLaren on the grid. P6. It is a joint entry between Brljak and Radivojević.
Okay, and on P7 we have Gigic, who will start with first of driving. On P8 we have Kombonođe. On P9 Mrak, Gaspar Mrak. P10 Diaz Miće, if I'm not mistaken. P11 sits with Sanjin Blečić. P12 Zlatko Edet. P13 Zvonimir Kranjčec. P14 Darijan Alfirević. P15 Mikšić, Ahmetaj, Tušek, Macula, help?
Mamolashvili, I believe. Yeah.
Okay.
Then the Burek brothers in P20, the AMC Novska, the one team that is in rig here with us. On P21 in a Ford Mustang, and finally in P22 we have the Halavac brothers.
Yes.
So guys, I hope you like the qualifying. I hope you're ready for what is coming, and maybe we can just do a quick section on our local language. Alma, I let you to say hello to our fans.
Dobar dan još jedanput svima, prebacit ćemo se malo na naš lokalni jezik. Dobrodošli na FIA i HAX utrku, endurance utrka 6 sati Hungaroringa. Ljudi, dobrodošli svima vama. Hvala lijepo što ste ovdje s nama. Mi se nalazimo u gaming inkubatoru Pismo u Novskoj, drugu godinu za redom. Čast velika za moju malenkost, vjerujem i za mojeg kolegu Baču i naravno za ove tu sve posjetitelje. Vidjeli ste, timovi su ovdje tu kod nas sa rigovima, voze se, a mi čekamo start utrke.
I još jednom pozdrav od svih nas ovdje u Pismo inkubatoru. Evo, kao što možete vidjeti, tu smo Alma i ja, veliki mah. Da. Što se tiče našeg prostora, vidimo dvojicu vozača na rigovima trenutno. Prvi u kadru je, možda bolje ovako da pređem, dakle Sanel Tadić, iza njega Tomislav Humljan. Dakle, dva tima su ovdje u rigu, tačnije Sanel je sam u rigu, njegov kolega Škuljak vozi od kuće. Tu nam je Nikola Močibov kao predstavnik sudijske komisije, upravo se vraća sa pauze, sprema se za start trke.
Pokaži, kad ljudi vide.
Nikola, maši u kameru.
Nikola, možeš mahnuti u kameru, gledamo te, bit ćeš uživo za 30 sekundi.
To je to. Mi se spremamo polako za početak formacijskog kruga.
Tako je. I ekipica će polako krenuti sada dok se mi utkamo. Vi to ne možete vidjeti. Ali eto,
za uspomenu.
Tako je. Kreće polako. We are starting with a warm-up lap.
Such a smooth transition.
Yes, very nice. I don't know if people can hear my colleagues over here from the rig. They are yelling because they are having their headphones and they don't hear each other. So they think they need to yell.
Here they are yelling at each other, but
we are picking them up.
Yeah.
We wish good luck to each and every driver here, of course, to the teams, people, good luck, sretno svima, svim vozačima, svim timovima. Ne možeju se, nažalost, sve želje ovoga ostvariti. Pozicija broj 1 je samo jedna. Position number 1 is only one, so we're gonna start a little bit slow, hopefully without any incident on the first lap, first turn. I know it's really, really critical for everybody, I believe. So, yeah, Ike, what do you want to say before we start?
I think this is going to be such a strategic
is
race.
Ike here?
All of I'm here.
No.
You not hear me?
Can you hear him?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay, cool.
I believe Ike took a little bit of pause.
No,
okay.
we can hear Ike. No, Ike, we can hear you. I'm sorry. There has to be a
technical issue because I don't hear him.
Issues.
That's
technical
fine.
Issues.
It's all fine. Come on.
This is going to be a massive. This is going to be such a technical race, such a strategic race through the course of the next 6 hours. We need to keep an eye on the non-Ferraris in the top 10 and see how they progress. The 296s are extremely efficient on their fuel, so there's a possibility that the 296s may walk away with this. However, if those McLarens and the Lamborghini, the sole Lamborghini, can keep their strategy together, they could use the 296s tripping over each other to their advantage over the course of the next 6 hours. They're forming up 2 by 2, very exciting times. As a very well-known commentator that I know in real life says, you paying for the entire seat, but believe me, you'll only need the edge. The 6 hours of the SIMmark Southeast Europe FIA, I've got that all in the wrong order, didn't I?
It's the FIA Southeast Europe final 6-hour Hungaroring here at ACC. We're getting around the final corner, and it's
all in the wrong order.
Yeah, the formation lap is close to the end, and we are about to go racing here. We are waiting for the green light. A lot of Ferraris right here. It's still the red light, and we'll go. We are off. That's a good start from the Albanian team. It's a good start from Pinces from the outside. Matija Markovic will have to defend. It looks like also an attack from Matija Škuljak. Let's see how it ends up in turn number 1 from the outside. Tries Pinces, but no chance against Matija Markovic at this stage. It's a very clean start. It appears right here. Not a lot of work for the judges, hopefully.
Big incident in turn 2. That is one of the Ferraris in the form of Mamakashvili, I believe, that has outbraked himself and taken out one of the McLarens that was very high up in the early stages of the race. I believe that'd be the number 14 car. So lots more work for the number 14 McLaren to do now.
Yeah. Oh, look! There's a fight. Oh, there's a contact between Pinces and Brabham Motorsport, and I believe that was the Albanian team. Not entirely sure. Maybe we will see later during the replay. But anyway, let's continue. Yeah, there was a. It looks like actually an outbreak from Pinces, but it puts him really down the order. It puts him into the last place, P21 for now. But let's go back to the fight. Let's see what guys are doing here in P5. Yeah, this is the McLaren. Actually, it's a good start also for Gaspar Mrak. In fact, P6 for the Lamborghini, and also P8 for Alfie in the Ford. It's a pretty good placement for now for them.
Really big slide off the last corner for Gaspar Mrak. Is going to put him into the clutches of the number 1 Ferrari, but I wonder how much the McLaren and Lamborghini teams might be conversing about how they can depose the four Ferraris ahead of them. Very much. And again, Alfie, a massive start for that 41 car, up into the top 10 already, and scaring all of the little baby supercars ahead of him.
Yeah. Alma, what do you think about the start? It looks like a pretty clean one, other than what happened to the 52 entry of Brabham Motorsport.
Yeah, I wanted to say almost, I said, really nice and clean start for everybody. Unfortunately, it wasn't so good for the teams. But yeah, now it's going to be tough for people to, because of the nervous and all this desire to promote, to be better. But yeah, pretty much clean, considering lots of names here in FIA 6 hours of Hungaroring. But it's going to be better through the time. People will chill a little bit, hopefully. For now, it's just, doing the elbow shots and make it through and be better to progress, to better start, to better placement, and to be better in general to get that win. Ooh.
Yeah, Pinces is trying to be proactive. Matsula is right in front of him in the number 14 McLaren. They're trying to chase down the number 69 entry of AMC Novska in the Ford Mustang, and I believe that the Mustang will be even leaving them in the dust. Here, oh, is it an attack from Pinces on the inside?
Yeah.
It looks like. Yeah, very good one. Yeah, he made it through. P20 for Pinces, and let's see if he can try to get rid of the 69 right in front of him. It should be a pretty tough challenge here for Brabham Motorsport. The Mustang goes by, definitely.
He will cut the slipstream and he will use all his note. That was...
Oh, here goes the launch down the inside of Pinces. Sorry, he went down the inside of Novska.
Yeah. Well, who does have
let's see if Matsula will try to use this from the inside. Oh, that's very good, actually, lunge on the braking. I don't know if Mustang is not so well performing under braking, or it's just that Humlian was trying to give away the position, not trying to get into the fight. The race is long. There is 6 hours to solve all of these positions. And Pinces goes down the inside of Secha, and Pinces is pretty much concrete here on the track. Very
determined.
Very determined, yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. It's going on the nice. He knows he needs to do much better, because he belongs in top of the table, but he needs to do all these guys in front of them. There are Zvonimir Burek from the SRT team, and he will take it.
Yep.
Take it.
Yep, he's taking it.
Yeah, he took it.
Something happened in front. Yeah, something happened in front with the 41 Mustang. Oh, and which car is this in front? This is the 41 Mustang. And is it Kranjec of 666? I believe they were fighting for P10, but in the end they went.
Something happened.
Yeah, it looks like there was an attack into turn 1, and they just, let's say, traded paint and went their own ways.
I know Zvonimir is now going crazy at home, driving, but he will manage. I hope he will stay calm.
Yeah.
So the starter of that incident was actually the number 8 Ferrari, who dived on the McLaren and spun the McLaren round, and then the Mustang, entirely innocent party trying to take turn 1, has got involved through that as well. Just had a really quick look through the in the replay system.
Oh yeah, thank you, and let's maybe just quickly see what's happening inside. You can see Nix, the lead steward, on the right side, looking very determined, looking very closely at what's happening. and probably the investigation has already started. Meanwhile, we go back in the game. And maybe we can check what's happening for P11. It looks like Mikšić in Porsche, the only Porsche here. In P12 is trying to fight off Nikola Buzov while trying to fight Mamacashvili. I hope that somebody can correct me, guys, in the
chat.
In the chat,
yeah,
yes. If we have our friends from Georgia here in the chat, it would be interesting to, let's say, learn how to pronounce these surnames.
Yes, and that will be very, very handy. Also, hello again for each and every single one of you here on the stream. We are watching 6 hours of a Hungaroring, long drive, a long race with 22 teams and 53 drivers. I know I said that a lot for those who came here from the start, but it's very, very crucial, and it should be really interesting to say that a lot of people from all around Europe, from Southeast Europe, came here and joined this race.
In the meantime, Pinces has caught up with Belecic for P15.
Yes.
This is going to be another. There's going to be another very daring dive for the 52 car, who was so far up the grid, and you can see a flash of frustration being involved in that early incident. He's trying to get the positions back, but he's also going to have to deal with damage. Now, it's something I was going to discuss earlier. One of the reasons why both the 14 McLaren and the 52 Ferrari are probably being a little bit more ambitious and, what's the word, aggressive with their maneuvers is probably because they realise that they're going to lose time when we get to their first pit stops with the damage that they've taken. The McLaren is significantly more damaged, so that 14 car may well be struggling to deal with any of the traffic around it. But Pinches, on the other hand, slightly less damage, much more able to fight with the cars around, and wants to get back into that top 10 and get a bit of clear air. Another point I was going to make, Mr. Mati Mikšić, probably in the best position that he could possibly hope for under these conditions, or he was until
that's an
the
oversteer on the entry. Yeah, the rear stepped out on the Porsche, and it's let's say an open door for Buzov. It looks like a bit of paint trading here, but anyway, they brushed off, and Nikola Buzov goes into P12. When you say conditions, I believe you meant
up behind the Ferrari.
Driving not Ferrari or McLaren.
Well, absolutely. Well, no, he's Mati Mikšić in another one of the drivers that very well aware of, one of the absolute masters of the 991.2 and now in the 992 Porsches, absolutely able to get the best out of those backwardly facing cars with the engines hanging right out the back of the rear axle. However, one of the problems with the Porsche is it lacks straight line speed, so the best place for that Porsche to be is in the draft of another car, because while he's within the 0.8 minus gaps, he can get dragged along the straights as he is by McLaren at the moment, and then he can draw right in the twisty bits, and you would hope to be able to save his tyres during the early course of the stint. Let the car ahead burn the tyres out, trying to keep him behind, and then pounce later on in the stint. It seems as though Matty's taking a little bit more of an aggressive stance. Either that or he's gotten involved in an incident that has overheated those tyres. So he'll have to be very wary of them throughout the rest of the stint now, and just try and hold on until the fuel starts to come his way.
Yeah. One important thing also to note about the Porsche, it's pretty known to have, let's say, different behavior depending on the fuel load. It's, I believe the fuel tank is in the front, and during the course of the stint, the car changes rake, the car changes balance, and so on. So, really hats off to people who are driving Porsche, but it looks like the smartest choice right now. It's McLaren or Ferrari, probably even Ferrari.
Porsche is one of those cars.
Sorry?
where is fun in that to be safe with McLaren or with Ferrari? You need to choose something that you will, stand out in front of everybody.
Yeah, but after all, it's this is a competition.
Yeah, it is.
We're now talking like higher level, so it's not about that much about fun anymore. It's about who is going to be the quickest, and it looks like Marak is trying to, let's say, push Brljak into an error, but no luck this time. And yeah, I don't know how Lambo is behaving on this track. Normally I would expect McLaren to be quite a good choice, because McLaren is how to say, it's a very rigid car, it's a short car, it's a small car, and oof, there was an oversteer, kick of oversteer, but
just using the slip angle of the McLaren.
Lamborghini.
Yes. The Lamborghini is a very unique car in GT3. It has exceptional braking and mid-corner handling. Loses out in the corner exits though, so that's why you're seeing the Lamborghini flashing on every corner exit, is because that McLaren is putting the power down and just gapping, as you can see, the Lamborghini. But as soon as they get down to any of these big stops, like coming down into Sector 3 here, the Lamborghini will close right back up again, and there may be a low or a higher ultimate pace that the 89 car can wield, but it's being ever so slightly stymied by the McLaren ahead, who at this point in the stint will be starting to suffer from a bit of tyre degradation. The McLarens, the way they have to have them set up is not the kindest way on the tyres, and it's very much one of those things that you just have to learn to deal with the lack of tyre life that the McLaren has.
Yeah.
And of course I want to say a little hello, mali pozdrav za Ivu Zoročića ovdje na našem streamu. Hvala ti, Ivo, što si došao. Znam da voziš 24 sata endurance sa Arlavijem i sa još drugom ekipom, ako se ne varam, vas 6 je u 24 sata endurance. Možeš nam slobodno ovdje malo i napisati nešto o tome kako ide i kako se razvija situacija. For those who didn't understand, Ivo Zoričić he is here on the chat. He is driving 24 hours endurance race with other 5 teammates, so good luck to him, and I ask him to write a little bit more about the standings right now, so he can type it on the chat.
Good luck to Ivo and his crew. Meanwhile, Matej Mikšić is still holding off Kranjčec, still holding off Adam Pinces. It's 15 minutes in the race. It feels like we're already hours into the race, and really we have let's say a very interesting fight right here, and all over the place, in fact, to be honest.
Yeah, this battle between the Porsche, Ferrari and McLaren is absolutely the epitome of GT3 racing. Each of the cars has a very different strength, and you can see how the average pace, they're all tripping each other up, just trying to get their ultimate lap time in these early stages. Porsche's running with some nice clear air, so should be able to hold, as it does get beautiful traction off of the final corner. This is a big look up the inside for Pinches. This may not get fought by the McLaren. And
there was a left blinker on the entry into the braking zone, so it looks like Kranjčec decided to give up the position for better good, and maybe it's a good tactic. Maybe he will just try to use Pinces, who will be fighting Mikšić, to try and pass Mikšić himself. It might be a good tactic. So maybe what Mikšić needs right now is just to let Pinces go and start backing up into Zvonimir Kranjčec. Yeah.
Yes. A lot of very greedy brake pedals there, as both the Porsche and the McLaren get a suboptimal line.
Oof, there was a jump over the sausage curb for Pinces.
Yeah, it's so difficult to find your turn-in points, your braking points, and all of those markers that you normally rely on. When you're up behind another car, they all disappear, and all you can see is the car. And it's so tempting, especially if you're in Adam's position, where he is at the moment, of really, really good qualified really high up in the grid, and just had to yield to the rest of the field. How frustrated he must be, and it's so tempting to just try and take an extra car's width to the inside, try and get a little bit and try and run a little bit wider just to open up the corner, just to get the pass done. You can't be doing that with these GT3 cars, because everybody is using every inch of the track that they can, as Mixit goes straight to the inside to defend. 296 has extraordinarily good brakes, especially for a mid-engine car. This could be all the way around the outside if the 296 can get the power down on the outside, but this is where the Porsche is best. And so he will retain the position for now. I wonder how long Matty Mixit can keep that up.
Oh, is this a contact? Oh, it looks like a contact between Mixit and Pinces. They will lose a lot of time here, but luckily no bigger consequences here, and they rejoin the track. Meanwhile, we have the first penalty of the race. It's not good to say congratulations, but anyway, the first one to break the to break the ice is Mamakashvili, and also Nani from number 23 car is getting a 15-second time penalty. This will of course be served during the pit stop. Speaking of pit stops, we have a free strategy for all, so they're not limited in entire sets, the amount of tire sets. They're not limited in the stint times and so on. So it really is about seeing who will be able to maybe try to prolong the stints enough so that they can have one less pit stop. Maybe it's also a good tactic, as Mamakashvili goes into the pits to do the drive-through penalty.
Sensible decision, get it done and out the way as soon as you can. There may also be, because obviously with this being an endurance race, having the second drivers be able to point him and say, look, if you go in now, you're going to come out into clear air. If you leave it a couple of laps, that might not be the case, and we might lose more positions if you leave it any longer. So again, a mature decision. The mistake was made, penalty's been taken and cleared already. So let's see.
There was a big contact between Mixit and Pinces. This was a big incident for him, and look at the damage this Ferrari has. Ooh, who was that? Was that Secen? Yeah, that was Secen in the 888 car, completely baffled by the lack of speed on the outside, on the corner exit actually from Pinces, and he goes back into P16. It looks like they might be getting too aggressive, and maybe it's time to settle down a bit. Not really sure about the gap to the leader right now. It's 30 seconds to the leader for Pinces, so not everything is lost.
Yeah, exactly what I was saying. It's so difficult when you've had such a disappointing start to the race to keep it in your own head and make sure that you're making mature and sensible decisions. I didn't actually. I was looking at relative times when they made contact. Was that the Porsche running out too wide, or was the Ferrari being a bit greedy on the outside?
Yeah, it looks like he was trying to force a move somewhere where it's not really a good place.
Yeah, it's entirely understandable to be in Pinch's shoes there. It's so difficult again to keep your head squarely on your shoulders when you can see so much potential, especially in such a big race, just disappearing, and you can see the people up ahead on your relatives that are going into the distance, and you're stuck behind a 992 that's doing so much slower speed and that sort of thing. It's understandable, but again, this is where the skill and the patience comes with endurance racing. Is that no one's going to win races by making moves this early in the race. However, if you do it wrong, you can cost yourself a lot of time.
Sorry.
Nice that you can hear me again.
Exactly. How did Ike said? So before we go any further, we know there are some issues with the servers joining the servers. It's going to be settled right now. They are working on that. Also, I want to say a few things about the place that we are here in PISMO, in Gaming Incubator. You can, of course, come here to Novska. You are free to enter. We also have AC here going on with full rig, with monitor and everything. You can bring your kids. And of course, you can try how to drive and whatnot. So it's going to be pretty easy and maybe fun Saturday to do for your kid. Ike, tell me, what do you think about the race so far?
It's exactly as I was hoping and expecting to see from the top drivers in Southeast Europe. Fantastic, I mean, blistering pace coming from the top end of the field. There's enough of a variety of cars that this can remain extremely interesting. Matti Meksik has got another train of 3 cars behind him yet again. That Porsche is struggling in the early stages of this race. It's a very, very paced, for the most part, opening to the race, and this is what we expect from drivers as mature and well seasoned as this.
Yes,
the gaps,
exactly, agreed.
Gaps are opening up a little bit. That could well be strategic. I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if it was if there was some heavy strategy plays going on in the early course of this race. We may see some fuel extending. Especially from the top 10. I would be shocked if the 55 car wasn't one of the first cars that we saw from the top 10 into the pits, because that is an astonishing pace that Brillak is holding up at the moment.
Yeah, it's not really unusual for us to see him so close up on the table, because remember, Petar Brljak did present Croatia on the FIA Motorsport Games in October this year. Oh, it's gonna be a tough one. Still managed to stay on the track. Amazing drive for Petar Brljak, and not to forget to mention this guy who represent us also in Valencia FIA Motorsport Games in ACC. Petar Brljak was on iRacing, but he is now chasing number 3 position, number 3 from Skopo. Can you pronounce that last name?
Stofko.
Stofko. If somebody from Georgia is here with us on the chat, please, guys, help us to correctly pronounce the last names. Mali Bacho took a little break. As you know, we are here for 6 hours and he needs a little break out. So, Ike, do you have I know it's not nice to ask, but do you have a favorite?
I mean, I'm always one for the oddballs. That I've been a McLaren fan since I was a kid, so seeing the 55 so high up, as well as running the 55, which was the number that the Mazda team ran in IMSA when they were running their RT24P prototype, which is one of my favorite cars of all time. That's got to be one of my favorites, but I have personal relationships and friendships with a lot of drivers up and down the grid. Seeing Matti turn up in a Porsche is extremely brave, and I'd love to see that as well.
Oh, nice.
Drive-through Vlasic
yes.
in the 8 car.
Yes. I don't know if something happened because I was on the break.
The 8 car was actually given a warning as the first penalty, as track limits that's caused that already. So that is within the first hour, getting enough track limits to warrant a drive-through is not a good sign for the pace of that number 8 car for the rest of the race.
Ooh, yeah, it's going to be a tough, but also we do see here other drivers. And I got some messages from the production. Ike, you can take it over for a second if that's not a problem.
No, that's no problem at all. The race up here is absolutely breathtaking at the moment. We've had a couple of contacts, but that's always going to happen in competition as tight as this. The top 3 or 4 cars are still within 10 seconds of each other after half an hour. And another drive-through for the 717 as well. So perhaps, unless I see something pop up in the stewards room in the next few minutes, that's another track limits penalty that's going to be affecting the course of this race. And again, it's the 296s that are falling foul of it. That is giving positions to not only the McLarens further down the field, but also this is going to bring the Porsches and the Fords into the play for the top 10. Again, the 15 seconds that's hanging over the head of the 23 car is going to push him down significantly as well. I believe it's going to push him outside of the top 10 if all of the pit stops go according to plan for the rest of the top 10.
Yeah, and I believe for a 717 car, it is track limits.
Yes.
For now. I don't have a stewardess room, so I don't know what's going on.
I was going to say, I'll keep you up to date with that. That's fine.
That's so nice.
I've got that in the corner of my screen. But,
that's so nice.
Penalties so far. Again, this is why I was interested that the number 8 car had got that drive-through, is because that was the first message that we received in the stewards chat, which it was a warning to the number 8 car. So I was expecting that drive-through to be manually added. But the drive-through for the 28, that we saw very early on, that was obviously in response to a steward's decision. And then the 15 seconds, obviously, they're the only penalties that we've got. However, head steward is typing. It's going to get messy once again.
Oh, we're gonna hear soon what happened on P1. Still, Markovic with 17 laps, driven from SIA SEE team. It's gonna be really nice for him if he could hold this position. His team can hold this position all 5.5 hours to go. So it's gonna be, do you think it's gonna be challenging for them, or taking into account they are driving a Ferrari, the most wanted car here on Hungaroring?
Yeah, Markovic is showing exactly how quick this 296 car can be in the right hands. But as you rightly said, this is a team event. It could be that the other drivers, I mean, this is unlikely, of course, but it's entirely possible that this is Markovic's car. It could be Markovic's setup. And so he's the one who is most at home with the... who's most at home with the 296. This could well be the fastest that car will go, and the other drivers, he's just trying to open up the gap and create as much of a space to the car ahead. And he's doing the right thing. He's up to 8 seconds, almost 7.5 seconds that you can see in game. Obviously, we have a slightly different delta that we can see. He's getting towards 8 seconds as he comes out for the end of the 17th lap, and that gives them operating room. That's so important in a race like this, where the drivers absolutely have to take every advantage as they can. Like Mali said in the early stages of the race, they need to take every advantage they can. That's the reason why they've got the ultra economical 296 that is so favoured amongst the field. And then the next one is obviously the McLaren, which is just an absolutely beautiful machine, no bias whatsoever, being kind of the next best thing for the drivers who can't quite get on with the 296, because the 296 is a very driver dependent kind of car. You need to have a specific driving style to get the best out of it, as we can see Markovic doing.
Yeah, exactly. I agree on each and every single word that you said, but it needs to take into account also the strategy from the team. As you said, is that his car? Is that his setup? How will other two team members hold on? As you said, he's taking his best to gain room between second place holder. So, but also need to take into account he's 20 years old. But with him, there is a guy with 32 years old from Düsseldorf who has 5 years in sim racing, F1 esports pro draft finalist. So you need to take also that into account. So each team, I don't know what the strategy was when they applied who will enter first and who will drive the qualifying, who will drive first and everything. But I'm presuming they took the first driver was the fastest one, in my opinion. And most of the people and most of the races that I watched and commented, the first driver is the fastest one in the team.
Yeah, but there is also the other. There's a lot of alternate strategies that you can take as well, which could mean that, for example, if you don't think that you're going to be fastest, you might put your slower driver in first, get that stint completed, and then once the race cars, theoretically speaking, of course, have spread out a bit, you can then attack one car after the other with your faster driver, and assuming that you're driving against the less experienced and slower drivers as well, that would make the game, or that would make the race and that stint even easier for your faster driver in the second stint.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good strategy also, I must say. It's really nice one.
In my last race in my last race at Laguna Seca, my teammate shouted at me because we had both done exactly the same strategy, exactly the same lap, but I came out 5 seconds ahead of him because I hit all of the marks properly, like getting into the pits, getting the engine off, that sort of thing. So strategy is very much my forte as the AOR cars looking once again into the final corner. The McLaren should have the straight line speed. I say should. But that's not always a guarantee. Every lap, especially as the tyres start to wear down, looks as though Berlak's doing everything he needs to at the moment. The McLaren again is just such a specialist machine that if you don't know how to manage it, it can create so many issues for you through the course of a race. But once you hook it up, once you find out what the car needs, bear in mind it's the only GT3 car that has a carbon monocoque chassis. So the chassis itself is so incredibly stiff compared to any of the other cars on the grid today, that it requires a very specific driving style to get the best out of it. Berlak's doing exactly that at the moment, keeping the car underneath him, keeping the tyres in the window as well. But that 296 just looks faster today.
Yeah, they all look really, really fast. We have like 3 cars here almost battling. The most exciting part here on the Hungaroring are those 3 drivers: Petar Beljak, P6, and Gaspar Mark. I'm sorry. I'm not taking chances.
You are fine. You are fine. I heard the hesitance in your voice as they came down towards the braking section. The 296 has just some of the best brakes on the grid. Honestly, I'm astounded by some of the maneuvers that I've seen from 296s over the years that it's been out now. McLaren now starts to feel the need to go defensive on the straights. This could be the end of that 5th position. But again, one of the things that at this level, any sign of trying to defend on the racing line or going off the racing line to try and defend is the end of that position. These cars are very, very big, not as big as Formula 1 cars, mind you, but they're very, very big, quite heavy, and you have to drive them to their optimum to get the best out of them. The second you start trying to defend, especially in these slower corners, you give up all of your pace and make the pass all the more likely to happen.
Well, we will see. We will see how guys shake out. If not, from the car number 1 on P6, Petar Brljak needs to be really, really cool in the head. But yeah, also Gaspar Mark here, it's going to be a tough one for those guys to chase the top 5, if not top 3. But let's go here. I see Matej Mikšić got
I was going to say, to give you an update on the penalties. That will be from the contact with the number 8 car, I think. Give me a second. 491 versus the 52. Sorry, 52.
Okay.
The 52 car that's currently in 12th. Yes. So that's the contact that we saw that gave the 52 car a lot of damage on the exit of turn 2. So just to get you back up to date on penalties, drive-through has been manually administered to the number 8 car and the 717. So that was manually assigned. Mm-hmm. Yep. Thank you,
Ike. You're so nice.
And the 491, 20 seconds added to the first pit stop for its altercation with the 52 Ferrari. So the stewards have deemed, according to the racing rules, that Mikšić was the problem child, quote unquote, in that specific instance. Obviously, now what I have to say with all of these incidents and all of these stewards' decisions, and I'm sure that any of the drivers that are in chat can absolutely back this up. This isn't a case of intent being assigned to Matej Mikšić here. It is just he made a mistake. The mistake was worth 20 seconds. If there was any inclination that any kind of interaction between two cars was on purpose, there would be a much more severe penalty, including possibly disqualification.
Disqualification, yes.
From the race. All of these incidents are exactly as they would be, as you'd describe them, as accidents. It's just very, very hard racing, and drivers trying to work their strategy as much as they possibly can to try and maximize their own race, which again, in the 992's case, is extremely difficult.
Yeah, and we have here a little battle, sort of speak. The only battle that we have here is car number 717 against car number 14. Battling for P16. In front of them are Zvonimir Burek from the Assetto team. This is Sky Templates Racing. Sandro not taking maybe this time.
Cijenjeni is getting on the brakes. That's going to be very difficult to make that pass there. Not enough of a braking zone for the McLaren with its high apex speed. It's one of the things I've always loved about the McLaren is just how much speed you can take through the apex of the corners. But again, obviously that loads up the tyres and a little bit of a wiggle from the McLaren.
Flashing lights.
There is about a cigarette's paper's width in between them, and this could be the position lost. But what we have to remember as well is that number 14 car is carrying a massive amount of damage. It's going to be a big cutback from the 14. Can he get the power down? He's going to be on the outside for turn 3. Switches back to the inside. No grip on the inside there. Believe me, I've tried it. But he's going to have to give best to the 717 car, which again, the only reason that Cijenjeni is in that position is because of that earlier penalty.
Yes, exactly. He took his penalty, but he's getting his track back on time. He will try to do his best. He needs to go now against Zvonimir Burek. here. Let's see how it's gonna play. Will he use his advantage in knowledge and be Ferrari against McLaren? Let's see who will do the best thing right over here. The only fight that we have, fight in quotes, of course, here on the track is this one. See how will, little bit of dancing for Zvonimir Burek.
Yeah, the McLaren unfortunately uses its tires quite heavily, so he's probably. Oh, that's an interesting line into the final corner. Is he committing to a defensive line onto the start-finish straight so that he can keep the Ferrari behind? I believe so. That is an almighty defensive move right across the wall for 300, and we just need to see, back to the racing line for the Ferrari. That's the only way to go. It's around the outside, tries to get the cut back, but the McLaren has to slow down because of the inopportune line. And that is one attempt, at least, pushed away. All fair, all absolutely fair.
Oh, no, come on.
That one wasn't fair, as the Ferrari able to brake a little later than the McLaren. McLaren was trying to stay defensive, but wasn't, well, and that's a place lost for both of them. Speaking of, the 14 just gained 2 positions. 14 is currently under a warning on for some kind of altercation between themselves and the number 300 car. No penalty applied, but the stewards will be looking at that 14 car with a little bit more incredulity through the rest of the race if there's a repeat of that incident. And again, the 14 car, remember, carrying damage from the early stages of the race. Now that 300 car as well also will be carrying damage from several interactions there with the 717.
Yeah, just look how close he is. Car number 717 is to car number 300. He's blinking. He did blink like a lot with the last few times. We know he did it to the car that he previously took over. But
it's a really, it's a very.
Oh,
it's going to be another big contact, and contact into the wall for the 717. As difficult as that is, I've got to say that is a little bit of karmic justice. That was always going to be a very low percentage lunge, and it's exactly like I was saying in the earlier. You have to, when you have a crash or a penalty or you're pushed back or anything like that, you have to keep in your own head, and you need to make sure that you are. Like he's flashing to try and let him to get Burek to let him pass, but there's no reason for him.
Oh, that was not.
That's an interesting one. I'll actually have to have a quick look at that, because that looked very suspicious to me. Speaking of the.
Yes. I don't know what guys will say, and how will this apply to our students team. It's gonna be a tough choice. Let's just switch to another closest cars here. We have Nikola Buzov against Gigic, car number 720, and car in front number 73. We should say it like that. It's going to be much easier for you and for me to not mispronounce or butcher somebody's name. Just use the car numbers.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no. I do that all the time. I do that all the time because, unfortunately, for some of the names, my tongue just simply will not do it.
Yeah, it doesn't. In my head, I pronounce it correctly, but when I need to say it out loud, it just goes gibberish.
Yes. No, I feel that pain, and I speak English, so all the European languages are very different to what I'm familiar with.
Yeah, this is the closest battle that we have right now.
There is an interesting battle over second position. This number 70 car is starting to reel in
Ooh.
The second place Ferrari. Again, this isn't necessarily a battle that is going to be important in the greater scheme of things, but it's going to be very interesting what Nani does in this fight, because any kind of defensive moves, any kind of trying to keep the number 70 behind is going to cost them more time than the 15 seconds that they already have. So let's see how Nani deals with the encroaching 70 car and what happens, because again, if these two get together, or if there's any kind of slowing down of the pace of these two cars, a name who's Skuljak?
Skuljak.
There we go. Skuljak is absolutely waiting in the wings, poised to capitalize on both of those positions.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting if he will defend. We will see. Maybe he wants just to be here and probably in the future take over on P3. But we'll see. We will see how that will turn on. Ike, do we have any information from a Stewart team regarding the drivers, the SRT 300, car number 300 and...
Not as yet. Not as yet.
I do see Nicola with his hands on the head. He is very, very determined and very, very serious. I can see him from here, so...
the other thing as well is that being a driver in the virtual pit lane of an event like this is genuinely worse than being in the car, because there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do to help or fix. You just need to trust that the other driver in the car is doing everything they can, and can do everything that they can to keep the car in a good position. And all of these drivers will have put countless hours into racing, into practicing for this event, and so trying to sit there and just let the other driver do their thing and trust that they're going to hand you a car that is clean and in a good position is the most difficult thing for a driver to do.
Yeah, and I'm back.
Welcome. Welcome back.
Thank you. It's good to be back. I just had to assist on some server.
Of course.
Not server, but the whole organization team. Anyway, how's it going? I see that AMC Noska is in P18 right now.
Yes, yeah, and again, 6/10 off as well of the 717 car. 717 car has had an eventful few minutes, with the drive-through penalty being given for an altercation with the 666 and the 8 car, and then trying to make up positions, had an altercation with the 300 at the final corner. So there could be, the stewards are currently typing, there could be another penalty coming for that 717 car, just trying to be far too greedy. Stop go 30 for the 717 in the altercation with the 300. Literally just come through. That's kind of what I was expecting. It was a very low percentage lunge. Big dive into the final corner, and it was a very difficult to defend kind of move.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shame that we get to see these incidents, but anyway, this is what happens when we have all eyes on the prize. We have a fight between Gigic and Buzov, 73 Ferrari from Serbia versus 720 McLaren from Croatia. Ooh, this is a change of places during the turn 1, outside and inside now into turn 2, again trying to force a different line between each other. It's not a very common attacking place, but we previously saw some lunges here. Of course, the one with the number 52, I believe, of Brabham Motorsport. We have a stop and go 30 for Shamanidi, number 717, and this is not a very good thing to have when you're reaching the end of the stint. And also number 300 of Burek just got a drive-through, perhaps due to track limits.
So no, the drive-through was manually assigned by the race stewards.
And
there
into
was
the pits they go. Oof.
what? There was a very concerning move where the 300 went wide at turn 1, came back onto the track into the side of the 717. I dare say that the stewards may have done some assessment to say that that wasn't intentional and it was the McLaren just trying to get back onto the track after suffering with a very unwanted attack, which is where the stop go 30 came from. But the drive-through was for the unsafe rejoin from the 300 at turn 1, which again, understandable. We want to reinforce good driving standards here. But speaking of good driving standards, love to see that the 55 car is still keep retaining that 5th position, defending hard against the number 1 car, but critically, no contact. No unfair dives. Yeah. Exactly. Nearly commentated cursed it for Gaspar. Yeah, it's lovely to see the close, tight racing and the patience that it takes to pull all this together. You're trying to go as fast as you can. The lead driver's having to be in their mirrors. The attacking driver is trying to find a chink in the armor, some kind of opening to get past that McLaren. But again, the apex speed of the McLaren's, it's not going to be the opportunity now. There's too many corners coming up, but that gives the number 1 car the sniff of perhaps a sign of weakness, a little bit too much in the mirrors, a little bit too much concentration on where the 296 is, not enough on where the braking points are.
Yeah, it's easy track to defend, I would say, and especially when you're in equal machinery, it's also really tricky to attack.
Yes, absolutely. But again, that's why this is such an ideal place to host the finals for the Southeast Europe FIA Championships, because if you're going to get a pass done, this is the place to do it. If you want to see the absolute peak of driver skill in Southeast Europe, this is where you're going to find it, especially on Hungaroring, as the 296 again is showing the utmost patience, just staying behind the McLaren, waiting for, and again, the 296 sips fuel and has an equally large fuel tank, as far as I remember, according to the BOP, as the McLaren. So that it could be that the number 1 Ferrari, it could be that the team is just telling their driver, we've got 2 extra laps of fuel. Just keep your tyres in the window, play it cool, and we'll get him in the pit window.
Yeah, and speaking of pit window, we are reaching the time when they will start pitting. I don't know if the 888 already made a driver swap. It seems so that Kalepac has just joined into number 888.
Yep,
the
that looks
SIMmark
like
junior team.
That looks like a stop that has just been. Give me a second. So there is one stop.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe the 888 has. Give me a second. The 888 has not taken any penalties.
Yeah, they had a crash with, I believe, number 52 of Pinces, when Pinces was fighting, I think, against Mikšić, and probably due to damage they decided to go early into the pits and made the driver swap. Marin Sečan was driving until this point.
Yeah, that was the 666 car that got involved with the 717.
And speak of the devil, here is Pinces trying to attack Zvonimir Kranjec. Kranjec is defending in his McLaren, but there is a lot of damage to the car 52 of Pinces. Look, the straight line speed is really affected here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the things with ACC is the way that it represents damage is precisely that. You lose the straight line speed and sometimes you lose the aero efficiency through the corners as well. But Adam Pinches is doing an absolutely fantastic job just hanging on to the back of the 666 McLaren. He's going to get his stint completed. That's the main thing. And while he must be carrying a lot of damage from the altercations the attacks that he's suffered in the course of this race so far, at least he's not having to penalize the team further by taking an extra pit stop.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, yeah, it's still, but there are not a lot of places to attack, and this is interesting. It looks like they are approaching Burek, I believe, to lap him. It looks like they want to lap Burek.
There we go. Just getting right out of the way and making it easy for the lap-up drivers. And again, another opportunity for Burek here, that he could try and hang on to the back of these two relatively damaged cars and use them as a pick for any cars further up the field.
Yeah. Let's see. Maybe something can happen now. We're nearly at the end of the first hour mark. Maybe it could be a good time to, let's say, recap the first hour of the race. Alma, would you like to start?
Yeah, sure. I can talk. It's not a problem for me. But yeah, we had at first lap we had a huge crash, massive crash with the Pinterest, the car number 52. So that's gonna be. It's really hard for them to give their best to go back to the top 5. It's going to be hard for them. But we also had some drive-thrus. The guys from ESCG, Jesus, they were on the pole position. They also stayed over here on the P1. For now, it's almost a mark of 1 hour. SIMmark, Croatian, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Mate Mikšić and Amar Dizdarević got 20 seconds penalty, and Simolex Georgia got stop and go 30 because of the incident prior with the car 300. Eagles Racing Academy from Albania National Federation team got 15 seconds. They are currently on P2. And it's going to be hard for them to stay over here because they have that penalty. But we will see when the driver swap will do. I don't know, Eike, Bacho, you know when those penalties will be on the end of the race or during the
driver swap, or if they don't do a driver swap, anyway, in pit stop.
In pit stop, nevertheless.
So again, this was.
Eike, anything else? Did I miss something?
No. I think you've covered the majority of it. The only thing that's entirely notable is just how far the number 5 car is pushing to the lead of the race, with the second place car having a 15-second penalty. Means that if everything goes according to plan, if everything stays as it is now through the pit stop rotation, the 5 car is going to lead the 70 car by about 15 seconds, which is an astonishing amount of pace to extract from 60 minutes of racing, bearing in mind that we were dealing with cars that were separated by hundredths of a second. Goes to show the difference between race pace and quali pace, and it goes to show just how much of a machine Markovic is in that number 5 Ferrari.
Yeah, I would also like to point out that Markovic is currently lapping 144.1, whereas Nani, last lap 44.2, but previously he had some laps in high 44s, and literally it looks like no competition in terms of pace. And to be able to drive 44.1 in a late stage of this first stint, it goes to show how well prepared this team is, and in the end how the Montenegrin association is fast and well prepared. Later on in this team, we will actually have some other drivers, Nils Matich from Germany and Florian Safarowski from Germany. And yeah, a very well experienced team, I would say. Nils Matich, who is also a member of this team, was a F1 Esports Pro Draft finalist. So quite a portfolio they have as they're about to reach the number 69 car of AMC Novska, trying to lap them. Let's see how, if they can lap the Mustang actually without Mustang letting go of throttle. This will be interesting to watch.
And Mustang walks away.
Yeah, there is no tow, there is no slipstream.
Yeah, there you go. Really, really good discipline from the Mustang there. Great to see. There was no way. There's no way of enforcing letting the higher class cars past. You are entirely relying on the gentlemanness of the driver at the time. So yeah, it's again really good, respectful driving. Love to see it. And again, it works in the Mustangs. That is the 69, isn't it? That was the AMC car. It works in their favour because they now have, again, the leader to follow, to slipstream in the straights, and to learn lines from.
We are starting also with the pit stops. Currently, Javakishvili is in the box. Number 1 Ferrari. Let's see if they do a driver swap. We will see. Actually, later, meanwhile, Pinces is still trying to plow through onto P11, but Kranjec is definitely
not letting him
not
go.
Having any of it. Yeah.
Yeah, he will not back out. I just hope he is mentally calm enough not to be bothered by that. So, yeah, we will see how close, but it's going through that chicane like they took over. Zvonimir Kranjec right now on P11, and Pinces, car number 52, took its spot. It was commentary curse. I hope it wasn't.
Not at all. Not at all. No, that was a very compliant move by Pinches and from Kranjec.
And I refuse to take responsibility.
No.
Of course, I'm not surprised. By the way, Ike, if you didn't know, Zvonimir Kranjec in car number 666 is bigger half. I know, guys, a lot of people know that, but now
I would have no way of
the
knowing
local
that.
ones.
The local ones, yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we have another driver swap. Nika Kobosnidze is just starting on car number 1. Let's see what his stint is. He's actually a champion in karting in Georgia. Also hill climb vice champion in season 2019-2020, and a sim racing championship champion of 2021. Yeah, quite a portfolio.
I think that's about the same up and down the grid. I mean, some of the names here are absolutely world class, fighting for an FIA title. To all intents and purposes, it's not surprising, but it's lovely to see real-world racers engaging with sim racing and using our hobby to hone their racecraft.
In the meantime, another Georgian driver swap. They do it at the same time. Georgi Mamulashvili is taking over. Number 28. Yeah, let's see. They have the beautiful livery. Let's see how good of the pace they can have. But so far, it looks like they have some place to improve. But look at this gorgeous, gorgeous car. And
IGN Racing sounds familiar.
Yes, but Honestly, I don't see anything here in the briefing about them. Maybe if someone can enlighten us in the comments, please do so. In the meantime, Alma, what do you think about doing a recap of the first hour for the local public?
Of course, naravno, možemo i mali recap na našem jeziku. Ovih prvih sat vremena, kao što sam rekla već prije, bilo je na samom početku, na samom startu utrke malih nesuglasica, da se tako izrazim, između dva vozača, tako da...
Jako pristojna, Alma.
Pa, vidiš, mogu ja biti i pristojna. Zvonimir Burek, another drive-thru, još jedan drive-thru. Šta je to bilo? Another drive-thru for car number 300.
And look at his place on track, it's not really good. And also driver swap, it's not Zvonimir, it's now Nino Burek.
Nino, sorry.
Yeah. No, it's fine. ACC takes 1 sector to update
the name.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Dalje da nastavim što se tiče recapa prvih sat vremena. Ovo na početku što smo imali bilo je dosta tu ovoga i prestizanja i svađe, da se tako izrazim, ko je bolji, ko je jači na samoj stazi. Imali smo dosta i što se tiče rada naših sudaca, bilo je to poprilično gusto. Od drive-thrua do stop and go 30 sekundi za neke od vozača. Imajte na umu da je 6 sati utrka veoma duga i to zato zaista treba biti i smiren, iskuliran i istreniran, da se tako izrazim. Ali evo, krenule su i prvi swopovi vozača. Auto vozilo na broj 717 i dalje blica na stazi vozača ispred sebe. Mora da mu je to neki fetiš. Samo malo imamo neku dojavu ovdje sa strane.
Nešto nam Nix pokazuje, ali nismo sigurni tačno šta je htio da nam pokaže. Među vremenu zamena pozicija. Sandro Shamanidi P17 goes in front of Mamulashvili, who is now into P18. Maybe this is a coordinated action between the two teams of Georgia, as Nino Burek goes into the pit lane to serve his drive-through, goes back on track. The DSRT team of Croatia, actually quite
interesting story, you want to say?
Yeah, I see that that Zvonimir is framing Nino to be the older driver, and that they take inspiration from Senna and Prost, in fact. So maybe these are some, let's say, older, more experienced drivers. But anyway, it looks like a very eventful first hour for them. They are now at position 19, but also let's not forget that they are 1 or 2 laps down already. Pinces has, in the meantime, reached Luka Gigic at position number 9. And so Pinces will now get into the place where he's fighting the fastest drivers, and probably it will be much harder to advance, but there goes Pinces down the inside. Looks like Gigic has let him go through. These are actually the 2 Serbian entries. In fact, the Brabham Motorsport Car 52 is a Serbian-Hungarian mix. Currently, a Hungarian driver is in the car.
Yeah, he pushed through after that first start. He finished on the last place, if not mistaken, and he needed an hour fully equipped with beast mode, so to speak, to go back to the top 10. He needed an hour, but he managed. It's 6 hours. Can you imagine what he can do in 6 hours if he stays in the beast mode? Hopefully he will go to the top 5, but we will see. Oh,
let's not forget that nearly nobody actually went into the pits from the top contenders, and here is Matija Markovic just diving into the pits, goes into Kristinani goes into P1. but this car has a 15-second time penalty, so when you add 15 seconds to this car, it will actually drop quite a few positions through the pits.
Yeah.
They will have a lot of things, a lot of job.
Yeah, they do have like 9 seconds, almost 10 seconds. Almost 10 seconds to the first. And here he goes. He went to P1 right now, and we will see, we will track Markovic. Where will he exit out of the pits?
It's actually Florian Safarovsky. There is also a driver swap for the SESCG, the Montenegrin official racing team. Number 5 taken over by Florian from Germany. Let's see how he handles what his pace really is. We know that Markovic is really a benchmark, let's say, and let's see how fast Florian is compared to the others. But also we need to understand that there will be different drivers in different cars, so it's hard to predict. Mate Mikšić into the pits. There appears to be quite a lot of let's see, but it looks visual. Just it doesn't look like it's too big, and probably it will be fixed in no time. The AMC Novska team just overtook them into P15. I believe behind them right now is the McLaren of Petar Brljak, the number 55 entry. Gaspar Mrak also in the box.
Let's see if they will do the driver swap. I believe so.
Yeah. I love the pit limiter effect with
And
the blinkers on the Lambo.
Yeah, and Zvonimir Kranjic also enters the pits.
Yeah, it's the time for pits apparently. Mikšić is back on track, or not. It's Amar Dizdarevic taking over car number 491. And yeah, quite an eventful stint for Mate, but let's see how Amar can cope. He goes in front of Alfie, I think, the 41 Mustang, but I believe that they are actually about to be lapped. Gaspar Mrak has left the car as well. Grega Hudjek is the one to take over the 89 entry. Grega Hudjek.
Car number 89.
Yes. Yeah, another Slovenian driver in the Agar racing team. This is an entry of 3 drivers. Grega is not, let's say, we're not familiar with him, so let's see how he copes. The number 666 is now taken over by Hrvoje Utovic. The slow motion Avengers also doing the driver swap. So far it seems that nobody's actually doing the driver swap. Nobody's actually extending the 2 stints. Yeah.
For now it's going to be interesting for the guys with the 2 teams. Is it maybe a strategy to go 1 stint for the first driver and possibly 2 stints for a second one? Andrilo, Bože dragi. Ahmetaj, hvala. A stigma me malo muči, ali dobro. Vidjet ćemo sad tu kako će oni to izraziti. Sve više i više vozača timova ulazi u boks. Polako je tih nekih sat i 14 minuta, sat i 15 minuta po stintu. Florian Safarovski ovdje u vozilu broj 5, trenutno na poziciji broj 10.
Yeah. P7 for Safarovski, as 555 of Ahmetaj, 52 of Pinces and 41 of Alfie are in the box. There is also a change in drivers of car number 555. Suhodoli is taking over this entry. It's one of the top placed McLarens. Of course, let's not forget the one of Petar Brljak. He is actually leading this pack. Also a change in number 41. Renato Simic taking over car number 41, the Mustang of Alfa Racing Team. Alfie has had a, I think, eventful stint, but it's a good placement so far for the Mustang.
Yeah, for them it's P13. Let's see what Renato will do in this stint. Let's see, is in Noska. So you see on your screens, Tomislav is here on the pit, and something is going on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
This is driver swap live.
Yeah, this is driver swap live. We
is...
have Rade waiting for Tomislav to exit the rig.
This is not something that you get in sim racing very often.
It doesn't look like they are in rush.
Yeah, chill is
yes.
no problem, and Sanel Tadic is fully here exiting the pits.
Oh yes, Tadic is now also in the car.
In the car, he's with Matthias Kuljak. Let's just remember, let's just hope that he remember how to brake, because we do have
yeah, it's an inside joke from SIMmark, in fact.
Yeah.
What also I forgot to mention, Renato Simic, who took over the car 41. It's also a well-known SIMmark driver. He is involved in a lot of championships and usually one of the top drivers, but
yeah.
Not very. Ooh, it go. This is with the 720 of Buzov, I believe. Not sure if this is Buzov. I don't see the number quite good. Yeah, it's Buzov.
Like 6,
yeah, it looks like 69 blocked them from overtaking. Not overtaking, but lapping. And now Rade is having blue flags. But does he let go maybe into this corner? Or not? Will there be a dive bomb from the McLaren? Ooh, it's very
he's
feisty.
Not letting go.
Yeah.
It's very feisty for him. Oh, no,
there's a contact between Buzov and Živković, but finally they no big issues. Gabor Saroshi took car number 52 and just came near Nikola Buzov to take P10, but this mishap with the blue flags, with the contact, nearly cost Buzov a place. However, they managed to stay on track. Shamanidi of 717 is in the pits. I don't know if they had a penalty. No, they didn't.
No, 717 has had several penalties over the course of the race. However, this is not one of them. This may well be a scheduled stop, which one of those things that having a penalty does actually allow you to do is actually run a much longer time, because all that time you're taking drive-throughs and things like that. You're not burning fuel. You're not burning as much fuel.
Yeah. Also, driver change in car number 14, who is fighting against the 28 of IGN Racing. Aaron Haliti is taking over number 14. This is a 3-driver entry, although most of the teams are actually with 2 drivers. And we are still waiting for some. There was a contact. There was a contact.
Rejoining.
Yeah, Haliti trying desperately to make his mark on this race already has.
And look at where it happened. Oh, sorry. I thought it was the 23 next to them, but it was not. It was maybe the 73. No. Sorry,
it's another big contact. It's another massive contact for Haliti. Pushes the Ferrari, the number 28 Ferrari, out in the second to last corner. The 7th placed number 55 car is ahead now, and the 89 Lamborghini is behind.
It was the 55 of Radivojevic.
Yeah.
It's it's like they decide to fight when there are blue flags, and I mean it's let's say easy win. It's very easy to pass someone when someone is having blue flags. Let's see with Sharoshi, does he go for the dive? No, he doesn't. Maybe he does, but he was fended off by Nikola Buzov. Kristinani finally in the pits, the Albanian entry number 23. He's just entered the pit lane. To remind you, still Stovko and Gigic are still on track. Maybe they are trying to reduce the amount of pit stops they will have. They are clearly getting into the 4 pit stop area right now. Maybe even 3 pit stops if they can save enough fuel, if they can save enough tires. Maybe it will be. Maybe this is a way for them to win.
And that was the strategic advantage that we were talking about earlier. Is these cars can be extremely fuel efficient. And if you keep the tires in the window, you can save yourself a whole. Well, you can see how far down the leader dropped when they initially pitted, and that has. If you can avoid all of that, then you save yourself well over 30 seconds, as far as track time is concerned.
Yeah, it's a very good tactic. But, of course, it means that you need to stay out of trouble. Drive very gently with your tires, save fuel, be slow because of it.
Yeah,
and it's a trade-off, of course.
Absolutely, but as we've discussed already, track position is king in this race. If you can find a way, if you can get ahead, because that's when we'll find the stagger start to unwind. Is when the cars who are running extended stints and using those lower fuel maps and taking the tires as long as they dare. Will start to hold up those who are on a 60-minute cycle. And that's going to, again, add another layer of complexity to this race that we haven't even begun to take account of yet.
Yeah. Driver change also in car number 23, Ricard Rajmatai taking over the Ferrari of the Eagles Academy, the Albanian national entry to this race. And goes behind Hudjek, I think. Was there a swap in this position? Oh yes, there was, because they had a penalty. These guys had a 15-second time penalty, and it cost them quite some time and quite some position. Hudjek is behind Radivojevic behind Nika Kobosnidze in car number 1. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think the number 1 was the first to pit.
That's correct,
yeah.
Yeah, number 1 was the first of the leaders, for sure, to pit. Number 1 was stationary for a whole minute. Oh, no, 33 seconds. Ignore me. That is, the time in pit was 1 minute and 5. But the one that's most interesting to me is the longest time that we saw is the 888 car. Now, the 888 was involved in a few of the earlier incidents. I wonder how much damage that the 888 took. For them to be in the pits for that long, because they've only been in the pit lane once. Also notably, Burek has been in the pits 3 times, has not stopped at all yet, unless that was a drive-through. I don't think the 300 has pitted for their stop yet.
The 300, they did. They swapped drivers.
They have swapped drivers, okay.
Yeah, maybe it's confusing because it's the same surname, but it's...
That's fine. That makes a lot of sense.
The name is different, and we have, with car number 73 of Gigic, actually taken over by Vukašin Pekovic, they got a stop-and-go 30-second penalty, perhaps due to... pit error, pit lane mishap, maybe too quick on the M3 or...
Probably,
Honestly, normally that's speeding on pit exit as opposed to pit entry, just being a little bit too eager getting off the limiter, or it'll be, I think it's above 60 kilometers per hour, I think, coming into the pits.
Yeah, and this is the strategy now going into the trash can, perhaps. Yep. Exactly what we've spoken about. You have to be extremely careful, you know, cross all the T's, dot all the I's, and then just hope for the best. And it appears that for the Evolution Racing, the Serbian team, the Serbian national entry, in fact, to this competition, it appears that it has all gone south right now. Number 70 finally decided to do a pit stop. Michal Dekanek is the driver to continue racing for the Slovakian national entry. And yeah, nearly 1 hour and a half without a pit stop, with some extreme fuel saving. They could be the ones to take the lead of this race come the end of it. But what's interesting is that they are now behind Sano Tadic. I think they used to occupy position number 2 prior to pit stops, and it looks like the number 12 car of Škuljak and Tadic managed to get some time in the pits.
So the 23 car had a 15-second penalty. That's dropped them down to 7th. So at the end of the day, wasn't anywhere near as bad as what we're expecting. The pack stretching out meant that the 23 will remain in the fight for the top 10, but is under pressure at the moment from the 52 behind. Other penalties that would have had to have been served, the 491, now in the hands of Dizderovic, had to serve 20 seconds, which has dropped him back from some of the other drivers that they would have been fighting with. However, driver in the pits in the Formula 73 car looks as though that might be an opportunity for another pass if, give me a second, they are rolling, but this could be a very close fight on pit exit for the 73 car. As he gets out of the way.
But they're trying to lap them.
That was not a lap, that was a pass for position. Number 14 McLaren has passed the 73 car.
Oh, sorry.
491.
Oh, there was a mishap here with, is it Radivojevic? It looks like Radivojevic was in the wall.
It's a 55 car, yes. That's the 55 car that's gone around, yeah.
Yeah, car number 55 of Radivojevic just went into the wall. They are into P6 now. They were trying to fight, I think, for position number 4.
Yes, they were very close to it. Give me just a second. Let me see what's happened here. Oh, it was a big dive by the McLaren, but he got up on the curb. It was all self-inflicted.
Probably squeezed off, maybe. And here we have a fight for P9. The Brabham racing team of car number 52, Sharoshi, is behind the wheel, trying to get ahead of the McLaren in front of him. Oh. What an aggressive move on the curbs. This was amazing. Down the inside into the S's. Very, very, very determined.
That was beautiful. That was absolutely wonderfully executed, and shows how committed you need to be both to a pass and to defending.
Absolutely.
If you're going to make a pass, especially around Sector 2 here at Hungaroring. I nearly said Nürburgring for some reason. Yeah, got the exit speed off of the chicane, got the nose to the inside, got the overlap, which is critically important to be allowed space here, and then just kept the car on the straight and narrow, gave space to the outside, and completed the pass in what was, I was about to say, possibly difficult conditions. Bearing in mind, it looks as though they didn't actually repair the aerodynamic damage on that 52 car.
Yeah, in the meantime, 69 got a drive-through, and also 717 just got a drive-through as well.
Yep.
Quite a workload for the stewarding team, as Renato Simic just overtook the 666 to go into P11. I think it was a walk in the park for the Mustang.
So that is drive-through for ignoring blue flags for the 69 car, which I think we actually witnessed, and a 10-second penalty, for the 720 car for causing a collision. They've just been handed down.
Also number 14 with the drive-through.
Drive-through for the number 14 car has not been spoken about as yet. It could have been assigned by the game.
Yeah, maybe this is about track limits, and they are actually quite easy to
Yes, they're extremely easy to get, especially where we are on track at the moment. The exit of Sector 2, you run the slightest bit too wide. Even in wet conditions, I've had it where yeah, you get track cut penalties even after you've lost time. So very, very difficult. Again, another one of those things where it's appropriate that we're having this race here on such a technical and demanding track. We want to see the absolute best of all of these drivers, and yes, we've had incidents, but at the same time, we're seeing the absolute pinnacle of what Southeast Europe racing can give, and I think it's very much lived up to the expectation so far.
Yeah. I would definitely agree. Klepec is in the pits. Not really sure why. Maybe, but they were the first to change the drivers. Maybe.
I was going to say. He's only at 35 seconds at the moment. So.
Yeah, but okay. Dino Tušek. Yeah, it's a driver swap.
Oh, wrong gear. Whoever the previous driver was, missed the pit box. That's why the car was in reverse.
Oh, so, it was Luka Klepec.
Yeah, so Tušek would have been all ready to go, thought the car was in first gear, got all of the UI up, dumped the clutch and gone backwards. Again, yeah. It's all about, as Alma said, it's all about executing the plan that you've made. And they have a drive-through. That'll be. I was gonna say that will probably be very much on the on coming in by the looks of it.
There was a moment. Sorry, Alma, you wanted to say about the 888?
Yeah, I'm very, very surprised that Luka Klepec drove this short. I don't know if he doesn't feel the car or something. Maybe drive-through is because cutting the track and all that. We will see. I believe the Eike will have information from stewards if that was steward issues. But we will see. I just hoped for Dino and SIMmark junior team to regain their strength and be better in this stint. Let's see, car number 555 has Renato Simic on his back.
Yeah.
Again, this is going to be a very interesting fight. Two entirely different cars. You can see as the McLaren drives across this, one of the best things about GT3 racing, you can look at the front of the McLaren and you can see the outline of the Mustang around the McLaren as it
yes.
as it drives around. The sheer scale of these cars beggars belief.
Yeah, I think I just saw the left blinker on the 555 McLaren. Maybe they're trying to let go the 41. But yeah, what you are just talking about, the size of Mustang compared to the size of McLaren, it reminds me of the good old meme about the BMW M8 in Le Mans.
Yes. Yes. Well, the other thing as well is I'm really unfortunate that we've not got any of them on the grid today. But the Bentley and the Nissan are two other cars that absolutely fall right into that box with the Mustang, with just being enormous cars, have massive presence on the track. And I'm biased in driving a Bentley at the moment, so I'm very biased.
I think we had one Nissan entry, but they decided they couldn't come. Not sure who it was, maybe Borovec and Kon.
Here we go.
I know that for a fact that Sanjin Blečić and Igor Krstinić from Dildo Racing.
Oh, it's moved down the inside. Sorry, from Renato Simic. He's trying to overtake, to use the power advantage of the Mustang against the McLaren, but Suhodoli is not having any of it.
No, he will most definitely try to overtake. But we're gonna see. We know Simic is a really, really tough driver to just pass on. So it's gonna be full of job work, but also car number 555 has drive-through.
Yeah, just got it. We saw the extension at turn 4, I believe that is.
That's it. Yeah.
What is also interesting to point out here is that the 666 has caught up with them, and so this is a three-way fight now for P10. Well, effectively it will be a two-way fight because Suhodoli has to dive into the pits to serve the penalty.
Yeah.
And
Again,
speaking of McLarens, the number 14 car of Haliti has got a stop and go 30. But I think they previously had a drive-through. Maybe it's an incorrect execution of the pit lane.
Probably.
Yeah. Again, you have to be so careful. You have to be so very careful. McLaren to the pits for that drive-through. Now, that makes the defending of the position all the more important. Was the 555 trying to back the Ford up into the 666 car to try and give the 666 an opportunity to attack or otherwise slow the Mustang down?
But I think that they will keep the position because the number 13, the position 13, the 491 car of Amar Dizdarevic is really far behind. Some 30 plus seconds is the gap between them. And so effectively it's only just 2 positions lost for them. It looks like Renato is managing to pull the gap on Hrvoje.
Using the wrong button. There we go. Yes, so there's plenty of space there. My question that I was trying to answer is where are the
555 just got a stop and go 30. Probably another incorrect execution of the drive-through.
I wonder if
drive-through Renato Šimić.
Ooh. Now this changes everything.
1 second.
I think it might be track limits,
Probably,
given the track position. I guess I will be checking it for now, for us.
Yeah, of course. And we have Kamikaze here. He says Blackie had his standard race. He killed me, got 2 drive-through and gave up. Yeah, unfortunately for Sanjin Blečić and Igor Krstinić to give up on the start. It's a 6 hours race. Everything could be changed in the manner of a second. So like we can see here, lots of drive-throughs, lots of penalties, and unfortunately I know it's very hard for the drivers to stay with cool head after drive-through, and sometimes they push that throttle pedal too soon, so they get stop and go 30 seconds. And this is my cue to take a break. Boys, enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you, Alma. Yeah, in the meantime, there was a position swap between the car number 23 and 89, sorry. Rajamatai taking over P5 from Hudjek. They're actually also close to Nika Kobosnidze as well, so it's great to see a fight this large on a position this high.
Yes, and again the Ferraris make their way to the top over the course of the stint, treating their tyres and their fuel loads very, very nicely. But also plenty of fighting yet to come as the strategies unwind. We saw a lot of drivers go very long in that initial stint. We also saw a lot of drivers go quite short, maybe in response to damage, maybe just part of the strategy. Where is our stint times gone?
Yeah, in fact we're also reaching the hour mark, and so those who have started pitting early will show up in pits quite soon. And let's not forget that guys like Dekanek have just started their stints. And it's interesting that the pace is similar for them. So Dekanek just pulled a 44.3 and Safarovsky in P1 pulled a 44.2. So they are very equal to each other, and it looks like the Slovakian team is not losing a lot of time despite their strategy, as the 23 just went wide a bit onto the grass, but no other damage than that.
Yeah, it's. We were expecting. Well, we were speculating about what the pace of that number 5 car would be once another driver had taken over. It looks as though the 296, the number 5 team, have absolutely nailed their setup across all of their drivers, which is one, great to see, but also absolutely damning for the rest of the grid. A 23-second gap. It's not increasing, but it's not decreasing either. Sanel Tadic is, again, one of those extremely quick drivers who can extract pace from any condition.
Let's see how focused he is. This is Sanel, the first guy that you can see. No blinking, none at all.
Very relaxed as well. Again, it's one of the things with the 296 that it has its limits, but as long as you don't push those limits too hard, it doesn't bite you, which makes life significantly easier for a driver who's trying to manage a 6-hour strategy.
But he blinked only once in Sector 1. There is the second blink of the lap, and he's already midway through the lap. He appears to be really focused at this moment. And just let's take a look at the team. Here we have Nikola Mochibov, the lead steward, who is also having his hands full. And right now I'm the only one in the commentary box. Maybe sometime later during the race I will be joined by some other person to be interviewed. We will have some interesting guests, I promise to you all. Rajmataj of car number 23 has really caught up with Kobosnidze in car number 1. The Albanian team had a pretty good qualifying, had a pretty good race start, but the penalty inflicted was it slowed them down. And honestly, the car number 12 of Tadic is really pulling quite a good gap to Dekanek. 44.2, while Safarovsky had a 44.5. It's really equal. Actually, it's tough to call. Oh, Kobosnidze is going aggressively to the inside. Let's say very determined to keep the inside on the braking. Around the outside tries Rajmataj, but he's too far off. This will also help Hudjek to catch up a bit to them.
I was going to say, yeah, if these two start fighting too hard, it is going to bring the 89 Lamborghini into play, because again, these two, the 296s, have the same performance characteristics, theoretically, of course. The Lamborghini, totally different, and so can very much exploit the pace difference between the Lamborghini and the 296 across different areas of the lap, and could have both of these cars and fourth position overall if they fight too hard with each other.
And honestly, may I just take a moment to say that these two teams have lovely liveries. I like that both of them have their flags on the roof, both the Georgian and Albanian national team, as they're fighting the two Ferraris between... Actually, Hudjek is in the fight. He's in the mix. Oh, it was just the smallest of lunges for the Albanian team, for Rajmataj. But now let's see if they can set up for the start-finish straight.
Yep, this is the best opportunity the 23 car is going to have, but I wonder what it looks like from the Lamborghini's perspective. It's going to be a very tight fight as they come down in towards turn 1, and Hudjek has the best view in the house of the two Ferraris going right to the inside, back to the outside for the attacking car. It's a big outbraking maneuver to the outside, but can't make it happen as yet. He's forced.
Or does he? Or does he? This looks like a good exit.
It's a good exit. It's a good exit, but he's been forced off the track, lost the traction off of the AstroTurf. Not going to be able to do anything more, and now the Lambo is absolutely in this fight over fourth position, and the 89 car can probably smell blood in the water, either from the 23 or from the number 1 car. Both of them not racing to their peak pace at the moment.
Yeah.
Dragging the 89 into this fight.
They're changing lines. They try to go differently. They try to let's say open some doors that are closed. But this is Hungaroring, and it's really forcing you to, one, be creative, and two, be aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you have to be aggressive, but you also have to be respectful. We've seen some fantastic passes through Sector 2. We've seen some brilliant multi-corner maneuvers that have really shone a beautiful light on sim racing already today. And I have a feeling that we're going to see that once again from these 3 absolutely top of their class drivers.
Yeah, it looks like Rajmata had a very, very slight moment on the exit, that tires are not at their best, and maybe this would be good for Hudjek, but it seems that he is too far off. They just keep racing in line. And you know what else is happening? The 55 and 720 are starting to catch up, yeah.
Yeah, 720 with a 10-second penalty, so wanting to make as much progress as they possibly can through the field to soak up that 10-second penalty. How are our stint times? So the fight over fourth, the number 1 car has got a good 20 minutes on the 2 cars behind, 10 minutes on the Lamborghini and another 10 on the 23 car. So a very good strategic call for track position in the number 1 car, but now he's starting to pay for it. Is Kobozinski. No?
Kobosnidze, I think, yeah.
It's Nidze, thank you.
Yeah, from Georgia.
Yes. Paying the price now for that early stop and that track advantage. But it's a long race. We're almost a third of the way through it. Shockingly, it feels like it's been 5 minutes.
This was very wide for Kobosnidze. Might be a track warning, yeah.
I wonder, it's a shame we don't have access to see who has how many track warnings, because that would be an interesting graphic to have as a broadcaster.
Absolutely. The only thing I can see from here is the number of track warnings for car number 12 of Sanal Tadic, but for strategy purpose I will not say anything.
Yeah, that's not really fair, is it?
I don't want to relay info to other teams, but we don't have this in ACC. We can only ask people, or we can just...
We can rely on them to be nice and tell us. Interesting point of strategy. The 300 car is currently has just crossed over 57 minutes on their stint, in a little bit of no man's land at the back of the field, but they are we'll have to see if they have changed their strategy up, given the change in their affairs. How long until we see that number 300 car drop into pit lane for the second time, for a strategy call.
In the meantime, a view to not admire, the one of the rear wing of Nika Kobosnidze.
Oh yes, here we go.
Everyone that you can see behind is fighting for position here. In fact,
I was gonna say, I thought those deltas were looking a little bit close.
Yeah, they're getting really, really packed. So 510s, 410s, 710s, and so on.
Beautiful. And that means as well that, yes, while the 720 does have that 10-second penalty, that's going to drop him behind the 52 car at the next round of pit stops. But this is still a 4-car battle for position, and there's a possibility that it could end up being over a podium position. That 4th place is next in line should any of the 3 top cars take any further penalties during the course of the remaining 4 hours and 9 minutes.
You know what is also interesting? I'm now checking. It's that Kobosnidze has a really slow, fastest, like personal best time. He just did a 45.7. He lost 1 second to Buzov, although he's battling here with Regmataj again, covering off the inside. Ooh, is that a dive from Radivojević for P6? It appears that Milan Radivojević is using the chance to attack on the Slovenian Lamborghini. Around the outside, he's trying to cover off, and it's also good position for Buzov, but let's see how this ends. Ooh, side by side into turn 3. There is no place for two cars here. It looks like Radivojević just has the edge to go into P5, and maybe also an attack for Nikola Buzov. Is there a chance here for him? No, no, there is not. But very wide from Buzov. Very wide from Hudjek, and Buzov uses this to go down the inside of the Lamborghini into the chicane, goes ahead, and Hudjek just lost 2 positions in 3 corners.
And that's the problem with having the Packers tightly packed as they are. Trying to use a different adjective there. The problem with having the cars as tight as they are at the moment is it only takes one mistake and the rest of the queue comes through, and there's nothing you can do about it because you're offline. There's a big look up the inside for the 55 car. If there was contact, it was the slightest of contacts, but Mr.
Radivojević, yes, he's the one to watch, as Regmataj now has to focus on him and not on Kobosnidze. Around the outside, he tries to plant his McLaren onto the pit straight, and let's see with him how it looks when you're riding in McLaren in the slipstream of a Ferrari. He's trying to fight the Albanian team, and down the inside, does he try to go late on the brakes? He's covered by Regmataj quite sufficiently. Buzov might use this to attack.
I don't think that was an attack.
He goes down the inside.
I think that was a defensive move against the 720, the number 720.
Yeah.
It was as you say, Mali, it was a good look to the inside from Buzov there. Again, wanting to capitalize on as much ground as he possibly can. If he can get past the three cars ahead, then he has quite a bit of space, 20 seconds, in fact, to be able to open up the gap to try and soak up some of that 10-second penalty. The mistake has been made, but what can he do to minimize the impact on the rest of the team?
Absolutely. Ooh, that was a big slide from the 23 Ferrari. Is this a chance for the 55 McLaren down the inside?
A big look.
He's trying to show off here, for sure. And
it
opens the door for 720. It seems 720 will try around the outside, but it looks like he just got onto the dirtiest part of the track. I don't know which car is this, the gray Ferrari behind them. It looks like it's the 73 of Pekovic. Buzov goes down the inside. Who put this advertisement here? He goes down the inside. It looks like there was a contact with Radivojević on P6.
And all of a sudden, the fight that was between a Ferrari and McLaren is now McLaren on McLaren action. And that's how quickly you have to be able to switch from attacking to defending. Radivojević, number 55 car. Very much caught, it's the J that's throwing me off, that's the problem. Very much caught napping on the entrance to Sector 3, and all of a sudden that is freed up the 23 car to be able to start looking to make up that gap. The number 1 car's out on its own, relatively speaking, in this fight. If the 23 can close that gap up, leave the McLarens for dead a little bit, this could be the only opportunity that he gets to be able to get past that number 1 car before it goes for its pits, and then he is left without the aerodynamic effect of the car at the start. Finish straight, but has the clear air to be able to...
Oh, is this an attack from Buzov again? The 2 McLarens are coming together. The 720 down the inside, just forcing the car's width from the 55, but into the chicane. 55 goes in front, and you know what else is happening? Number 52 is catching up quite dramatically. He's catching up around 1 second, 1.5 seconds per lap. And if this doesn't end soon, and it doesn't look like it, the 52 will become a part of this fight.
Yes, absolutely. 23 car has got the best opportunity it's going to have. The number 1 goes defensive. A big look to the outside. This is entirely doable around the outsides. They come in towards Sector 3. One car goes to the outside, 23 car.
Look at the 55. Look at the 55 down the inside into the penultimate corner.
And just like that, that's the position gone. There's no grip on the outside in these dry conditions. That's one position gone. McLaren of the 720 now looking to the outside, back to the inside, trying to get the throttle down really early. This is where the 720S is going to be as good as it's going to get. The Ferrari doesn't even try to defend. He's got the aerodynamic effect of the car ahead. But what can the 55 car do about that number one car? Can he be the wedge in the pack that allows everyone else through? And now the 720 goes through on the 23 Ferrari.
That was a very wide run through the last corner, but no, the 89 cannot catch up with them. It's still Kobosnidze, car number one, leading this pack. It's amazing. This guy is effectively, I think, maybe the slowest of this group, but somehow the guys behind are attacking, they're fighting, and he's just staying as calm as one can be in this position. And look at Sharoshi of 52.
Yes, absolutely. Right in the background, coming up in the background now. 4.3 seconds. It was 5.2, I believe, last time round. That 720, that number 720 is also desperate to get ahead of the cars around. That's so unfortunate for that they've got that 10-second penalty that kind of removes them from this fight at the moment. But getting down towards the 4-hour mark now, and the 55 car just a little switch to the inside very quickly, gets in the mirrors of the number one car, but also dissing tells the 720 car, look, just give me a bit of time here. I don't try and go for a pass because you'll mess both of us up in this race if you do.
Yeah.
Final corner.
And nobody's backing out.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so back onto the straight again. Line of 6 cars, 5 of them fighting for position. Here's the 55. Does he have the aerodynamics to get the job done?
Oh, the 23 goes for the late dive bomb onto 720. That was an unexpected move. Yeah, he caught him. I think Buzov did not expect it as he goes down the inside, but just backs off from this fight.
Good grief.
It's
and now
wild. It's crazy.
The 720S, the number 55 car, is on the bumper of the number one car once again, finding himself in the position that the 23 car has been dealing with for the past goodness knows how many laps. Another enormous wiggle off of turn 4, but keeps the position for the time being. We told you that there was the strategy was going to play an enormous role. We weren't expecting it this early in the race, but good grief, the number one car has created a show for us. Yeah, indeed, and look at the gap to P9. It's vanishing. There he is. Yeah, you can see him in the background. Yes, there's another second gone, as you rightly said. Who is it that's... so it's the number 73 Ferrari that's at the back of this train, just spectating the hardest fighting that we have on track at the moment. Yeah, the 73 of the Evolution Racing, they have a good pace. They were, I think, in top 5 previously, but due to an error, I think they got a stop and go during their driver swap, and look at where it got them. Okay, the 55 car never looked closer, I think. Yes, this is about as close as it's going to get. The Ferrari not going defensive. I'm very surprised by it. I wonder if the wait for it. And there goes the 720 as well. The 720 is going to do exactly the same as the 23 as the 23 did last time round. Forces his way through. It's a big oversteer, but we'll keep it in check. Good grief, that was very close. Yeah, absolutely. But again, all of these position changes don't really mean all that much. The main thing is just where you are in the queue. McLaren, ooh, that was a very big bobble of the curb for the 23 car. But really, it's at the moment not the biggest thing, these individual position changes. What is important is how they are going to find a way past that number one car. That's one thing that I was looking at, is what's the... So they've now been going for 57 minutes, has Kobosnidze in the number one car. So starting to run light on fuel, but also starting to run low on tires as well.
Yeah, just on the hour mark, they stopped previously. I don't know if... Oh, was this a contact between number 1 and 55?
I need to have a quick look.
Oh my goodness, that just ended up in tears. The 55, Milano Divojevic,
yes,
maybe lost it. Maybe he got too bored behind it. No.
The number 1 car had a bit of oversteer that slowed him down. And the number 55 car couldn't react to the slowing car because it was wiggling basically, and that's what caused the incident.
Oh, okay. My apologies to Radivojevic, but
well, there could still be a penalty coming the way of the 55 car.
Yeah, and they go down into the pits. Number 1, fair bit of damage. Let's hope the car is drivable at least, so that they could have got to the pits without losing too much time. But anyway, it's not how they wanted to end, for sure.
No, absolutely. And again, it shouldn't be the end of the world as far as their race is concerned. There's plenty of other cars and drivers who have had much worse times than the number 1 car. Let's just very quickly, so see how much damage the car has. They will probably put either a new driver or just a new set of tires and a full tank of fuel on. But now the 720 has got the opportunity up the inside of the 55. It's an enormous dive. That was a very well-timed dive by the 720. Now, what can they do to get away from this train of 4 or 5 cars? If they can get that 10 seconds over what's left of their stint, give me a second, which
it's a late dive from the 23 again against the 55. There was a contact behind, I think, between the 89 and 73. Yeah. And guess who won? It's the 52 car.
It's the 52 car that won, absolutely.
But the 52 car also has a fair bit of damage, as the number 1 just went out of the pits and got a stop and go 30. Oh my goodness.
Oh, so that
goodness.
That'll be a lot of front-end damage that meant that the car couldn't slow down into the pits, I would suggest. Either that or just ultimate frustration showing its face in the behavior of the driver. Let's have a quick look. Yes,
and it's a driver swap as well.
Yeah, that makes... Yeah. So new driver into the car. That makes sense.
Again, Saba Javakishvili is going back in the number 1 car. He drove the start of the race, the first stint.
Yeah.
And now he is back in the car.
So last time around, the 720 car was 45.46 on their fastest lap. They're a 43.81. So lots and lots of pace in that 720 McLaren. They could well negate with the rapidly decreasing train of cars that we've got fighting over the bottom half of the top 10. There's a distinct risk that the 720 could well negate their 10-second penalty entirely.
Yeah. But what's really interesting is that car number 52 is now not gaining anymore on this group. Yeah, it's evident how number 1 used to slow them down, and I'm just waiting for them to cross the line to see what the lap times are as number 1 goes for the stop and go.
Yeah.
And effectively gets lapped by the guys they used to fight just 2 laps ago.
Yeah, it's really difficult when you get to this point in the race. Thankfully, one of the advantages with it being a team race is that you can bounce off your teammates, you can get encouragement from them, you can keep going and hope that other drivers have similar issues. We've seen so many speeding penalties during the course of this race that it would be silly to give up now after there's so many drivers that are so far back because of speeding in the pit lane and other penalties they've been given.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can also blame it on your teammates always.
Oh, absolutely. Clearly, yeah.
It's the real sportsmanship. I'm just checking the lap times, and Nikola Buzov in car number 720 is pulling quite a gap to Radivojevic behind him. Last lap 7/10, he was quicker, but maybe that was due to fighting between Radivojevic and Radža. But at this pace, he can even keep the position with a 10-second penalty. He just needs a few more laps to clear the 55 car, the 23 car, the 52 car, and then he can just enjoy driving all alone.
Yes, and again, he's got the time to do that. He's only at he's just about 50 minutes on the stint, so there's about 15-20 minutes perhaps left on this stint for the 720 car. That could well be 4th position overall for the 720 car if he can get the space, the gap to the cars behind. And even then, looking at the amount of pace that the 720 car has had even in traffic, you'd be silly to suggest that they couldn't make the positions again.
Yeah, definitely. But the 52 is having some damage. This is a shame for them. They used to be much quicker, and well, we don't know how to say.
Yeah,
who is quicker, who is slower in this team, and we don't know the ratio, let's say, between their speed. He's just behind the 69 Mustang, as he has to down inside. Oof,
yeah, that's a blue flag. That's a blue flag, so expected to get out of the way. And the car that's behind the 52 is nowhere near at the moment. That's the 89 car, who was turned around in the altercation, shall we say, at the entrance to the third sector, whose corner name is turn 14, but I can't remember if it has a corner name or not.
Honestly, I'm not sure if any Hungaroring corner has a name.
No, it doesn't. They're all corner numbers. That's a shame. Yeah. That's a missed opportunity.
Oh well, with how the Hungarian language is, either they would have to have international names for the corners, or just or let's say have everyone butcher the names.
Well,
just
that's
kidding. Big love to the Hungarian people and to Hungaroring. I went once actually for the Formula 1 race here.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's not too far from Serbia. It's just outside of Budapest.
Yeah, of course.
So it's like a few hours of driving across the border, and we are here in Croatia, so not too far. And it's good that we have something like this in this part of Europe for good racing. And it's, I think, quite an interesting track to go by yourself to drive as well, because it has a lot of elevation change, a lot of corners, and so on.
Yeah, it's very, very similar to Donington Park in the UK, where a lot of the character is made up from just how much undulation the track has and how you're going through valleys and up hills. And, well, you can see that's the one thing that ACC does extremely well, as far as I'm concerned, is shows the elevation change and lets you feel the valleys and the crests of the racetracks. I'm in a fortunate position to have been able to go on a couple of tracks around the UK that are that's a number 1 car having served its penalty, just getting past the lapped car, I believe. Yeah.
That's the number 5 behind them, or no?
Number 5.
No, it's not. I'm not sure which car is this.
Oh no, it is. That is the number 5 car. So number one car has just unlapped itself from the leader. What's going on with? So the last lap was 1:44.3, which is fast enough to keep it ahead of the rest of the field.
But number 1 did a 1:44.1. Maybe there was a mistake from the number 5 car.
Maybe we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens at the end of the lap. We'll get that delta once we
But let's not forget that number 1 just recently pitted, so they are on the fresh rubber as well.
Of course, and running heavy, so there's a possibility that they may well be quite a bit slower for a while.
Yeah, 44.1 and number 5 did a 45.4.
Wow.
But maybe they just gave up on the position and it cost them some time. Maybe it's this.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not necessarily a mistake.
No. And again, they could well have turned. Like they have a delta of 20-something seconds to the car, but well, almost 30 seconds to the car behind. Now's the time to start saving fuel, save the tires. That might be why they let the number 1 car past, is to siphon some free fuel by running in their draft.
2 hours into the race. Maybe it's time to do a short recap before we start getting into the pit lane. So I will do it in our language and then I let you do it in English. How does it sound?
That's perfect.
Yeah. Ok, dragi ljudi, eto, prošlo je nešto više od 2 sata od početka trke. Donosimo vam još jedan update nakon drugog sata. Na prvoj poziciji automobil sa brojem 5, zvanična reprezentacija Crne Gore. Florian Safarovski predvodi ovu grupu. Na drugom mestu je Sanel Tadić koji je preuzeo za ovaj stint svoj automobil. Na trećoj poziciji trenutno Michal Dekanek, Ferrari broj 70, slovački zvanični tim. Inače, ekipa koja očigledno ima dosta drugačiju strategiju, kao da pokušavaju da smanje broj pit stopova i za očekivati je da će u nekim završnim stadijumima trke postati možda i bitni. Ono što je obeležilo prethodnih sat vremena jeste velika borba za 4. poziciju između timova iz Albanije, Gruzije, Srbije i Hrvatske. Trenutno je Nikola Buzov taj koji je završio na vrhu ove ekipe. Milan Radivojević je na 5. mestu, Radžmata je na 6. A isto tako ne treba zaboraviti da je Šaroši iz Brabham motorsporta dosta nadoknadili u odnosu na ekipu ispred sebe i vidjet ćemo šta će se tu dešavati. Ono što isto obeležilo ovaj stint je incident koji je imala ekipa sa brojem 1, oni su predvodili tu borbu za 4. mesto, imali su neki incident pred kraj svog stinta, potom su stali da zamene vozače i dobili su još jednu kaznu, tako da u samo 2 kruga im je potpuno ugrožena strategija. Vidjet ćemo šta će se dešavati do kraja. Isto tako, ekipa sa brojem 13 zamenila vozače, potom je imala drive-thru i sada se nalaze na 13. mestu. Dosta su bili zaglavljeni iza ekipe koja se borila za pozicije, sada imaju jako dobar tempo. To je to što bih izdvojio za sada. Takođe i imali smo dosta drive-thru kazni, dosta stop and go kazni na konto grešaka prilikom ulaska u boks. Ostanite sa nama, uskoro će početi zamene guma, a naravno pišite nam u komentare vaše zapažanje, vaše utiske i nastavite da navijate za svoje vozače. Ike, on to you now.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mali. And with 3 hours and 45 minutes to go, almost to the second, this is your hour to review of the FIA Southeast Europe SIMmark 6 hours finale of finals championship. In the lead at the moment is the number 5 Ferrari for the SESCG team, with Safarovski at the wheel once again, with a 28-second lead over the second place AF Corsa team with Sanel Tadić at the wheel. Third place is the number 70 Ferrari for MA70 Esports, as they've entered in the game, with the 720 McLaren up behind them and quite a way back at this point, with that 10-second penalty hanging over their head. The 55 McLaren will possibly, maybe, depending on how fast they can or how much they can keep that position, take that 4th position in the end when they get to the pit cycle. But behind them and breathing down the neck is the 23 car of Eagles Academy. 7th place is the 52 Ferrari of Brabham Motorsport, who have had some very mixed fortunes during the course of this race, as well as the 89 Lamborghini, the sole Lamborghini in the field today for the AGHER team. Hujek at the wheel of that Lambo for the time being. The 666 McLaren of Slow Motion Avengers is running in 9th position, with Renato Simic for the ART team running in the Ford in 10th position. That rounds out your top 10. The 491 of Dizderovic is running in 11th, just outside that top 10 for SIMmark, with Suhodoli. I'm mispronouncing all these names, I'm very sorry. For the Kosovo Racing team in 12th position. 13th for Pekovic in the 73 Ferrari of Evolution Racing, with 14th being the number 1 car, who is the only car to have made a pit stop recently after that tragic incident with the 55 car. But that is the number 1 car of AOR. Plenty of pace left in that car over the remaining time left in the race. Diazamidze for in the 717 for the Sky Tempesta Racing liveried car. Need to get the team name on that in just a second once I've got the...
It's Simulex Georgia.
Thank you very much. That's the Simulex Georgia team. Perfect. Create your own liveries. With the Novska team in the 69 Ford Performance liveried car, beautifully turned out, running on track actually with the sister Mustang as well, just letting them go past. The 28 car is in 17th position for IGN Racing, with the 300 McLaren having a nightmare of a race so far for the DSRT RJB Solutions car. Currently Nino Burek back at the wheel of that car. Aaron Haliti is in the Team Thunderbolt McLaren, running around in 19th and 20th. And last of all, at the moment, is the 888 Ferrari for the SIMmark Junior team. Dino Tuchek at the wheel at the moment, and we are down 1 car at the moment. Really unfortunate to be missing one of the competitors so early on into an endurance race, but that's how the chips have fallen. I don't actually know who is it that we've lost.
I think it's the number 8 car of Sanjin Blečić, the Dow Racing.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Number 8 if I'm car. Allowed to pronounce the full name on the stream, better not to risk it. Yes. Well, also one car that is having a nightmare of the race, I think, is the 14 car. I think they used to be quite further up the midfield, but later they lost it due to several penalties. I think they just changed drive-through after drive-through and so on. Interesting thing to note, number 52 car and 23 swapped places. So the Brabham Motorsport car is now in P6. It's quite a recovery for them. And in the last lap they actually gained nearly a full second to the car number 55.
That's unsurprising. The 52 car was the car that started on the front row of the grid, right next to that number 5 car, which has proven that even though we were speculating early on in the race that Markovic may be the fastest driver, Safarowski, oh no, 491 has received a drive-through for track limits. That is an automated penalty that the stewards have no control over. Yeah. So Safarowski really has been looking after that number 5 car, as well as Matic as well. So
they immediately go to serve it.
Yeah, that makes sense, especially for where they are. They were probably expecting that penalty.
Oh, the 55 gets a drive-through.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so this is going to turn all of this on its head again.
Maybe it is because of the incident with number 1, or was it not? Or this is just track limit?
It's not been adjudicated, but a drive-through for track limits. I'm going to just stick to the pit window so that I get to see those notifications.
Yeah.
Drive-through cleared for 491. and no stop go 30. Shockingly,
that's the first.
You took the words out of my mouth. Yeah, shockingly, the less rare. Yep, drive through by race control. So I believe that will have been an assigned penalty, perhaps for that altercation with the #1 car. It makes a lot of sense given that the amount of damage that was put on the #1 car, but still an unfortunate turn of events for the number 55. That's going to put them well out of that fight for the top 10, I think. But they will also be getting towards the end of their stint as well. Let's have a look. Where is the 55 car? Yeah, so they're well over an hour. So they do have an opportunity to run a couple of laps, pit for their drive-through, come back out, and then give the car over to Berliak in a very good condition.
And I cannot help but notice that the 720 might just get away with their penalty.
I think they might, given the amount of pace that they have. If it wasn't for the drive-through, there would be issues, but I think that they may well have actually gotten away with that 10 seconds. If they execute their pit stop perfectly, it's well within the margin of error. And they're still only at 56 minutes, so there's still more time before that car will need to pit.
Absolutely. But still, he decides to stay on the track. I think they are getting close to someone. It looks like the 555 McLaren right in front of him.
Yeah.
Yes. This might come pretty useful for the 720, honestly. Do you know when they are supposed to pit?
So I don't know what their stint time. I don't know how long they'll be going. Yep, drive through for the 55, manually assigned for attempted murder, basically. So the 70 car, the 720 is at 1 hour and 5 minutes. The 55 is at 1 hour and 3 minutes. So there's a distinct possibility that the 55 will go in this lap, serve their drive-through, and then come in straight away to serve their scheduled stop.
Yeah, that's the race leader in the pits, by the way.
Yeah, that
As
is.
73 gets a drive-through, I think that they caused an incident with 89. Am I?
Yes, that would have been the incident that turned the 89 round.
Yeah.
The other thing that is worthy of note here is the 5 car. Their stint time got to 1 hour and 11 minutes. So that's how far that Ferrari can go. And interestingly, the 12 car, the 52, the 23, and the 717 in 15th position, all over that hour mark. So we may well see an influx of pit stoppers in the next couple of laps, most of them being Ferraris.
Yeah. They are extending with number 5. Florian Safarowski remains in the car.
That makes a lot of sense. He's done some really, really solid work making that car last. The 55 car is into serve its drive-through now, as is the 73. Now, where does that bring the 55 car out? It's going to bring him into a fight. No, it's not. He's
yes. This is the 666 of Utovic and 41 of Simic. It looks like 666 just had a better exit, but 55 might be able just to hold on for it.
Oh,
and is this a chance for 41 to attack onto 666? He goes down the inside with the Mustang. Does he go through around the outside, elbows out fully? Maybe there was a slight touch, but he just uses this chance to grab one position. Well done for Renato. This is such a good maneuver.
That was a beautiful bit of opportunism. The 55 will have ever so slightly cooled off tyres, and it'll take just a couple of corners to get the heat back in them. And so the Mustang spotting the opportunity to make the position up into 9th. Top 10 for a Ford Mustang is not bad going halfway through this race.
Yeah, absolutely. As it's time for the box, and we see that Renato might be the quicker driver of the two. They are both very quick in SIMmark competitions, sorry. But here we are talking about national teams as well, and so it's really hard to cope with them. And Amar Dizdarevic is into the box, so is Nino Burek.
55 car is going around for another lap, as is the Mustang. Mustang is to be expected. They're only 45 minutes into their stint, so there's a lot of fuel on that Mustang of Renato Simic.
But the 666 then dived into the pits, yeah.
Yeah, 666 car is 1 hour and 12 minutes. So that's
it might be a good chance, yeah.
Yeah, so everybody running to around that hour and 12. All 14 car with a drive-through assigned by the game for track limits. That's, again, going to be an awful thing to have to live with, knowing that there's another 3.5 hours left in this race.
Yeah.
No, drive-through 73, that was the last one that we got. Just clear those off.
Just trying to see 491. Mate Mikšić is back in the car.
Yep.
Also, good job by Amar Dizdarevic, I believe.
Yes, it was Dizdarevic. Really, really well done. Again, the sole Porsche on the track, much the same as Hujek, this sole Lamborghini. So no kind of backup, no kind of manufacturer play or anything like that going on. They are doing exceptionally well to keep themselves mostly out of trouble. Couple of incidents with the 491 involved, but obviously nothing too damning. What else do we have?
It's interesting that Simic in his Mustang can cope with Radivojevic in McLaren. Maybe the Mustang is not so bad.
Well, one of the way that it's been described is it's the exact opposite of all of the other aerodynamic cars, where it's very, very good in a straight line and has no apex speed, to the extent where for a while it was catching drivers out how slow the Mustang has to go through the corners. But it also has fantastic brakes, rivaling the 296 and the AMG, and the BMW as well.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, but it's interesting on a track like this, which is effectively, very aero dependent and requires a lot of mechanical grip, and it's generally a slow track, not a lot of straights, that the Ford Mustang can be really, really competitive. And look, Radivojevic is struggling to break away from him.
Yes, and again, that McLaren is as light as it's ever going to get, so seeing the McLaren struggling against a fairly loaded up Mustang still is going to be, well, alarming, I think is the word.
Some lawn mowing by the Mustang.
Yeah, that's to be expected, unfortunately. Thankfully, ACC doesn't simulate the degradation of the dirt outside track limits. Otherwise, all of these drivers would be getting punctures by now.
Yeah. That's something I was not aware of, honestly.
Yeah. It's one of the biggest issues with cars running off track like that is that they tear up the grass and then start to dig a hole in the dirt, which then creates the issue of essentially tearing the inside shoulder off of the tyre and creating penalties. That's why we see so many tarmac extensions to the outside of the track now, is to stop those penalties.
In the meantime, Mamardashvili is back in the 28. It's interesting, even though they have 3 drivers, only 2 of them were driving until this point. Also, Zvonimir Burek has taken over the number 300 from his brother, and actually they are now ahead of the number 14 car.
I've got to say, the front end of that McLaren looks exceptional with the color scheme that they've chosen.
Oh,
I might need to beg, borrow, or steal that for for future cars.
You can get it in the livery pack from the Discord server.
Absolutely. yeah, absolutely. Drive-through for the number 28 car has just come through. It's probably about to be applied for an altercation with the 69 Mustang.
Oof. Was it a long time ago? No?
I was going to say a fairly sizable incident if it was. Give me a second to jump up back to the replay.
Oh, we have something interesting going on.
It was a very sizable touch that spun the Mustang to the inside of the track. It was the Ferrari, again, speaking of the apex speeds, the Mustang just a little bit slower than the Ferrari was expecting and just turned the car lazily around into the pit wall.
Yeah, that's a shame. Anyway. But did you see number 70 car is in the pits? It looks like a change of strategy for them. Let's see who is in the car. Is it Deconnect still, or we have to wait for them to leave the pits to see if they changed? So they were the ones to extend the first stint as much as it was possible.
Yes.
It looks like Deconnect remains in the car. And now they barely drove more than an hour. Am I right?
I don't have access to the previous stint. I just have the current stint, which obviously at 15 seconds. They were 1 minute and 3 seconds in the pits, though, which implies to me that there may be some damage on the car that was being repaired. Race control doesn't show anything for the number 70 car. Let me have a quick look back and see if we can spy something that may have happened on their own.
Oh, look at this fight. Safarovsky has reached Buzov. It's a fight for P2.
Already? Grief.
Yeah. Oh, down the inside goes number 5. It looks like Buzov is letting him go without too much... without too big hassle. Rajmatai moves into P4 as Gabor Sharoshi goes into the pits with a 52 Ferrari, and following him is Grega Hudjek as well as Renato Simic in the 41 Mustang. So it's that time of the race again.
Yeah. We're definitely getting there. That's really peculiar. I wonder why they took that shorter stint.
But maybe they will do one bigger stint again, and then they will use a short stint to, try to pull some gaps and so on.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's another one of those things where we aren't going to know what all the teams are doing and thinking until we get to the end of the race. This could be the master stroke that gives the 70 the win for all we know.
Adam Pinces is back in the 52 car.
Yep, Pinces back.
Driver who started the race.
Yep, so another team cycling between two drivers and maybe giving a double stint or something to the final driver.
And Gaspar Mrak is back in the 89 car.
Yeah.
It's like they are returning the cars back to the starting drivers. In 41, it's Alfie, but this is just a 2-driver entry, so Renato is not extending into a double stint.
No, that makes a lot of sense.
Anal Tadic is in the box. It looks like a driver swap to, as far as I can see from my place here.
Yep, I would agree with that.
I think Škuljak is about to go back out.
Interestingly, the 720 is an hour and 17 on their stint time. So this lack of a maximum stint time is really playing into some of the team's strategy, trying to extend, because again they're at the point now where it doesn't really matter they do from here, they're now just saving track time, basically. So even if he comes in this lap, if they can repeat that an hour and 19 minutes at a time, they are saving a pit stop. And the 720 currently going around in second position will have that 10-second penalty to serve. But all of the drivers up until fifth position are in the same position as Buzov.
Yeah.
So 300 with that drive-through cleared.
Yeah, they got another drive-through, and the 555 just changed their drivers. It's Rion, I believe, Titingiu.
That sounds right, or possibly Ryan. But that's as good
And
as
here
anything.
comes Buzov with the 720 car. Also interesting to note, Buzov did 2 stints for the start of the race, and probably now Zlatko Eded will go into this car. Maybe not. Let's see. Oh, there is a fight for P17 between the 69 Mustang and the 300 McLaren.
So having just served the drive-through accrued for track limits, the McLaren now has to fight its way back through the field. First victim is one of the teams that are actually on site there, if I remember correctly. So 69 car, we can actually go and get their impressions. So that's going to be
car number 17. Oh yeah, we saw that.
Mm-hmm.
We are waiting on the 55 car to complete the pit stop, as well as Buzov in the 720.
720 is rolling. Oh,
and it's added indeed. Ooh,
it's got a problem.
Is it a jump start?
No, that looks like no steering.
Okay,
there we go.
They move, yes.
Oh,
and
but they're
Barliak is
behind
back
the
in the 55. Yeah.
Absolute drama in the pit lane.
It's quite a bizarre incident. And look where they go back on track, right behind the 666 of Zvonimir Kranjec. Kranjec has also stepped into the 666.
Good grief, that was a really damaging run for the 720.
Yeah. I now have a person to interview here. It's actually Sanel Tadic, but we will do it in our language for the...
Of course. Say hi to him for me, please.
Yeah, I will. Hi, pozdravljam. So Ike, you can maybe take a break now while we do the talk.
Perfect.
A well-deserved one. Dragi gledalci, upravo je sa mnom Sanel Tadić ovdje u komentatorskoj sobi nakon odrađenog jednog stinta. Sanel, dobrodošao.
Što bi rekli, još bolje vas našao. Pozdrav svim gledateljima za početak.
Kaži mi, kakva je situacija trenutno na stazi?
Pa malo je teško pratiti. Mislim da smo negdje realno zapravo drugi. Pa zadovoljavajuće. Mislim da je prvi tim trenutno brži od nas, tako da ako ostanemo drugi do kraja, bit će dobro. Vidim da dosta ekipe iza dobiva nekakve kazne i svašta nešto, tako da.
Da, situacija se stalno menja. Teško je da ispratimo šta se tačno dešava u svakom trenutku. Kaži mi, sad kada se iskristalisala trka, da li znate ko su vam konkurenti, s kim ćete se boriti za eventualno drugo mjesto?
Pa mislim da ako ne bude kazne ne bi se trebali boriti s nikim, ali s obzirom da mi trenutno imamo 3 warninga, pretpostavljamo da ćemo dobiti jedan drive-thru, ali mislim da ćemo uspjeti nabiti dovoljno prednosti da možemo čak i odraditi. Ne znam kako drugi stoje sa warningima, tako da bilo bi u redu da i oni dobiju koji drive-thru.
Da, nažalost, nemamo tu informaciju ko ima koji warning, ali definitivno smo vidjeli dosta drive-thru-a, pogotovo od midfielda pa na niže. Čekamo i dalje da te ekipe na višim pozicijama dobiju. Kaži mi, strategija je potpuno otvorena za sve. Kako vam se to čini? Da li produžavate stintove?
Malo ćemo produžiti, da, više igrom slučaja nego što smo zapravo sami htjeli. Bio je plan nekakvih minutu i 12 do minutu i 15 voziti po stintu. Malo smo to produžili jer s gorivom s kojim smo trenirali može se napraviti 2 kruga više. Vidim da su recimo prvo plasirani trenutno Safarovski, oni idu točno na minutu i 12 u boks. A iza nas Dekanek, on je prvi stint su išli kasnije od nas u boks i onda je ušao prije nas u boks, tako da oni su vjerojatno nešto korigirali u svojoj taktici. Ali kažem, teško je to iz auta baš sve dobro popratiti, nas je samo dvojica, moramo se odmarati i tako stvari.
Naravno, mi smo tu ako vam trebamo. Mi pratimo sve, ako vam treba nešto za strategiju, sve znamo. Ali da, primijetili smo recimo da 70-ka, da su oni dosta produžili taj prvi stint. Čini mi se skoro sat i po da su vozili prvi stint i onda sad ovaj drugi negde oko sat vremena, što je baš bilo čudno. Već smo otprilike iskalkulisali da im trebaju možda samo 3 pit stopa da završe cijelu trku. Naravno, dosta opreza sa potrošnjom guma, dosta opreza sa track limitima, sa štetom i svime, ali kao, jel ti misliš da je izvodljivo to?
Je, mi smo računali, može se u teoriji sa Ferrarijem izvesti samo 3 ulaska u boks, čak da vozite punim gasom, bez štednje goriva, samo što puno se nekih 15 do 20 minuta treba voziti duže stintove, to znači spori krugovi, treba nadoknaditi otprilike nekakvih 50-55 sekundi da bi u tih 3 stinta da bi te se isplatilo, ali onda je tu velik je rizik u kasnim krugovima kad su gume slabe. Evo, mi smo vozili sad nekih sat i 15 minuta, baš se primijeti da gume ne drže više i da pada race. Tako da po nama se ne isplati, mi smo išli na 4 ulaska u boks, pa vidim da je većina odabrala, čak su i sa McLarenom ušli dosta kasno, Brljak i zaboravio sam ko se im vozi.
Brljak i Radivojević.
Brljak i Radivojević, vidim da su isto oni ušli dosta kasno prvi stint. Pa ne znam.
Da, i 720 od Uzova i Ededa. Isto, evo, tek su sada vradili svoje drugo stajanje. Ja mislim čak i u istom krugu kad je vi, možda krug kasnije.
Pa ne znam, nisam pratio iza, pratili smo Dekaneka, kažem, oni su ušli prije, što nam je se baš iznenadili, ušli su poslije nas prvi stint i onda je ušao 2 kruga prije mene sljedeći, što je pošlo.
Pa moguće da su prašili i onda...
Pa dobro, mi smo malo i produžili stintove jer ja ću voziti zadnja 2 stinta, da Max može doći ovdje, da ga isto pozdravite, tako da eto jedno značenje, tako da i nama i paše da malo su nam toži stintovi, tako da ja ne vozim baš 2,5 sata u komadu jer nisam navikao na nešto tako.
Da, jasno. Ništa onda, Sanel, hvala ti na razgovoru.
Ništa, hvala. Možda se čujemo poslije.
Čujemo se definitivno, vi ste nam tu sa lica mjesta izvještači.
Može, pozdravljam se. Ćao.
Pozdrav. I pozdravio te Eike. Eto, to je bio sa nama Sanel Tadić nakon odrađenog svog prvog, ukupno drugog stinta u Ferrari broj 12, koji je sada preuzeo Matija Škuljak. For those of you who do not speak our language, this was Sanel Tadić. We discussed about the strategy here for the car number 12 and what he sees. Let's say some insight that we have. They are already on 3 warnings. They will try to do 2 more stints after this one, so they don't think that prolonging the stints is, how to say, that it makes sense in terms of race pace. Eike, are you with me?
I'm here, yes. Sorry.
Hello. Thank you for being patient. Anyway, we just discussed with Sanel. He said that Škuljak is now driving 1 stint, and then he will complete the 2 stints, while Škuljak will actually come in person to say hello to us. And after all, after this race, we're actually going to Zagreb to a ceremony organized by the Croatian Automobile and Karting Federation.
Superb.
Yeah, it's end of the year award-giving ceremony, and Škuljak is actually e-sport champion in Assetto Corsi Competizione here in Croatia. And Alma, welcome back.
Hello, hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you a lot for taking over for me and replacing me. I still have a lovely guest here in gaming incubator PISMO in Novska. My boss actually came to support me. Can you imagine that?
I can well imagine that. It's fantastic to sim racing is gaining more and more traction and more attention as the years roll on, and the more real life drivers that are starting to take part, the more champions that we have. It's really proving the legitimacy of sim racing and just how important it is as a step on the ladder to real world racing. Those of us who for whatever reason weren't able to get that perfect entry into racing through karting and things like that. Sim racing is such a perfect opportunity and an ideal way to get into racing without having to outlay the thousands and thousands and thousands of euros that it takes just to get started.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. One takeaway from Sanel was about strategy, and we just discussed the car number 70. He was confused to see them get into pits before they did, after having such a long stint. And so maybe that was an oversteer move. Maybe it indicates to us that they tried the long run, but in the end they didn't make it work. The number 14 McLaren is in the pits, and so is the number 717. I guess it's time for their pit stops, their driver swaps.
Yep. That's an hour and 26, rounded up, 27 minutes for the 717, and an hour and 4 on the stint timer for the number 14. So a fairly standard stint for the 14, but that 717 car, an hour and 26 minutes. It was running for fastest car on the lap, or fastest straight line speed. It will surprise no one to know that it's number 41 car, the Ford Mustang, with 251 kilometers per hour, with the only one close to it is the 250 kilometers of the 69 Mustang. So that's unsurprising. We're just looking at stats. Mustang will be coming into the pits again shortly. That top 10 fairly short-lived, but yeah, it's all settling down nicely.
Yeah, here is a number 14 car of Team Thunderbolt. They just did a driver swap. Baran Karabeg is the new driver. Oh, this is a race between the 888 and the 717. Shamanidi goes back in the car. He started the race for 717 as Dino Tušek of 888 is serving a drive-through, and 717 has a drive-through as well for probably pit lane.
Yep, that sounds. Yeah. That lines up with what we're seeing from the stewards room as well. It's really frustrating when we're seeing penalties like that. You can practice for hours and hours and hours trying to get your racing lines absolutely perfect, but you don't practice your pit entry and your pit exit. All of that's for now, because I mean, I can go with that 30-second delta added onto your stint time. It just ruins any potential for gains further up the field.
Also a driver swap for the car 23. Kristinani is back for the Albanian national team.
We'll expect that Ferrari to be going expressly quickly once again. Or especially as it's getting dragged along by the Ford Mustang at the moment.
Yes, the tow of the Ford Mustang by AMC Novska, it's quite huge. Don't know who is in the car. It's Humjan back in the car for number 69.
Yep, that
so
sounds.
They decided actually they firstly signed up, I believe, with the Nissan, and then they swapped to the Ford Mustang.
Yeah.
2 days before the event, or even 1 day.
That's very brave. It's exceedingly brave.
It really is.
Notable takeaways from the pit lane. From the top.
Another drive-through for the 28 car. As it looks like a very slow rejoin. Is this the 666 McLaren having some issues with the 28?
Yeah, it looks like. Give me a second, because that. Yeah, that was the 28 car. Where's the replay gone? Come on.
As the 717 completes the stop, the 666 is going wide here.
Yeah, it looks as though they were relatively close together on track as they are now.
A lot of flashing from the car number 5 behind the 666. Maybe Kranjec is trying to play the tow game. So not to let go in the slow section, but rather give the tow to the car behind.
Yeah, but we have already seen a penalty handed out for ignoring blue flags. And
he doesn't move.
Yeah, the 666 car needs to be aware of that car behind and the blue flags being displayed. But again, it's not as though the 5 car is probably just sitting and biding their time. What is the actual delta on them? 41 seconds in the lead. They're not exactly hunting for time unless the third driver is significantly slower than the other two. It looks as though that they've got this. I'm not going to say it's in the bag, but it's looking fairly safe at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, and probably they decide to put to keep Florian in the car, as the 666 is now unhappy with the number 5, probably the dive bomb, but honestly he was keeping them for the full lap behind.
Yeah,
it's not.
Yeah, it's a difficult. And again, this is another part that the role of the team in this endurance race is so critically important, to keep you aware of who's around you. Yeah, you have the blue flags, but you're trying your best to go as quick as possible. Sometimes you need that voice in the ear just saying, this fight isn't yours, let them pass, lose as minimal time as possible. So perhaps the 666 driver not quite getting the messages that he should be from his teammates to let him know that was the leader. You don't need to be fighting him, you're a lap down.
Yeah, definitely. What happened here? Yeah, the 666 had a very slow lap. He lost 2.5 seconds on the last lap, as added in the car number 720 is now within 2 seconds. But not the very best, not a very good pace.
It's very, very weird how we've got the groupings of cars, especially those three McLarens just at the bottom end of the top 10. Obviously, they've all gotten there in different ways, so it's not as though it's a pace difference in the car or a BOP issue or anything like that. 55 car would be in between the 720 and the 666 car if they hadn't had that 10-second penalty, and the 720S probably lost something to the tune of 5-6 seconds in the pit lane with that technical issue as Eded left the pit box. So lots of very interesting where the cars are lining up, even though, I mean, hats off to the 89 team. Gasper Mack has done absolutely a phenomenal job with his teammates to get that Lamborghini into 5th position and holding it there very, very confidently as well.
Well, I'm back. I'm glad to be a part of this race. Yeah, I noticed that Zvonimir Kranjčić didn't move. I'm presuming he wanted to do that on the safe part of the track. I know for the car number 5 that was like a lot time for do so, but taking into account that he is slowing down his pace, I don't know what happens previously. Is it tires or something along those lines? But now I know he's fresh in the car, but we will see in the later in the game, in the race, how everything turns out. And I see Nicola is doing and checking something, I don't know quite what, but yeah, a lot of things happen here, and I see Edit is here on his back, actually doing his best to take out P8 in his advantage. So it's going to be a really tough one, especially if you take into account that Edit is a very good and very aggressive driver, and Zvonimir is the one who doesn't drive well under the pressure, to say like that at least.
That was a slight oversteer from Kranjčić, as Vukašin Peković of 73 goes into the box. Something is not working well for 666 car. Definitely, is it the tires, is it the focus? But I see 2 invalid laps in a row, and it's enough for Edit to start pushing, even maybe getting close to the fastest lap. Will it be an immediate attack? No, not for now, but they are reaching
he will do it.
888.
Yeah, he will do it. Of course, he will grab the first chance that he will have. He will grab it, no questions asked, because as I said prior, Edit is really good driver, and he will do he will put a lot of pressure on Kranjčić on car 666. So yeah, we have Petrović coming out from the pits.
No, it's Lazar Ilić just taking over the number 73.
It was a drive swap.
Yeah,
sorry.
It's the third driver of the Serbian national team. Let's go back to the P8 fight.
Yeah, let's see how will that play off, to take into account that Zvonimir is Kranjčić on in the car. He does have some kind of issues, but Zlatko is here on his back. He will not dive in. He will just let it be and put physical, not physical, psychological pressure on him. Sorry. So
that's a mistake from Kranjčić.
Already working.
Yeah,
he will take it.
Inside.
He will take it. Told you.
Now, having watched the lap,
I think maybe he's playing long to be more safer. I don't know. We will see. But Zlatko he did a really good taking over.
Having looked at the Kranjčić car and seeing the inputs and that sort of thing, I noticed he's gone from, or in that lap, he went from TC2 to TC3. So distinct possibility that Zvonimir is actually just struggling with the 720S and the handling and or setup that has been put on it. And that's where that pace is being lost at the moment, is essentially in the pilot.
I have an idea.
What?
I think that Kranjčić maybe forgot to change their tires.
Probably.
The 666 team.
Yes, that's a
I could explain it, yeah.
I could ask.
Don't ask him now.
No,
he's driving.
not him. I will ask
Feel
his
free to get
teammate.
that information,
so
yeah.
let's see some kind of information if I can got from the inside.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah. Another drive-through for car number 14. They're really having not a good time. I think they are the car to get the most drive-through penalties. They had a good pace, but every now and then we see them getting a penalty to go to the pit lane. Also, one thing to know: the 888 is taken over by Marin Sečan who this is actually their fourth stint. Yeah, they are the ones to start pitting earlier.
Yeah, yeah, and then the 14 car currently tying with a couple of the other drivers for the most pits or times through pit lane. The 28 717 and the 888 all have 6 stops as well. Most notably, you'll probably see from your timing screens. Yeah, they're the ones at the bottom end of the field. The pace is there, as Alma and Mali have both said. The pace is clearly there. However, that consistency is being thrown off by the track limits, and how they're making that speed is clearly pushing the cars a little bit beyond where they're happy, and not quite able to be consistent with keeping it within the white lines.
Yeah, for sure. I just also noted one small thing. The number 12 car of Škuljak, they are pretty much equal with the number 5 car of Safarovski in terms of pace. They are still 40 seconds apart, but maybe with some strategy, lady luck, whatever it takes, the number 12 car could be in a position to get back up to P1. Not back, they never were, but to get into P1.
Get P1,
It's a long race, and we just reached the halftime. So 3 hours to go, 3 hours and 3 minutes in, plus the qualifying. It's now that the drivers will start feeling, let's say, tired, trying to drive as consistently as possible, trying to maybe be less aggressive than they were.
Yeah, but more stable and more peaceful and calm in driving. So yeah,
Precisely.
yeah, all this time and all this concentration take its toll, to say at least. So taking into account all the training sessions and qualifying, and this morning and 6 hours race. So yeah, half time, and that usually means that the race itself with the drivers will let them loose. Ooh, blinky from Matija Škuljak. This is a left car.
Yeah, it's a beautiful 28 car.
Yeah, the livery that you like.
Yes, absolutely. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, I agree. Different and something. I must say I didn't see it before, so I cannot say anything regarding that. But it's really nice to have some new liveries on the map, on the track. But yeah, as we did say, things will cool down a little bit. All the heads will be cooled down and everything, so it will be a good one.
Yeah, just something that has alarmed me. The number 41 car currently at 1 hour and 21 minutes and going for another lap. I have a feeling that we need to do a technical inspection of that Ford and see, you know, is it running on oxygen? Is there a revolutionary engine that they've thrown in there to be running that long into the stint? Is quite astonishing.
Yeah, well, I must confess I didn't have so many enjoyments to see Ford that much on the track. Taking into account it was added on the ACC most recently. So it's not a car that we are used to see on the track, on the maps in general. So if not mistaken, maybe this is my second time that I see somebody choose a Mustang here. So, well, that, taking that, well, and I see like a lot of races, trust me, like a lot.
Oh, of course. No, the Ford is definitely an acquired taste, but that's an impressive stint time to be going for 1 hour and 20 minutes just to keep your concentration up for that long. And as we were saying just now, you don't really switch off when you get out of the car.
No.
You're still keeping an eye out for strategies and keeping the driver informed of penalties and things like that. The things that take 20 or 30 people to do in real life, the jobs are all done by a matter of 2 or 3, maybe 4 people. There's a possibility that some of the teams here might have a team manager whose entire job is to keep their drivers informed whilst they're in the car, so that the drivers can disengage from the race and actually get a bit of a break. But even then, as we saw from the live shots of people who were driving in the area where you are, you'd never really switch off. It's almost more stressful.
You don't. Yeah, it's all the time.
To be outside the car than inside the car where you have control.
Yeah, and also, like you said, when you swap the cars, it's not. We are humans. We don't have a switch that we can, turn on and turn off. So your mind goes somewhere else. But you need to be focused. You need to help your teammates. Like you said, I don't know if somebody from national teams has stewards on the side, like a race director or something who is helping them out regarding the pace. I don't know, the tires, the following, the car in front, the car behind. So also you need to take into account that people need to eat in between. They need to stay hydrated, they need to drink water.
Yeah. Fight for over 15th position at the moment. The 717 is very, very close to the 28 car. Looks as though it's going to be an easy position. Yeah,
very easy.
You can never quite be sure whether they're going to defend the position or not. But once again, just shows just how much pace is in that 717 car. If only they hadn't had as many penalties as they have.
I think, in my humble opinion, there would be at least in top 8, to say at least. I will not say top 10, but top 8 for them. Unfortunately, lots of bad lucks and penalties and everything, they cause them. But the great thing is they're not giving up. So as in the SRT team, they say never give up. And those guys, even though they are not in their team, in that team, they are not giving up. That's really, really one thing to admire for the drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. We call it the spirit of endurance, and it's all about making sure that you get to the checkered flag, because you never know what's going to happen to the drivers around the rest of the track.
Exactly.
It only takes one mistake. It takes one miscalculation from Stefareski in the number 5 car, and the 12 car could be right back in the fight for the win.
Yeah, exactly.
And with a safe for F1 amount of cars on track, we see how many mistakes that they make in F1, and these are less aerodynamic and much more mechanically minded monsters that require a lot of very delicate handling to get the best out of them.
To say it at least, yes. Yes, and we are watching currently the car number 5. He will lap the Mustang. The Mustang is under the blue. There he goes.
And
Very
again,
nice.
this is what we were talking about before when we were talking about losing as little time as possible. He let the Ferrari past. Let the Ferrari past, who is the leader and now has lost practically no time, maybe 2 cars lengths. That's the kind of strategic thinking that we're looking for. That's what we would hope to see from all of the drivers, using the cars who are a lap ahead to drag them, because it's only 11 seconds. It's 11 seconds to the next car of the 23 Ferrari. Because of letting the leader pass, there could well be a position in the offing in the near future for the 41 car if he can hold on to the leader.
Yeah. Well, it is. I'm sorry. The guys next to me are yelling. They're having their headphones. Yeah, my apologies for that. But yeah, Alfirovic, he let Safarovsky go through to lap him, but he is trying maybe to keep up with him.
Absolutely.
No, it looks like that.
Yes, if you can keep with the leader of the race, you're onto something. Looks like a gap of around 12 seconds at the moment. Let's see when they get back round to the final sector, because obviously, as the cars go around the track, that time will increase and decrease as that they go through the corners, the different sections of the track. Get back to the start finish straight, and again he's holding on very, very well. Now that gap is continuing to go out. Let's have a quick look at the so Safarovsky did a 41.3 last lap. For the Mustang was a 45.1, so 7/10 lost. Yeah. 7/10 lost for the Mustang versus, in fairness, the leader is not holding a massive pace advantage at the moment. The 52 car, the 23 car are both on the same pace,
more or less pace. Yeah.
So for the 41 to go to make any progress, he would need to be faster than the leader.
Yeah, and that I don't think that will be possible, because the car number 5 from the leader is like, they are like impeccable. They are driving like without any mistakes. They are driving like, you know, I like to compare it with MotoGP drivers. They drive like the same line over and over again, like no mistakes, nothing, just, you know, repeating themselves.
Yeah.
So no place for error, but they don't do errors, if I'm not mistaken. You can correct me.
Absolutely. No, you're absolutely spot on. It tends to only be when the riders come across each other that their inconsistency starts to come in. That's really interesting as well. This Mustang that we're watching now, with a stint time of an hour and a half, either something's broken or that is an extraordinarily frugally running Mustang.
I don't know. I really don't know. We're gonna need to ask Alfirovic. How did they manage to do that?
Yeah. What else have we got as well? So they lost a 10th that lap. So the Ferrari and Mustang on a fairly similar pace now on this particular lap. The other drivers ahead, there's a fight going on over third position now. Pinches as the 52 cars made his way back up to the number 70. This is going to be, I would suggest, nope, they only pitted a lap apart. So this is a genuine fight for position. Oh. And it looks as though they are one of the lighter cars. Nani's got 10 minutes on these two behind them, but the cars ahead have less time. The two cars ahead have less time.
Yeah, it's gonna be a hard one, but I don't believe any of them will back up. So this is a fight for position. So yeah, I don't think neither will, you know, just let it through. It's a Hungarian-Serbian Braham motorsport team. So I know Serbians are really, really tough in the head. So this is gonna be really, really, really tight, to say at least.
Yes, and two cars with exactly the same performance envelope.
From the inside. No.
Yeah. Yeah, that was so close. I'm sure there was a double check in the mirrors before Dickenek turned in there. Because that was so close to being an actual overtake attempt in a very, very difficult place to have two cars side by side. This is obviously playing into the hands of the number 12 car as well. 34 seconds in the lead of these two, but they're not going to be gaining any time while they're fighting tooth and nail like this.
Yeah, no, they won't. You also need to take into account this is so close. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. That's exactly what I was thinking. Sometimes words fail you when the action is this good. It's another big look to the inside, coming down into turn one. The number 70 car doesn't bother to defend, takes a wider line, might not get the traction off the corner. That's where it's disappearing, is the lack of traction off the corners. The 70 car has the inside still. It's going to fall back into line and not fight it anymore. That is a position gained with as little time lost as possible for the number 52 car.
Yeah, exactly. But a really, really nice one, but tough one to pass just like that. Both teams are really, really tough and determined not to let it go. I don't know if the car number 70 will let it go just like that. I believe they will try. They will try to take over their place. So. We will see. Also, you need to take into account those are Slovakian National Federation team versus, I will not say amateurs, because they are definitely not looking like amateurs.
Clubs. It's a league level.
League level, exactly. So it's going to be, we will keep eyeing on that one. In the meantime, car number 555 took a place from Miksic.
From Miksic. Yes.
Yeah. I just saw it on the race control.
Yeah,
but
I was going to say.
Yeah.
That's a big. How has that happened then?
I don't know if there was some kind of mistake or something. But nevertheless, we will go back for the battle for P3, because this is the closest battle for now. Let me check. Yeah.
Porsche jumped the curb.
Oh shit! Oops.
The Porsche jumped the second curb at the chicane and had a half spin. That's where the 555 car got past.
Oh, that's why.
So
I thought something else was on
always
the track,
worth checking. Always worth checking. But a simple half spin for Matti Miksic after all of the praise that I gave him earlier in the race. But again, as you said, it shows how much how the tiredness is starting to affect all of the drivers and all of the staff. We've all been going now for over 3 hours, and keeping concentration up, keeping your morale up for 3 hours is especially difficult, especially for some of the drivers, let's say outside of the top 10, who can see the opportunities that they have remaining, that see the chance of a good finish slipping away potentially.
Yeah, because like we said, it's an endurance race. Okay, so basically you are putting everything of yourself on the test, not only driving skills but also your mental and your physical preparation for this kind of type of races. So endurance race is not just, you sit into the rig, turn on the game. We don't like to call it a game. We like to call it a lifestyle, because it is. Trust me.
Yeah.
I know. I live with one. So, yeah, it's all the preparation from physical, from psychological, and also from skill level. So, getting a human being to be concentrated over 6 hours period. So that's hard. It's taking its toll, as we can see it here. as I said before, when we came on the half part of the race, you will see everything cooling down.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, half of that is being caused by the spreading out of the field. Half of that is just, again, from fatigue.
Yeah, exactly. We see here our MC Novska, fourth performance. The guys who are here in PISMO Gaming Incubator here in Novska, they are driving here live. They are swapping together. That's why they don't have a name, because it would be very hard for them to switch when you turn on your Steam account and everything. So yeah, the guys are driving. I'm watching them right now. Marin, can you help me? Can you please switch the camera to see the guys who are driving here in PISMO? Can you switch the camera, please? Yeah, I'm blonde. Oh, here they are. Ooh. Yeah, so as you can see, here is our part. You can see me waving. Hello. Marin, say hello.
Hello.
It shows again that even though Sanel isn't driving at the moment, he's still looking through everything, all of the statistics, all of the lap times, all of the fuel numbers. When's the 69 car going to come across the next car on track? Who do they have to worry about? Where's the leader?
Yeah.
There's so much stuff that goes into just being around an endurance race that a lot of people really don't appreciate just how much it takes.
Yeah, exactly. And we are here with Petar Boljak. He is pretty much alone, let's say alone on the track. He has a good gap from the car behind Croatian champion in iRacing official. And here is Matija Škuljak, the Sanel Tadić's partner that you saw prior. As we said, you never switch off, even if you are outside the car. So you are on the tone all the time. So I'm going to switch a little bit on Croatian just to say hello to everybody. Is that okay?
Yeah, no, I was expecting that.
Ljudi, pozdrav i dobrodošli još jedan put na FIA South East Europe Finals, 6 sati Hungaroringa. Znamo da smo pretjerano na engleskom jeziku, nemojte nam zamjeriti, ali ovdje dobra većina naših vozača ovdje na stazi su iz drugih zemalja i naš jezik kao takav im nije toliko poznat. Ja se zaista nadam da uživate apsolutno u svim ovim minutama. Kao što znate, Matija Škuljak trenutno na poziciji broj 2, prvak Hrvatske u Assetto Corsi Competizione, koje predstavljao Hrvatsku na FIA Motorsport Games u Valenciji u 10. mjesecu, znači malo više od mjesec dana. Na poziciji broj 1 Safarovski tim, koji zapravo je zasjeo na samom početku ove utrke na poziciju broj 1 i od tamo se doslovce ne miče. To je znači nacionalni tim Crne Gore, Matija Marković, Nils Matić i Florijan Safarovski, koje možete vidjeti. Tu je od Matića, kako bi se reklo, i F1 Sport Pro Drift finalist. Tako da dečki koji stoje iza ovog tima zasigurno nije baš olako za uzeti, jer oni i pokazuju i na ovoj stazi svoju nadmoć. Što se tiče dalje pozicije broj 3, samo da se tu snađe među ovim svim papirima, tu je znači Liga Hungary, znači Mađarska i Srbija, Adam Princes, Gabor Sarosi i Miloš Stamenković iz Srbije. kažu za sebe da su samo sim raceri, vozači koji jednostavno uživaju u Assetto Corsi Competizione. Ljudi, nadam se da uživate, nadam se da zaista prenosite i osjetite ovaj adrenalinski dio ove utrke, a mi se kao i prošle godine nalazimo u PISMO Gaming Inkubatoru u Novski, zgrada broj 2. Jedno divno okruženje, ljudi koji su nas zaista ovdje ugostili kao pravi domaćini. Naravno, svi ste dobro došli ako ne znate kako provesti poslijepodne ove subote. Dobrodošli ste ovdje. Imamo ovdje i jedan posebni rig i upaljenu igricu, znači možete doći sa klincima, možete odvoziti vi, možete klinci, dapače, kao što sam rekla, svi su dobrodošli. Od 22 tima, 53 vozača ovdje na stazi na Hungaroringu. 6 sati ove utrke izdržljivosti oduzimaju i svoje nešto, a to je ona koncentracija i ono sve što se dešava ovdje iza kulisa. Znači ovo nije samo sjedni i vozi, kao što sam prije rekla, ovdje doslovce i fizički i psihički napor, tako da ovi vozači definitivno spadaju jedni od najboljih što se tiče vožnje i što se tiče uživanja u ovome svemu. Ja ću još jedanput svakako pozdraviti sve i jednog gledatelja ovdje s nama na YouTube-u. Čak njih 72 nas gleda. Lijepi pozdrav svima. Thank you everybody for joining us. 72 people watching the stream. Thank you so much. My commentator Mali Bacho took a little break from this. With me is Eike. So there is that. Nicola says here on the chat, give the difference between the first and second on the track. Ne vidi se. Oh, so.
Yeah, it's very difficult for us to put that up on the actual timing screens. When the deltas start to get above a sector, ACC gets very confused.
Yeah.
The delta at the moment between first and second is 40.8 seconds as they come across the line, and the gap between second and third currently sits at about 35 seconds.
Exactly. So it's really hard to put that on the graphic here, because it's gonna mess up everything, and everything is working. So it's, you know, when it's working, don't touch it. Drugim riječima, razlika između prvog i drugog mjesta je tu oko 41 sekunde, između drugog i trećeg je oko 35 sekundi. Teško je prikazati to grafički ovdje tu kod nas, jer dok tehnika radi, ne diraj. Sorry, I just needed to translate all that to Croatian so the people are in the loop.
No, that's absolutely fine. I was going to say something. What was I going to say then?
Now you know how I feel every time when I close my mouth.
I don't know how you switch between languages so quickly and easily. I wish I could do that. This is the number 1 car in the pits for
yes.
I would suggest a strategic pit stop, an hour and 24. Surely not.
I don't know. It's going to be one more swap. I think it's going to be one more swap for them.
Yes, if they can do an hour and 24 again, they are well in the window for one more stop to go. Other drivers, let's have a quick look really quickly. We're not quite in the window as yet. Oh, it's going to be tight for the number 5 car. Hour and 5 on the stint. They're going to be coming in probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. They might have to do some fuel saving. This is what we were talking about when we were talking about the strategy calls. The 5 car has been imperious when it comes to the on-track pace, but there is a possibility that they will have to do a splash and dash, either that or some serious fuel saving, use up some of the gap that they've built up to save fuel to the end of the race.
I wouldn't be surprised if that would be their strategic. To be honest, I've seen that many times when the P1 took like a lot of gap and later saving fuels, they switched to fuel saving maps. So yeah, it would just be enough to not go into the pits to do the driving swap, but the driving right to the end of the race. And yes, I can switch between languages, trust me. It's a form of professional issues.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Professional issue that I have issue with. I speak English and only English. It's terrible.
Well, that's more than enough, trust me.
Yeah. Poor Nicola. What happened to Nicola?
To Nicola? Which one?
Dragon in YouTube chat. Pause Nicola. I missed it.
So Nicola is the father of Mattia. He's working in New York. So
Okay.
he's sending his all the best, his hello from New York, and says hello to everybody.
Perfect. Yeah, so there was a gap between the 666 and the 720. Tell me that we haven't seen this before. Drive through for the number 1 car for track limits.
Thanks.
After all of that work, the number 1 car is going to drop even further back. Actually, will they drop any further? They're going to be very tight with the 73 on exit. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But fight over 7th and 8th, McLaren versus McLaren, is incoming. The progress has been very slow but steady on the 666 versus the 720 car. And it looks as though Kranjček is just got a little bit of pace on.
Yeah, probably he will get back added for passing before. So
Absolutely.
yeah, if he gets his chance, he will take it most definitely, as did Edit took it before. So I just hope that 666 have enough calmness in them. So yeah, we will see how will that go in the future. And by the way, my core commentator Bacho is here, and since my headsets don't have any sound, I will yeah, so when Bacho is here talking, commentating, I'm just sitting here and listen to him. I cannot hear nor the game nor you, so I'm blabbing.
That's so unfortunate.
No, that's fine. It's all fine. Come on, I'm a woman. I can talk no matter what. Come on. I will pass on my headsets to Bacho.
Perfect. So, bit of a break for Mali Bacho. It'll be a relief for him to know that we still have a race, we still have a server, and we have retained 19 of the 21 starters so far. The spirit of endurance absolutely on display here at Hungaroring today. A very interesting turn of events. There's been lots of drivers who have been extending their fuel stints, saving fuel, making the most of the tires that they are putting on the cars. A couple of drivers, in fact, actually running above that 1 hour stint. So potentially coming down to one stop to go, but we're not there yet. And the number 70 car in the pits at the moment looks as though they have they're just serving their drive-through.
No, it's a driver swap, actually. Yeah,
it's a driver swap.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yep, there we go.
So
perfect, yep.
it's the 4th stint for number 70 and the 1st stint for Andrej Strman. He's the 3rd driver of the number 70 car. We still didn't see him in action, but definitely it looks like a change of plan for the 70 compared to what we saw at the start of the race.
Yeah, so they hit that hour and 5 mark. Stremmen now trying to get the heat into the tires, loads up with fuel. The car loads up with fuel. It won't take too long at all for that Ferrari to activate the rubber on the four corners of the car. The other thing that I've noticed is that this is not going to be one stop to go for the number 70 car then.
It might, just by a thread. In fact, when we discussed with Sanel, he said that they are aiming for 1 hour and 12, 1 hour 15 stint time. So I think this is just setting the 70 up for it as the number 5 dives into the pits. It will be also their the end of their third stint. And let's see who they got. I think they still didn't put Nils Matic behind the wheel. And this is the end of the second stint in a row for Safarovsky. So I think that we could expect, let's say, a change of drivers.
Yeah. Two stints
until
to
the
go.
end.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But then again, their current stint is an hour and 11 minutes. So they may be aiming for an hour and 15 minutes. But as to how doable that is, it's a difficult one. I'm not sure that it's necessarily doable from here. We might see a lot of fuel saving by these drivers who are pitting now to try and get themselves a bit safer. And obviously they have the space to be able to do it with 30-second and 40-second delta between, or what was 30 seconds and 40 seconds between the top three. But again, they still need to be extremely careful with those fuel numbers and make sure that they get to the line, because it doesn't matter how many laps you lead during the race, it doesn't matter how fast you are, you need to finish the last one, and you need to finish the last one in the lead of the race.
Yeah. In the meantime, we saw that there was a driver spot with car number 5, Nils Matic. He's now in the Ferrari. Nils Matic was on eSport F1 eSport draft. Also, the number 28 car of Mamulashvili, IGN Racing, has just passed the Mustang 69 of AMC Novska. And also, it looks like there is a fight between Zvonimir Kranjec, Zlatko Eded. Not sure about what happened here, but there was a trade of places, but still Eded is back at the top.
Yep.
Also, I'm trying to see from here about what's happening with Škuljak. Are they planning to do a pit stop soon? But Sanel is not looking like he's getting ready for it. Yeah, he's speaking with the guys over there.
Yeah, they're at an hour and 2. They've still got 5-10 minutes before they would look at their next pit stop.
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
Yeah, they've got time left. Next in the pits is actually going to be, if I'm telling this right, he's either going to be the 491 Porsche or it'll be the car that we're looking at the moment, the 666 McLaren. An hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah, I got the information. So Matija Škuljak will drive for the next about 15 minutes, and then they will have driver swap. So Sanel Tadić and Matija Škuljak for about 15 minutes until the driver swap.
Also,
right.
Just at our screen was a small moment of Zvonimir Kranjec as he's trying to chase down Zlatko Eded, but doesn't quite make it. It looks like they succeeded in getting away from Petar Brljak, at least a few seconds.
For now.
Yeah.
For now, yeah.
Matej Mikšić is in the box.
Mikšić into the pits for a definitely on-schedule pit stop. This I'm a lot more confident with them making to the end. Hour and 12 on the stint with 2 hours and 20 to go. Make some very simple maths to the end of the race. but we'll see. We'll see. They could again. It's all about. It's one of the big issues with these endurance races. As the pack spreads out and you start lapping cars, you can never really guarantee how much fuel you're going to be using. So you don't want to be running the tank completely dry in that. Actually, where's the 5 car? Is in second, yeah.
Yep, they are back in P2. It's quite amazing that they are in front of the 52 car. So
that's what I was thinking as well. Yeah.
I mean, by the end of the race, they could even look at having a free pit stop. In fact, it's quite an amazing feat what they pulled.
Matic has been. Sorry, not Matic. Skoliak has been keeping the number 5 car honest with Safarowski at the wheel, but obviously Matic, bit of an unknown quantity at the moment. We'll find out what his pace is like and how the 296 under his control is doing. I'm interested in, hold on, I just need to get this delta and make sure I'm right. So the gap between 4th and 3rd, the Lamborghini and the Ferrari, is down to 18 seconds. It's not a massive gap, but it's much more within the boundaries of if you make a mistake to lose that position. So we're not a million miles away from potentially having a Lamborghini on the podium, which would be astounding given the dominance of the Ferraris in the qualifying session.
One small thing to add, look at this. It's car number 70 that just completed their pit.
Mm-hmm.
They are stuck behind the number 12 car, which is leading the race.
Oh.
It doesn't look good for the 70 car. Ooh, I think they let him through.
Yes. Well, the 70 car.
The 70 car has unlapped himself, probably.
Yeah.
Goes into P9 for now. But
sorry, one of my cats decided they wanted to try and hang themselves on my mic. What? Anyway.
It always comes unexpected, doesn't it?
It does. It does.
Yeah.
It's the worst thing. That's the reason why I was trying to get there in person. There's no cats to try and get in the way.
As the 41 pulls into the pits.
Ah, there we go. So finally, the broken stint timer will fix itself. Their stint time is currently showing for me at 1 hour and 59 minutes.
Who knows?
So I dare say that a pit stop may have been missed by the ACC system. What else do we have? 107 minutes for the 555 car. 555 car still sitting behind the 666 car. So a couple of groups of Ferraris, one pit stop apart at the moment.
Yeah, but it's 36 seconds. The 666. Okay, there is a swap in the 666, and Hrvatskog Auto, which is back in the car. So they are not double stinting today. They are doing one stint each. And honestly, as a racing driver, I always prefer to do a double stint, because you use the first stint to get comfortable with the car, and then the second one you can use to, use what you learned. You can change the tire pressures to be according to your liking.
Yeah, I totally agree. The 6 hour format of this race, it absolutely lends itself to double stinting your drivers in the very least. Just to, you get in the groove and you get into a pattern of behaviour, and it's the worst thing jumping into a car on a track that you don't know the conditions of. Yeah. So, not running double stints and not maximising that benefit of knowing exactly where the track is as soon as you get off the jacks and out of the pit lane. I'm with you. It seems like an odd solution. They probably have their reasons. and they're certainly fast enough that it's not hampering them.
Yeah, maybe they're just, let's say, doing a laid-back approach, let's say.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, trying to take things more gently, trying to be relaxed.
Yeah.
But still, also with number 41, we just saw that they swapped drivers again. So Renato Simic is taking again the number 41 car. So also they are following the same mindset that means no double stinting. I don't know. I'm trying to see maybe. So the number 70, they did a double stint. The number 720 did a double stint. Also the number 5 with Safarovsky, they also went for connected stints. Burek is in the pits, number 300 McLaren.
Yeah.
Not the race that they wanted for sure,
but still in the race, which is the main thing.
Yeah.
Still circulating, still looking for the scraps and showing the attitude that we want and hope for and expect from sim racers.
100%. Yeah.
What else is going on around the track? All the gaps seem to have broken up a little bit. The closest thing that we have is the 3-second gap to 3-second gap between 4th and 5th between the Lambo and the 23 Ferrari, but that's not really a fight at the moment. It looks as though Burek is staying in the car for the number 300 McLaren.
No, that's Nino Burek taking back the 300. Yeah. It's the two brothers, Zvonimir and Nino Burek.
Yeah.
So it's hard to spot the change.
It's very difficult to spot the change, yeah.
Yeah. Imagine if they even had the same initial letter of the first name. That would be...
No, that would be awful. That would be cruel.
Yeah.
That would be totally unfair. There's no way of telling them apart at that point, other than to be looking at them.
Here we have maybe a potential fight for P4. It's Kristin Nani trying to chase down Gasper Mrak. They are pretty much equalized in terms of pace, but it's soon time to box, I believe. Do you maybe have the information about their stint times?
Yep, already there. So Nani's only at the hour mark. I say only, good grief, as the 7th place 720S number 720 comes in. That doesn't get confusing at all. So that delta to the 666 car is going to be interesting to see. The 666 car dropping out into some clear air. The 3rd place 52, an hour and 14 minutes. The 89 Lamborghini, an hour and 14 minutes. The 23 Ferrari, an hour and 1 minute. So the 23 car potentially looking for a shorter final stint, and you might think that there's a possibility that leaving, would you dare try leaving the same set of tires on if you only had half hour to 40 minutes remaining?
I tried it once, doesn't work.
No.
Because the amount of time you lose, and after not changing tires, and let alone the performance, it's awful. Nikola Buzov retakes number 720 car. It will be his 3rd stint in the McLaren, as well as Gasper Mrak is diving into the pits. It looks as number 720 has managed to stay in front of the 666.
Yeah, and it's actually
is this a slow pit stop? Because the 41 Mustang passed them.
The 666 car was 32 seconds in the box apparently, and a 1 minute total pit time as well. So not a slow stop.
Oh, we have a drive-through for Petar Brljak in the 55 car.
Where's that come from? That I didn't get that pop up. That must have been.
Yeah, maybe it's about the track limits. We heard from Sanel it's possible that everyone is at their high number of warnings, let's say.
Yeah, absolutely.
As the 70 goes into P6. Grega Hudjak is back in the 89. His second stint of the day. So Bojan Kurbalija is still to drive. They have the third driver, which still didn't drive.
Yeah.
Umar Dizdarevic is catching up quite dramatically to Lazar Ilic. It looks like Lazar does not have a good pace. I see the last lap is 1:47.7. Maybe it was just a mistake, but I think that Amar has caught up quite dramatically as he goes down the inside in the last corner. This is like a power move, let's say, for the Porsche.
Yep.
Yeah, probably it's new tires versus old tires and a good setup and a good driver.
I was going to say Porsche known for its straight line speed. Oh wait.
Yeah. Anyway, into P13 for Amar Dizdarevic. Luka Ilic 1:46.8 this lap. The 73 car is not having a good time at all. They were in a very good mix, but right now they are not where they would want to be. As the 55 goes to serve the drive-through and the 555 goes to do a driver swap probably. I don't know why I assume that, probably because everyone is doing driver swaps at the pits.
I was going to say,
but anyway, into the pits for the 555.
So where's that going to drop the 55 down to on pit exit? It's not a lot. They're falling behind the 70 Ferrari, but that's all.
Yeah,
89.
but they are yet to pit. This is...
They're also yet to make their second to last stop, absolutely.
Yeah, because behind them is 89, it's 41, it's 720. A lot of drivers are behind them.
Yes, absolutely, and not too far away as well. And with the tyres being having cooled on the run through the pits, they're gonna cost them another couple of tenths just getting that all warmed up. Where do we have? So it's 3 seconds delta to the number 70 car on the first time of asking. Top 5 still not out the equation. Has the 70 car done their hit 20 minutes ago versus an hour and 14? So the 55 car absolutely close to the end of their stint, and that's when they got the drive through. So I wonder if that 55 car is running on fumes as they come round to when they came in to serve that drive through.
Well, it seems like the McLaren is having a big tank. We saw some quite long stints. The number 12 car taken over by Sanel Tadic right now. He tells us that he will do the last 2 stints connected.
Yep.
And also the 52 car just did a pit as Miloš Stamenkovic is making his debut stint for today. The only Serbian driver in this team. The very quick one, in fact. Let's see how much he can show today. Ooh, Kristinani was
Is that
in the barrier. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, is that enough for the 12 car to have made that position?
Yeah. Yeah, the number 12 car just
went through.
Yeah.
Oh, good grief. Okay, so number 23. Yep, so 23 has lost the position.
Sanel Tadic.
Yeah,
I don't know what happened. We will see if something will turn out. I see here also a drive-through, and here is Grigori. See what's going on here. Here is...
That's a big lift into this turn.
Yeah, to say it at least. So our drivers here in PISMO Inkubator AMC Novska. It's from Tomislav Humljan and Radoslav Živković. So yeah, they are doing just fine.
That's a moment from the 28. Meanwhile, number 14 catching up another drive-through penalty. They just can't get the break. Oh, the 28 is wiggling quite a bit.
The 23 car had nosed on into the barrier after hitting the sausage curb on the second apex of the chicane.
Yeah, it looked like a driver-induced error, let's say.
Yep, absolutely. Totally unforced. Just slightly misaligned the car, basically.
It's lovely to hear the Ford Mustang of AMC Novska, one of two Mustangs that we have here on track. And let's see the straight line speed. Oh, Sanel Tadic just got a drive-through.
Oh my goodness, after just gaining second place.
Yeah, as Novska 69 goes down the inside of the Georgian 28 Ferrari. It's an easy move, let's say, for the Mustang given the straight line speed, but let's see if they can hold on to it. Or does the 28 go down the inside? No, the 69 is having none of it. In the meantime, number 12 car of Sanel Tadic just got a drive-through. He is going to continue on the straight. Let's see when does he go to serve it. And given the timings, I believe that this effectively puts him behind the 52 car. But once again, as he said, who knows how many warnings the other cars have. Yeah.
No. If it's just a drive-through, Sanel should only go down to third position. Delta seems to be about 26 seconds for a drive-through.
Okay, good to know.
Or they spend about 26 seconds in the pit lane doing 50 kilometers per hour. So they should retain that third position that they just inherited after Nani made that mistake.
Yeah.
At the moment.
And the 55 of Brljak is in the pits as well.
Yeah, McLaren's all taking their penultimate pit stop stint.
Yeah, 2 hours to go, so it will be either one long stint and one very, very quick one, or it will be, let's say, 2 stints of 1 hour each.
Yeah. So
we'll see what the drivers have to see, what the drivers will do.
That stint was an hour and 20 minutes, or an hour and 19 minutes. So if that time can be, so here's the question then. If they can do an hour and 20 minutes, then that does bring them to 40 minutes to go. Are you still taking tires on that 40-minute stop?
I think so. I think you have to, because as we discussed, maybe I did not relay this in English, as Milan Radivojevic takes the 55 McLaren. As I discussed with Sanel after his first stint, the tire degradation is so big, even for a stint that is longer than 1 hour and 10 minutes. The tire degradation is so big that it doesn't even pay off to do maybe a one less pit stop. So 2 hours, that's a big drift from AMC Novska team.
So maybe then splitting the final section of the race into 2 equal parts, get the best of all of the tires, and see if you can make the positions on track.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's just either you do a one normal stint, and by normal I mean 1 hour 10, 1 hour 15.
Yeah.
And then you do let's say a qualifying session on track, or you do 2 sprint races.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was.
As the Novska team goes into the pits, maybe we can see their driver swap in person.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, and maybe also we will see the reaction of Sanel Tadic, who is about to drive into the pits. I believe so. Yes, he's driving into the pits. So The first person you see is Sanel Tadic of number 12 car, and behind you see the Novska AMC team of Ford Mustang number 69. And so Sanel is looking pretty disappointed. And there is the driver swap behind, including the headphone wipe. So
I'm surprised they don't have their own headphones and unplug and replug through an extension lead or something.
Maybe for the next race.
Yeah, that would be cool.
That's
once again,
Živković jumping into the pits, into the cockpit.
Getting in from the correct side of the car, the right-hand side.
Yeah.
As an Englishman, I'm duty-bound to say that.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, listen to that McLaren.
So much more fun. That's so much more fun getting people to actually do a proper driver swap. Why can't we need to do more of this?
Yeah.
I don't know how many drivers would agree with you on this one. It is though very entertaining for us who are watching on the side. I'm presuming for them it's not that much, but yeah, those types, we do it once a year, this type of the races with the driver swap, doing like this live broadcasting and also driving. And yeah, maybe for the next year somebody will push themselves and they exit the comfort zone and come here and drive live.
Yeah. Well, that's
Absolutely.
one of the things that's becoming the thing to do, especially in the recent years, is to have sponsors who set up the kit to be used by the drivers, and everybody has the same kit and the same loadout, and obviously you can change configurations and things like that to get the feedback how you want it, but at the same time it's all the same kit and all the same rigs, and you go from there. I'd be well up for something like that.
So, interesting thing to spot here. First of all, it is a pit stop for number 23 car with less than 2 hours to go. It is P2 for Sanel Tadic after this pit stop, and P3 for the 52 car currently driven by Miloš Stamenković. Miloš is currently flying on the track, may I say, 1:43.8, and the same lap time was just set by Drilan Ahmetaj, from the 555 car. It's also his team's, in fact, best lap time. So finally the 555 will start maybe putting some good laps, maybe try to reach the number 1 car of Kobosnidze, which is still in P11. Ricard Rejmata has taken over the number 23 car, the Albanian national team. They're also opting for the 1 driver per stint.
Yeah, with this amount of time left in the race, I'd be surprised if some of these cars haven't decided to not fill the tanks up fully and run to a fuel number as opposed to a full stint time. As Mali was saying earlier, with where the cars are and how long they can run, with how long the cars can run with their fuel numbers, we're seeing an hour and 15, hour and 20 from the majority of these cars. I would be shocked if we didn't find that the drivers have only put, say, 90 to 100 litres in rather than the full 120, 130 that they may be allotted. And just splitting this stint directly in half, use the absolute best of a couple of sets of tyres and run to the end of the race from there. We'll soon see how the stag run winds. We'll see who is running what strategy. As Mali rightly said, there's 3 real strategies from this point left in the race. It's either you pit with your full stint to go, take the track position when you can get it, and hope that you get to running clear air. You have the 50-50, a couple of sprint race distances, which I'm sure a lot of our drivers are excited for. As a McLaren's looking at the back of Renato Simic, that is the... Is that the triple six?
No, that's the 300 of Burek.
Yeah, I was going to say
it's
that.
Just lapping. Yep.
Yeah, I didn't think that was the position, because
it's a big. Again, 41 going wide. In the meantime, Ike, I have Marin here from SIMmark. So yeah, I'll just do a quick talk with him in our language.
Of course.
Then maybe you can take some break, and we will also recap before the final 2 hours.
I'm looking forward to these final 2 hours. And please say thank you to SIMmark, to Marin for putting all of this together as well, because this has been absolutely fantastic to be part of.
Yeah, I will send my regards. Ok, dakle, dragi gledalci, vreme je da odradimo jedan kratak razgovor kako smo ušli u posljednje 2 sata ove trke. Razgovaram ni sa kim drugim nego sa Marinom Fabijanićem, osnivačem SIMmarka. Marine, možemo da mašemo kameri. Kakva je tebi trka? Kako to izgleda iz tvojeg ugla?
Pa iz moje perspektive zapravo dobro večer svima, već kod nas je već mrak, pa kažem dobro večer, dobar dan, sve jedno. Iz moje perspektive zapravo puno napornog rada koje je došlo na naplatu kroz jedan prekrasan event, ja bih to rekao tako. Evo, gledam cijelo vrijeme, utrka je dinamična, sjajna, sa dosta događanja na stazi. Dobivamo povratne informacije koje su jako lijepe i od natjecatelja i od ekipe koja nas prati iz Hrvatskog Auto i Karting Saveza i FIA kojima se ovim putem i zahvaljujem na povjerenju ukazanom za organiziranje ovakvog FIA Southeast Europe prvenstva, odnosno ne prvenstva, već endurance, sorry. Tako da na kraju krajeva mislim da ovakvim eventi da u biti postavljaju nekakav određeni temelj i razvijaju. Temelj smo postavili mi zapravo u zadnjih par godina rada da dođemo do ovoga, ali na kraju krajeva postavljamo nekakve čvrste standarde za naš regionalni know-how i jednostavno razvoj priče oko sim racinga, popularizaciju sim racinga i mislim da tu radimo jedan dosta zahtjevan i uspješan za nas posao na kraju krajeva.
Marine, iako je sam naslov ovog večerašnjeg eventa, to je današnjeg eventa, finale, ja bih rekao da je ovo tek početak.
Pa uvijek, znači, mi smo sada službeno i jedan od finih e-sport promotora, što je velika stvar za nekoga koji je krenuo kao mikro community zapravo u cijelom svijetu, u svom dvorištu, što bi se reklo. Biti jedan od promotora ovakvih evenata, ovakvu stvar, a znaš odakle si počeo, znaš koliko si radio, znaš koje si ljude skupio sa sobom, nisi izgubio na putu sebe i na kraju krajeva došao si tu, mislim, za SIMmark, za cijelu priču, za cijelu zajednicu i community. Mislim da je ovo stvarno jedna vrhunska, gledam poredak, stvarno poznajem puno ovih ljudi, makar i puno novih za nas koji jesu došli iz saveza svojih država, znači kao predstavnici nacionalnih saveza, i jednostavno ne mogu osim da ne afirmiram na kraju sve, cijelu utrku, cijeli utisak, cijeli dojam, cijelu priču, da možemo biti stvarno maksimalno zadovoljni i sa nekakvim dobrim iskustvom iz ove utrke ići dalje.
Naravno, složio bih se sa tim. Kako ti se čini, kako se nacionalni timovi snalaze protiv ovih community timova? Eto, imamo nekoliko SIMmark timova, imamo timova iz drugih zajednica, pa čini mi se da je dobro pomešan poredak.
Pa da, mislim, prvo mjesto je već od prvih krugova bilo jasno da Matija Marković iz Crne Gore sa ekipom iz Njemačke, oni službeno predstavljaju Crnu Goru. Na ovom eventu su se odvojili, ali evo, Sanel Tadić i Max su na drugom mjestu naši nacionalni prvaci. Tako da vidjeli smo dobre vožnje i od e-sport vozača, vidjeli smo greške od e-sport vozača, vidjeli smo dobre vožnje od community drivera, pa i greške od community drivera. Jednostavno, utrka je duga, 6 sati se vozi, još ima skoro trećina utrke, još malo manje trećina utrke do kraja, tako da vidjeli smo sve i svašta, ono čisto što očekujemo, ali općenito nekakav standard ove kompetitivnosti i to je visok zapravo, iznimno kompetitivna utrka, osim ekipe koja se na prvom mjestu malo izdvojila, dosta se izdvojila, više neki 53 sekunde dok sad pričamo u odnosu na drugoplasiranoga. Sve u svemu, evo, dečki su u svom filmu zasluženo na prvom mjestu, a ostatak ekipe je puno bliže.
Da, složio bih se, mislim, na kraju krajeva kada pogledaš da smo se trkali već preko 4 sata, ni tih 50 sekundi nije mnogo. Mislim, znači sam recimo da je na trkama 24 sata otprilike uspjeh kad završe ljudi u istom krugu, a kamoli unutar jednog minuta. Naravno, ne kažemo da se neće stvari još uvijek promijeniti i dalje imamo maltene 2 cijele sprint trke. Htio bih samo još i da pokažemo gdje se mi to nalazimo, da iskoristimo tu priliku. Pa ako možeš da nam kažeš kako smo organizovali ceo ovaj event i ko je ovdje sve doprineo ovoj organizaciji.
Pa naravno uz FIA i HAX koji su sa sportske strane priče zaduženi koji su nam dali provjerenje sa sportske strane priče sa jedne regularne note. Mi se nalazimo u prostoru u zgradi PISMO 2 Poduzetinčkog Inkubatora Sisačko-moslavačke županije u Novskoj, mom rodnom gradu, inače pa mi je to jedna subjektivna nota više u svemu. Ja sam rođen 300 metara od ovog objekta gdje se nalazimo i nikad u životu nisam pomislio da ćemo imati jedan FIA event ovdje, znači baš ovdje u Novskoj koja je za nekakvoj trkačoj karti apsolutno nigdje ne postoji kao mjesto. Ali evo, znači Poduzetinčki inkubator PISMO, središnji hrvatski inkubator za razvoj gaming industrije, software development industrije, grafičke industrije, audio industrije, svega skupa, znači baš ovdje u ovom području, u prostoru u kojem se nalazimo, koristi oko 80 startup poduzeća koja su u toj priči uz nekakvu edukaciju koju dobivaju od pisma, dobivaju određena financijska sredstva za pokretanje samog biznisa i svu opremu koju trebaju. Dalje je na vama, na njima koji se prijave, znači dobiju sve, tvoje da radiš, da napraviš proizvod, budeš kreativan. Jedna priča drugačija od ostalih u svijetu, usudio bih se reći, ovo je baš inkubator namijenjen za razvoj gaming industrije i jedini takav u ovom dijelu Europe i po samom time je dosta poseban. U financiranju u potpunosti izgradnja ideja je financirana iz europskih sredstava, dok je naravno kasnije su se tu priključili i sponzori, pa je pismo zapravo powered by A1 kao jednim od vodećih operatera mobilne tehnologije u Hrvatskoj. U svakom slučaju, evo, tu su nam i prijatelji iz Vajčarka, naši već partneri s kojima ćemo ući u treću godinu suradnje nakon nove godine, koji uvijek osiguravaju nagrade za naše vozače i nešto opreme nama za lakšu provedbu svega ovoga što radimo. Tako da prostor kao prostor i na kraju krajeva cijela ova priča je jedna zaokružena cjelina i sada nam je u biti u tu okruženu cjelinu u idućim godinama stvoriti što više toga, ali da se stvori na smislen način, da sadržaji budu povezani, kontent da bude baš onako kako treba i na najvećem mogućem nivou u datim mogućnosti.
Za sam kraj, da te ne zadržam, htio bih samo da te pitam kakva je reakcija na našem podneblju kada je e-sport u pitanju. Mislim, evo ja recimo kad objašnjam ljudima šta radim, čime se bavim, svi kao, šta, igrati igrice?
Ma
kao,
da.
Imate li vi život?
Ma ne, to je znači, to sam ja objašnjavao u Hrvatskom Autu i Karting Savezu, u ovoj ekipi koji voze real life utrke. Znači, prva i osnovna razlika, ajde uzet ćemo sim racing, pošto ja se bavim isključivo sim racingom i drugim e-sportovima se apsolutno ne bavim. Znači, Stvar je u tome da prva stvar, količina vježbe koju unose ljudi u sim racing je zapravo onolika koliko si vremena možeš priuštiti. Real life vozači ne mogu voziti svaki dan treninge, e-sport vozač može. I to je zapravo jedan isto, ako vi želiš biti, evo, poput Matije Markovića, poput Sanela Tadića, Matije Škuljaka i tih najboljih trenutno ovdje, ti moraš uložiti apsolutno vremena, apsolutno puno odricanja i samim time to je sport, to je bit sporta, to su dečki koji se i na stazi ponašaju lijepo, koji uče puno kroz taj sport, daju puno od sebe, ulažu u tu opremu koja bi im pomogla da se utrkivaju na kompetitivnom nivou. Obično su to ljudi koji idu na posao, popodne su posvećeni ili navečer su posvećeni utrkama. To je jedna žrtva kroz život i u činjenici to uspoređivati sa igricama, utrkivanje na ovakvom nivou, meni je to apsurdno i znači, takve stvari uopće ne prihvaćam. to je jednostavno manjak educiranosti. A na našim područjima realno gledano u današnjim shvaćanju okoline oko nas koja shvaća e-sport, vjerujem da nije dovoljno promoviran. Prvenstveno u našim krajevima, u zapadnim zemljama Europe se dešavalo već 100 puta da dečko iz sim racinga sjedne u pravi trkači auto, dobije priliku voziti za sezonu. Mi ćemo to napraviti u narednoj godini, u 2025. kao jedan totalni, mogu reći, benchmark na ovim prostorima. Doslovno kao nešto što će se prvi put dogoditi da nacionalni prvak dobije sezonu u nekakvoj bilo kakvoj početnoj entry lizi za real life utrke. Tako da evo, to je jedna vijest koju imamo od vrlo nedavno, da ne kažem od danas. Stvari koje se dešavaju, koje se vrte, koje se rade, koje su plod i rezultat zapravo jednoga požrtvovnog rada, prije svega ekipe koja stoji iza SIMmarka, iza mene na kraju krajeva, ali sam u to ne možeš ući ovakav nivo raditi sam, apsolutno ne možeš bez tih svih ljudi koji točno znaju šta rade, to ne ide tako. Pitaju nas na streamu gdje je Marković, nema ga puno u streamu. Pa nema ni Maxa Verstappena puno u Formuli 1, jel da?
Pa, Matija Marković je sam odveze samo jedan stint i to prvi, tako da trenutno je Nils Matih za volanom broja automobila sa brojem 5. Gledamo da pratimo tamo gdje su najinteresantnije borbe i gdje je najveća neizvjesnost.
Naravno, tako stvari jesu za stream, kad neko ode napred, a tebi svaka čast, ti kupiš pobjedu, ne može bolje od toga, jel? Da u svakom slučaju, evo, od mene imate puno pozdrava, puno vam hvala što ste pred ovim streamom sa nama ovdje danas, što nas mnogi od vas podržavate već dugi niz godina, reći ćemo u 5. godini, već 5 godina zapravo točno, i mojim streamerima i ekipi koji rade ovaj sjajan posao i težak posao i često nedovoljno priznat posao na neki način od strane community-a i svega, ali evo, ajde, nadam se da će kroz razvoj svega skupa nadam se da će na kraju svega i taj sport rasti i da ovakvi eventi upravo služe tome i jesu jedan, neću reći kotačić, ovo je više kao zamašnjak cijeloj priči. Tako da, eto, od mene imate puno pozdrava i prepuštam vas dalje nazad u ovoj ekipi. Also to Eike, thank you for being here with us tonight. You're as always doing an awesome job with commentating with passion, with knowledge of sim racing, and you are well appreciated today, so thank you very much.
You're more than welcome. Appreciate that sudden shift into English as well. It's I wish I could be more support in the native tongue, but being here is not, as I said to say to Mally, it's a pleasure being here once again. The only thing that I wish that we could all be doing is driving as opposed to commentating and having to organize it.
Yeah, absolutely. I would like to use the opportunity to thank Marin for this talk. And, thanks to everyone who made this possible. And as we just stated, this is just the beginning, as Alma is about to rejoin the hot seat. Hello, Alma. Welcome back.
Hello. This is back.
So,
what did I miss?
We are in the final 100 minutes of the race, so it's just what we usually call an endurance to finish, to go. Oh, this is an interesting move from the 28th, but not a clean one for sure.
Self-rectifying, I think, is the word, isn't it?
Yeah, the brakes might start to drop a bit, but honestly, if they are keeping the number 2 brake pads, they are good for the endurance. So normally they can last 12 hours, and there shouldn't be an issue in the first 6 hours, 10 hours even with them. Would you like to do maybe a recap as we enter the final
Hour and a half? 100 minutes?
Yeah, 100 minutes. We're definitely within the last 100 minutes now. Yeah, that's I come straight back off of a break into that. Cool. We're actually at a very interesting point with just under 100 minutes to go, an hour and 39 minutes to go, and we have a split of strategies with some drivers running up to the 2 hours to go mark, others using the absolute limit of their running time of their cars. So a little bit of a shuffle at the moment. We have drivers with anything from an hour and 20 all the way down to 6 minutes for the 717 car on their stint timer, and that was excluding the drive-through that I believe they served recently as well. So at the top of the timing screens at the moment, it's the same car that has been there the entire time, but with a different driver. It is Nils Matic who is leading in that number 5 car with quite a gap to the cars behind, currently of 47 seconds to the number 12 car of Sanel Tadic, who we've had the pleasure of speaking to today already. Number 52 car Ferrari of Stamenkovic, there we go, in 3rd position, a mere 10 seconds off of the number 12 car. 4th position, first off of the podium, is the last of the 296s that we'll be saying for a while, in the form of the number 70 of Stroman. The 89 Lamborghini is showing especially well for itself, only 7 seconds off of that 4th place in 5th. The 41 Mustang of Renato Simic is in 6th position. 7th position is Busov in the 720 McLaren, representing extremely well for the British mark. The 23 car
Sorry, I could just to step in. One interesting thing happened. The number 720 Nikola Busov has just unlapped himself from the leading number 5 Ferrari.
Oh, interesting. So back on the final lap for the 720. That means that only the top 8 have now been lapped, and the number 5 car clearly not fighting anyone or anything that could possibly threaten that overall lead. Brilliant pace from Busov as well in that 7th position. In 8th position is the 23 Ferrari. In 9th position is the 666 of Busov. Again, another driver.
Utovic.
Is it?
This is the Slow Avengers team and currently behind the wheel is Hrvoje Utovic.
Yep. Sorry, mixed up my lines. That was why. ACC's been acting up of late. Yes, Utovic. The 666 car. Radovicevic. Nope, that was very wrong. Very sorry. The 55 car from Whatever Racing. Yeah, that's a name. The number 1 Ferrari, who's had such an issue circulating just outside of the top 10 in 11th position. The 555 McLaren of Amete is circulating in 12th position. 13th for the 491 Soul running Porsche. Then we have the drivers or the teams who have been especially struggling. The 73 Evolution Racing Ferrari is in 14th position. 15th for the 717 with Diasamedze. The wheel at the moment. 16th position for the number 28 of IGN Racing. The Ford Mustang number 69 for the Novska boys, who are, of course, once again in the auditorium with our lovely broadcasters. The 300 McLaren is still circulating in 18th, a little way back, and the number 14 rounds up the remaining 19 cars, showing the absolute spirit of endurance. 4 laps off the lead for the number 14, but still running, still potential to be able to have a good finish at the end of this 6 hours.
One interesting thing that's going on, I've been monitoring the number 5, and they really have a fading pace, let's say. A lot of 45s, a lot of 46s. I mean, they still have quite a big lead, so maybe they're just trying to extend some stints to be able to put a fresh tire really close towards the end of the race.
Yep. So
they might be just impacted by the traffic. Right now in front of them is Nikola Buzov trying to, I think, lap the 69 Ford Mustang.
Yeah. So there is, they were about the second car to pit in this particular cycle of pit stops. So I was very questioning as to whether one stop was viable from the point that they and the number 70 pitted. It looks as though it looks as though they are both extremely close. And I did say to Alma at the time that there was possibly they'd have to do some fuel saving to get themselves back in the window. That might well be what Matic is doing. He's been told the numbers. He's been given the option of what he wants to do with that 47-second delta that they had at the end of the previous stint, and maybe he's just wanting to soak some of that up to save some fuel and make sure that they get to the end with enough fuel to finish the race properly. It would be so heartbreaking for them to get to 5 hours and 59 minutes and just not have enough fuel for that final lap.
Yeah, absolutely. Another 2 seconds has Sanel Tadic shaved off of Nils Matich. So, number 5 car did a 46.3, number 12 car did a 44.4, and neither of them have a good pace. Let's say nobody's driving into 43s or low 44s. Sanel is just barely hanging onto it. Stamenkovic in the 52 again, not having let's say a good enough pace to catch up, and we clearly see some damage on the 52 Ferrari.
Yeah, I sincerely believe
it's tough to call.
Yeah, I was going to say, I sincerely believe that we're getting to the point now where all of the teams have survived the initial melee. Some with more scars than others in the 52's case, and now that we are within a stop to go, they've suddenly started doing the maths that we were doing with 2.5 to 3 hours to go, and going, this doesn't quite add up, or whatever the local language equivalent is.
Yeah, again. Nearly 2 seconds gained by Sanel Tadic. Let's see when he crosses the line. Yeah, 44.3, while Matich is doing 46.0. I mean, let's try and not get ahead of ourselves. The number 5 still has to stop one more time. They will probably put a faster driver here. Clearly Matich is not their fastest pick. Something is not working properly for the number 5 car as they are reaching the Ferrari of AMC Novska.
There is also, again, it could be that Matic just has the lightest foot. It could just be that Matic is the man for fuel saving, and so they've put him in to say, and essentially given him, rather than giving him a lap time to do, they've got it all in the bag basically. They've only lost 7 seconds of the 40 that they have to their name. It may well be that they have that again he's been told to hit a fuel number, and that's why, for example, he sat behind the AMC Novska Ford.
It would have make sense, but I discussed already with Sanel. Maybe I forgot to relay this information in English. Sanel told me that you can do a long stint in a Ferrari even with the most aggressive map. You don't need to save fuel in Ferrari. The tires will give up before the fuel.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. It's such a good car.
Yes. Yeah, it is. It is. Well, I'm an admin in an academy environment, and there is. Oh, that's not. Oh, that's an illegal move for starters. But also a stop-go 30 for the 28 car. That's going to drop them right to the very back of the grid, and relying or hoping, praying on other drivers having issues before the end of this race.
Yeah. Also, one thing to add: this is Nukri Salia. He is a professional drifter in Georgia.
Ah.
And this is his first stint for today.
That explains everything.
I don't know if it could be his only stint, as the 73 of Evolution Racing is also going into the pits. Lazar Ilic clearly not showing a good pace. I think the 73 deserves to be much higher in the standings.
That's an hour and 32 stint from the 73. Is this their final stop?
It might be.
This could be the 73's final stop with an hour and 28 minutes to go. Whoever it is that gets in that car, or whether Ilic stays in the car, an hour and a half of nail-biting, pacing, fuel saving and tire saving for the 296. The fuel may well last, but the tires certainly won't at full tilt. I wonder if that's the strategy they're pulling.
Yeah, you might be right. They just did 3 pit stops, so now they cycled all of their 3 drivers, and let's see who will do the 4th stint. Yeah, you're right. They did only 3 stints until now.
Wow, that's astonishing.
Yeah, I think they were on this strategy, and the number 70 of Slovakia was on this strategy, but the 70, I think they gave up on it.
They gave up on it, they abandoned it, yeah.
Luka Gigic goes back in the car. He's the driver that has started the race. I think he was showing quite a good speed, and yet a very calm approach.
Yeah.
Because if I remember, they had an incident when Vukashin was in the car. And then with Lazar, we didn't see a very good pace, but maybe I'm just wrong. Let's see what Gigic has to offer for the end.
Again, this is going to have to be such a metered opening couple of laps. Coming out in front of a couple of cars is possibly the worst thing that he could ask for. He's going to have to jump on it straight away so that he doesn't lose track position, and that is a fight for position as well. With the 717.
Yeah.
Who
is it in between them? I'm not sure. Is it the number 70?
One moment.
Yes. It's a number 70 in between them, and so 70 is blue flagging the 73. But the 73 might have a good pace to start breaking away. And it clearly doesn't help them if they just pull aside to let the 70 go.
Well, that's what they're going to do anyway.
Too wide.
Well,
it was an overreaction.
Yes. Yeah. But simultaneously, if this is their final stop, do you want to fight this fight? Does Gigic want to be fighting the 717 here, or do they just want to let them go and let the pit strategy that the 717 will, because the 717 is going to have to come back in again. Give me a second. 717's is at 20 minutes at the moment. So there's no way they're going to the end from here. So again, it's all a matter of how are you going to run your race. Salia as well back into the pits.
Yeah, to serve the stop and go 30. Not a very good start to the race. In the meantime, the number 5 has started finally to put some good laps. 45-1, yeah, in the last last lap. Let's see about this one. This time he's facing the 555, which is a lap down. He did a 46.5. So I don't know if he stumbled upon the 555 sometime during the lap or...
Yeah, I would suggest that the... give me a second, I'll just turn that up a bit. It looks like the 555 was behind him a minute ago. So has that gotten past it looks as though, as I say, it looks to me as though the 5 is trying to save fuel. Yeah, the 555 car has actually made it past the 5 car during the course of this lap. Yeah, and the 5 car just let it go. That's the reason why it was slow, because he was letting the McLaren by.
Okay, that's not too bad. In the meantime, if I'm reading the comments right, I think Matija Markovic is ready to take over. Ooh, what happened to the Lambo? What? They just stopped. Was there an incident or?
I didn't see an incident on the screens. Oh, no, it's definitely not for the 89.
Maybe he just lost out of himself, so it happens.
Yeah, he's all on his own at the moment. Is it going to be the chicane that claims yet another victim in the course of this race?
No, it was not the chicane. It was the start of Sector 3, the first right-hander in the Sector 3. Yeah, maybe it was a fight with Simic for P5, but I think he was further back.
No, he just outbraked himself.
It happens.
No, that's a pedal issue.
You mean? You think?
Yeah, he's tried to, or it's a braking issue specifically. He didn't make contact with anything, but he stepped on the brakes, and the brakes didn't work. So perhaps running pad 1 on that number 89 Lamborghini, and perhaps they've got a little more race left at the end of their brakes.
No, but it's too late for brake pads 1.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe it's just a self-induced error. Rajmatai number 23 just got a 5-second time penalty by the race control.
Yep, that was causing a collision with the 69 car. Again, unsurprising.
The race control is pretty...
Tough.
Not necessarily tough, but they have a lot of work for today, and let's also appreciate the work that they are doing for this race. They are doing an absolutely amazing job. Led by Nikola Močibov here from Novska. So we have here 2 rigs. We have 1 rig for the promotion of SIMmark. We have Assetto Corsi. And so we have the commentary box here. We have Nikola with the stewarding. It's quite a nice team here.
The penalties have really fit the crimes today as well. The drive-through penalties have earned their place, if that makes sense. It's been some fantastic work by the stewards today. And again, by everyone who's organised it as well, being able to turn up and just have a perfectly working server and race environment and everything go absolutely smoothly as far as the organisation is concerned. We've seen so many times that organisations have tried to, or been allowed to run races and just not put the investment in. I had no doubt at all that SIMmark was confident in their ability to run this race, but there's always that itch in the back of your mind. I'm sure you're feeling that still, Mally.
Yeah, absolutely. In the meantime, 73 is trying to unlap themselves against the number 70 car. It looks like it was a bad decision to let them go. Maybe they should have kept trying to improve and trying to break off. It looks like it cost them quite a lot of time, and now it keeps costing them even further. They're trying to go back to the, what, one lap down to them, I think?
70,
Let's
yeah,
see,
it would be,
Yeah,
yeah, it'd be one lap down, one lap back,
yeah.
I think. No, 2 laps. So there'd be 156 versus 158.
Yeah, I see now, yeah. That's quite a gap that they managed to pull.
Yeah.
Here's the number 28 in P19. Next stop down the road is the number 14 of the Thunderbolt team, who managed to pick up quite a lot of penalties. Something happened to 717, I believe. They lost quite a big chunk of time to 73. But looks like no damage, yeah. It looks like a chicane, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. And that chicane has claimed so many victims today.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, no. I don't think they got as far as the chicane. Ah, no. No. What they've done. They had a full stop on turn, I think it is 7, the right-hander before the chicane. Just ran off the road, stopped the car, turned it off and on again. So technical issues again, plaguing esports apparently.
Yeah, yes. If they switched off the car and turned it back on again, it really seems like they fully modeled the tech issues in the ACC.
That's what they did. That's utterly peculiar. I've never seen that before in ACC. But as I say, it was as though they weren't able to shift down gears or something. They pulled off the track exactly here a lap ago. Pulled off the track, stopped the car, restarted it, and it seemed to shift down again. No words, absolutely no words. I'm so shocked.
The more you know.
Yes, absolutely. Drive through the track limits on the 14 car.
Yeah, another drive through for the 14 car. As much as I'm tracking, it should be their 7th, I think, or 6th.
Something like that.
It's quite a lot. Yeah.
So their pit count at the moment is 9. Only beaten by the number 28 car behind them, which has 10.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're also extending their stints quite a bit. As much as I see, they only did 3 actual pit stops.
Yeah. Well, when you're doing several drive-throughs and stop-go 30s.
Kristinani is taking over the 23, but it looks like they did not repair damage. This Ferrari still looks beaten.
That makes sense. If there's enough... it could just be front-end damage.
Yeah.
It looks like it's just front-end damage, so it shouldn't have a massive concern. Here we go. This now looks like final stop time. 1 hour, 16 minutes to go. Number 1 car into the pits. Number 5 car will be following them in fairly closely, I would suggest. 1 hour and 6 on the number 5. Oh no, they're already in. Number 5 car has followed the number 1 car in. So this is the final stop for all of these drivers. Senel Tadic is coming around the final corner, will take the lead of the race, but has another 20 minutes at least of fuel in the car. So Tadic now has their own free rein as to how long they want to drive to the end of their fuel, to the end of their stint, to the end of the race. Well, let's see. But all of a sudden, the 12 car was right at the very end of their fuel, stretching it as much as they possibly could, trying to get to this point in the race. They've checked step 1 completed, done. They've got to an hour and 15 minutes to go. Now they just need to make the rest of the fuel last. Good grief, as the 12 car has to take avoiding action against the 300 McLaren.
Yeah, also number 5, new driver in, and it's the audience favorite one, Matija Marković, the one who took the pole position, the one who started the race, is back in the number 5. It's interesting to see that Sanel Tadić managed to close the gap to less than 30 seconds from Nils Matih. So it's quite a feat by Tadić. But now we can expect nothing but a raw, amazing pace.
Yeah, taking into account that Sanel has about 13.5 laps of fuel, but we will see how he will do his pit stops, because remember, he's driving a double stint, but he still needs to enter the pit stop.
Yeah, it would be good for him, because then he can do a quick stint with abusing the tires quite heavily, not trying to take care of them at all.
Yeah, he's not sparing them like none. We are watching Sanel here in Pismo in Novska, and he's just full on throttle and just driving. So his tires, I don't know how long. Like you said, Bacho, prior when you spoke with Sanel, the tires are the one who are done before the fuel, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And here is number 70 in their hopefully final pit stop. Stamenković is catching up to Tadić. This can also be a problem for Sanel. Less than 7 seconds between them. Renato in the 41 goes up into P4 due to the pit stop, and Hudjek is also in the pits.
Yeah, so Lamborghini taking their final stop. Ferrari's all opting for a very early pit stop in this particular cycle. The drivers, who are the ones that we need to keep an eye on most for their last stops? I think we need to keep an eye on the 28, because they may well be done. The lowest times that we have that we need to pay attention to seems to be the 55 car and the 717. Need to see where how late in the shop they go. Also, the 69 car is right in, has got absolute freedom as far as the strategy is concerned to the end of the race.
Yeah, probably they will not pit. 70 car still driven by Andrej Strmen. Not sure if he was the quick one. But anyway, I mean, he did a solid effort. He put them in P4, and all of the drivers in front still have to box, apart from Marković. Maybe towards the end, maybe now he can put some good laps to try and get in front of Stamenković or Tadić, but I think the gap was too big to try this.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult ask regardless of what happens there. But hopefully Strumman can come back to reclaim at least a top 4 or so to round out the top 2 rows of Ferrari domination that we've seen today. And in fairness, it hasn't been Ferrari domination. The 296 has proven to be a difficult mistress for a lot of the drivers here today. Lots of missing braking points, lots of just expecting too much of the car. So once again, the best bring the best out of the best cars, but the rest of the drivers are still fairly close by.
The 89 is taken over by Gaspar Mrak.
So another name to watch in the closing stages of this race.
His third stint for today. And Matija Markovic 144.0 in the previous lap. Let's see this lap how it looks like. Compared to Stamenkovic, who did 44.5 and Sanal Tadic 44.7. Goes into 43.9. It's a good pace for Matija.
That's more like it. That's the pace we're expecting. As I say, I don't think that there was necessarily any pace difference in the drivers. That's extremely strong lineup in that number 5 car. I sincerely believe that they were given fuel numbers to hit and make sure they don't go, make sure they hit that 1 hour and 15 mark to allow Markovic to be able to push as he can.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good strategy. You need someone to fill the void, let's say.
Exactly.
You cannot have the quickest driver drive for 6 hours or even 4 hours. Let's say Saba Yavakishvili took over the number 1 car and already did the personal best, 143.5. That's a very, very good pace, but I don't know how much they can hope for. They are too far from Amar Dizdarevic, but Dizdarevic still has to pit, so there is still play here. Utovic in the 666 goes into the box. Let's see if Kranjec is taking over. Alma, do you have information? You must have.
Yeah, I got the information from Zvonimir saying you are typing too much. That was it. What I got and what I had. So unfortunately, I don't. I'm sorry.
It's all good, it's all good. Matija Markovic did a 43.4, absolutely smashing pace. Just 1/10 of the PB.
Yep, and a much more rubbered-in track, a track that has had several thousand miles of rubber laid down on it. This is probably about as good a condition the track is going to be ever. So, if the record from the race of a 143.377 is going to drop, now is the time. It's going to drop. Where is... So Mustang in the pits will drop from that 4th position overall. Promotes the 720 car.
Yeah.
McLaren 720S.
In the meantime, the 666 is taken over by Kranjec. Number 4 car, P4 car, number 720 Buzov still has to pit, as does Radivojevic in P6. And I believe that would more or less be it. Let's see, Renato Simic staying in the car, 41.
Yep, so that's him rolling. It's going to be a good finish for the Mustang, isn't it? 7th at the moment. I don't know how far back Gasparak is compared to... Yeah, no, he's well out the pits.
You still have to consider Radivojevic and Buzov still have to box. And Simic is currently not too far from Sturman.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Only 6 seconds in between them.
Could get even better for the 41 drivers.
Yeah, and Renato is a quick guy for sure. So
yes, yeah, absolutely. Up 7 positions from the start of the race. That's more than 1 position per hour, which is a heck of a position to be in. Being able to consistently make positions like that.
Yeah, the Mustang is proving to be quite a good car for endurance, perhaps. I mean, if we set aside the Ferraris and McLaren, Mustang is very good here. Yes. I mean, the Porsche is driven by good drivers. The Lambo is driven by very good drivers. Of course, everyone had their mishaps, but I think even the 41 of Alpha Racing Team, they didn't have any incidents. They had no penalties, they had no drive-throughs, no stopping on track, no crashes, nothing. Such is the case with the number 5. I think with the number 12 as well.
Yep.
Yeah. By my tracking.
Yeah, 12 is totally clean. The 5 is totally clean. The 52 had a couple of incidents where they weren't at fault. Oh, that's a big look by Simic there, but you can't really blame him there. No, the 52 was involved in a couple of incidents, including a drive-through for the 555 car. So a fairly big incident there, and to be able to recover and get back to what is currently a 7th position, with the possibility of it getting better through to the end of the race, is again just demonstrating exactly how good or how high the level of talent is in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a shame, I have to mention the number 1 car. Definitely had the pace to be up there, but a string of issues hampered their race. Such is the case with the 52. The 52 had the crash at the start, but later I don't think they got any penalties afterwards.
Okay.
And in terms of raw pace, I think they are really where they deserve to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Shocked by
but maybe sorry to interrupt you. Maybe just by the amount, by the strategy, let's say, that they plan to use, maybe they could have been even in P1 position, because each of them did. No, sorry, it's I mixed up stuff. Stamenkovic is yet to pit. They did 4 stints, but they need to do 1 more actually. So they will have 4 pit stops, just like the number 5 car. I thought that they were on a different strategy, but
but
they would fight for position number 1 if they didn't have an incident on the lap 1.
Yeah,
remember?
Most likely, yes.
Yeah. Incredible amount of pace and incredible consistency of skill as well coming from the race today. They're not going to be far off the 5 car, are they? Looking at those gaps, that's a minute, isn't it? It's a minute in the pits.
Let's see what they are planning after all. I mean, do you know when they need to box? Because what number 5 will have as a challenge are the worn tires. They are the first to stop of this bunch.
Yeah. So the stint time on the 12 car at the moment is 1:04, and the 52 car is 1 hour and 3 minutes. So both of these cars are probably going to come in around the same time. I would expect around 50 minutes to go.
Yeah.
So they're going to be well within their tire life when they get to the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I believe that what number 12 and number 52 cars are planning is, to have a very quick stint, but they might even bring us some excitement. They might start fighting each other because they have a pretty similar pace and they're not too far from each other.
Yeah, again, it's another one of those things where it only takes one tiny little mistake, and they will be attached by a much shorter bungee cord than they already are. Yeah, 3/10 on the last lap faster for Sanel Tadic. And the gap to the leader, so they're still going to have a 25-second or a 20-second-ish delta to the leaders. But again, tire life, how we don't know. We just don't know what's going to happen. What we do know is that the number 41 Ford is well within striking distance of the number 70 Ferrari now.
Just as expected, in fact.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, is that a mistake from the 70 Ferrari? They went wide here and almost without resistance let the 41 go through.
I would suggest that that is a mistake. Give me a second.
It looks like. It seems so, for sure.
Oh, yeah, it was a four-wheel drift that Sturman very handily caught, but that was all the invitation that Simic needed.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't need a lot of mistakes to end up losing a place behind Renato Simic.
Yeah, absolutely.
I see from
and again,
here that Sanel Tadic is preparing for the pit stop.
Yeah, that makes sense. 14 seconds is the delta to P5 overall for the Ford Mustang. And with an hour to go, you can't imagine that there's any question that that is also going to be caught. Especially as the McLaren still need to pit.
As the 69 goes into the box, is it a driver swap? It looks like. I really love this camera.
It's so. I was saying to Alma, I think when you're away, wouldn't it be so cool if we could organise national championships and have people physically be there and do the driver swaps and that sort of thing?
I hope we'll get to this time.
I would love that. That would be amazing. And then I'd actually have to come over and and have us all be in the same place.
As the 69 swaps places, Nikola Buzov is in the pits.
Yep, that is to be expected. Again, they have the operating freedom, an hour and 11 minutes to on the stint timer, and we're underneath the hour marker. So, especially with the McLarens being rather heavy on their tyres, absolutely ideal time to come in, reduce the time on that final stint. Hopefully, whoever ends up driving that to the checkered flag will be able to make slightly shorter work of it.
As Renato Simic goes into P5 on track.
Yep, and P4 is absolutely not out of the question either.
Yeah, he still has to box.
Yep. Yep. Actually, that's a fair thought. What's the...
Renato just did a 43.6. That's quite a stellar pace for the Mustang. Nikola Buzov, Zlatko Eded is taking over the 720. Second stint of the day for him.
Yeah. Yeah.
But honestly, what a stellar pace from Renato in the Mustang. As we see, in fact, also Matija Markovic in the number 5 car just ahead of him, but of course one lap.
One lap back, yeah.
Yeah. And so as we start the final hour, this will be interesting. Does Matija let Renato go through?
That's a fair point, actually. There's definitely pace there. Mustang's looking to the inside. But
because
there's no...
We saw Matija's teammates letting go. But
yes.
We didn't see Matija in this position because he drove the qualifying, he drove the first stint only.
Yes, absolutely. Renato, it will surprise you not. His last lap round was a 1:43.6. The fastest lap for that car, and 3/10 off of the overall fastest lap. It's going to be a big look up the inside to get onto the lead lap.
Look at that Mustang, how much speed it has on the straight. It's
cool.
A drag racer.
It's so cool. I have no notes. I'm sorry. That's... I'm not a muscle car fan, but I do like when you have something as big and bulky as that competing against the 296. It just brings a smile to your face. So, Renato Simic now...
no, it's not Renato. It is... sorry, it's
Markovic.
Not Markovic. It is Sanel Tadic, actually, who...
Oh, is it actually the 12 car?
And Sanel is not really happy about it, in fact. Yeah, it's Sanel.
He's screaming.
That makes absolute sense.
Yes.
I'm not surprised in the slightest. Get this blue flag out of my way. What are you doing?
Yeah, exactly, and it actually makes him lose time against Stamenkovic, who is right behind in the same
absolutely.
frame. Yeah. Okay, and so as we are in the final hour of the session, Alma, maybe you can do the hourly report, also to our local fans.
Yeah, of course. Za naše domaće ovdje malo ćemo pojasniti, malo ćemo izbrifirati što je bilo zadnjih sat vremena. Kao što vidite, ovo je zadnjih sat vremena, a u proteklom satu izdešavalo se svašta. Između ostalog, ekipa se malo smirila, malo je to ščilala, ali definitivno ne nedostaje nekog velikog kako bi rekla, velikih nada za poboljšanje samih pozicija. Bilo je tu i drive-thrua i svačeg nečega, double stintova, znači duplih stintova od strane strategije različitih timova i naravno njihovih vozača. Karte su se malo pomiješale. Tadić ovdje na poziciji broj 1 trenutno sa vremenom niskih minuta 45, iza njega Stamenković na poziciji broj 2 sa vremenom od 1.44, također relativno niski. Međutim, Matija Marković i dalje vozi najbrži krug i od prije i trenutno sada 1.44, 375, tako da on je tu još uvijek nekako u igri sa vozilom broj 5 za prvu poziciju, da vidimo hoće li to njemu zapravo poći na kraju krajeva za rukom. A na broju 4 ovdje nam je Milan Radivojević u prvi McLaren između Ferrarija na poziciji broj 4. Njegovo zadnje vrijeme je bilo 1.45.402. Malo teško. Renato Šimić ovdje je jedini Mustang koji se probije ovdje na top, neću reći 15, ali na top 10. Ford Auto kojim se ja i moje kolege čudom čudimo kako je novi entry vozila u ACC-u zapravo zaista dobar potez i odluka za vozilo. Na poziciji broj 6 sa vozilom 89 sa Lamborghinijem tu je Gašpar Mrak, iza njega Zlatko Ed na poziciji broj 7. Na poziciji broj 8 Kristi Nani u svom Ferrariju, a iza njega Zvonimir Kranjčec u McLarenu. Top 10 zaokružuje Michal Danek, nadam se da sam to dobro izgovorila, sa brojem 70. Ferrari, crni mat Ferrari, veoma clean livery, moram priznat. Ali ovdje, evo, i između ostalog da puno pozdravim naše sve gledatelje, našu ekipu ovdje u Pismu u Novskoj. Šta je još važno za napomenuti, osim da je ovdje zadnjih sat vremena, zadnjih 52 minute vožnje Bačo, da malo pokažemo kako to izgleda ovdje kod nas.
Hello. Da, ušli smo u posljednji sat, još uvijek čekamo neke pit stopove da se dese, da dobijemo konačan ishod i konačni poredak, da vidimo kako ćemo ući u tu završnicu trke. Očekujemo apsolutno agresivnu vožnju od svih i zapravo upravo možemo prebaciti na ovu kameru. Sanel Tadić je upravo uleteo u boks, isto je uradio i Milan Radivojević, dok na stazi ostaje Miloš Stamenković. Još jednom veliki pozdrav svima vama, iskoristite ovu priliku da nas zapratite i nadam se da ste uživali u prethodnih 5 sati, ali da akcija uopšte nije gotova i da ćemo zapravo do samog kraja ostati onako u velikom kako bih rekao, da u velikom stilu završimo trku. Vidimo, malo se isteže Sanel pred svoj poslednji stint.
Tako je, da.
15 sekundi ostalo u boksu posljednje pripreme za krajnji izlazak na stazu. Matija Marković je prošao na poziciju broj 2 i dalje ispred njega Miloš Stamenković koji tek treba da se zaustavi u boksu. Renato Simić će biti tik negde iza Tadića, ne, oprostite, greška moja. Tako da evo ga, Sanel Tadić vraća se na poziciju broj 3, 43 sekunde iza Matija Markovića. Kao da je Matija Marković nadoknadio nekoliko krugova ono što je njegov klubski kolega izgubio u odnosu na Tadića.
Da, je. Ono što smo ja i Eike pričali u međuvremenu u ovih 5 sati našeg streama, sama strategija svih timova, da li će najbrži vozač odraditi prvi i zadnji stint, da li će tu, znači oni su definitivno, ekipa je riješila da oni najbrži zapravo naprave taj gap, taj razmak između pozicija, kako bi recimo sporiji vozač, iako je spori, da ne izgubi previše u svemu tome, kako bi onda zapravo zadnji zasjeo onaj najbrži i dovezo svoj tim do samog finiša, do samog checker flaga, kako bi rekli. A da vidimo mi tu dalje, izlazi nam ovdje Almir Suhodoli u vozilu 555, trenutno na 11. poziciji. Da vidimo hoće li on tu išta moći ovih 48-49 minuta, hoće li on tu moći napredovati. Izdešavalo se svega i svačega. Da, teško. Bitno je to da niko od ovih, reći ću top 19, top 19 nije odustao, iako u samom početku imali smo 22 momčadi, 19 momčadi je ostalo. Ovo je bilo malo drifti
malo su ovdje uhvatili Renata Simića, dosta ovdje izgubio vremena, ali srećom ostao je bez štete. Nukari Salija just had an incident with Zvonimir Burek. And it appears that
I was being quiet.
It seems that the stewarding team cannot go home early today.
No. Nobody is going home earlier. We still have lots of things to do even after the stream. But yeah, it's going to be a tough one for the stewards. Big and massive respect to them, not only to Nikola, who drove over 300 kilometers to be here. And
me too, pardon me.
Pardon you?
Yeah.
He is steward and you are broadcasting. We are here commentating. But yeah, it's a tough job for them to be objective and to do everything on the spot. There is no time off, so to speak. So really close from Zvonimir Burek to Salis, if not mistaken.
Salija is really trying to block him off all the time, and it looks like he's just trying to cover Burek. He's not letting him go, and perhaps Burek is starting to lose patience with him.
I don't know. Zvonimir is very calm driver. Both of the Burek brothers.
Down inside, another contact.
Jesus.
Another contact between them. Yep. There comes a point where everybody's patience runs out, and especially after everything that 300 car has been through, it's not surprising to see that their nerves are running a little bit thin.
Yeah, the 28 definitely has a painful end of the race, I believe. Yeah. They used to be running around the midfield, but more and more they were being pushed towards the back. A lot of connected penalties, one after the other, especially with the drive-thrus and the pit
Drive-through for the
and
69
stop
car.
and goes. Yeah, the 69 got a drive-through. I don't know if it's...
Cutting lines. Yeah, cutting
it'll-
lines.
it'll
yeah,
be a
we can
racetrack.
see it from here. Yeah.
There we go.
It's an advantage, yeah, of having all the teams next to each other, and I would love one day to, be able to commentate by going from one team to the other, maybe annoy drivers while they are trying to drive. Just kidding.
Oh, come on.
We need a pit.
Sorry.
I was gonna say we need
Go
a.
ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. We need a pit interviewer. Perfect job for Alma.
Yeah, it was my my proposal as well, but
Yes.
with only 2 rigs here, not a lot of
It's very
people that
difficult.
you could interview for sure.
Yeah. of course.
Karabag goes into the box, the Team Thunderbolt
it.
number 14, and so does AMC Novska, driven by Humlen.
Yeah. That was the car that I was. The number 14 was the car that I had questions of how long they would run. The rest of the drivers, the rest of the teams have all made their stops. So the stagger has finally unwound with 44 minutes to go, with the one exception of the 717, who did a mammoth hour-and-a-half stint before and is hoping that they can do an hour-and-a-half stint again.
That's some express stewarding right here. I believe the drive-through of Burek is a penalty for the collision
That makes
with
sense.
the number 28, and so
Yep.
definitely this puts them towards the back. This is the second drive-through of the day, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And what was going to be a difficult drive back to get that 16th, 17th position back for the 69 car is no longer. Put it that way. 8 seconds. 8 seconds is the gap, and the drive-through will handle entirely all of that gap and a little bit more.
Here is the number 28 car trying to chase down the Ford Mustang of AMC Novska. They're also being followed by one of the Ferraris that is about to lap them. Not sure which one it is. I think it's the number 1 of AOR team, the fellow
Very good eyes.
Georgians. Yeah.
Yep, spot on.
And also the 720 of Buzov is, of Eded, is right behind them, also trying to lap this car. And this will, let's say, delay the fight with the Mustang. But also it's about how Tomislav in his Mustang will perform against the cars that want to lap them.
Interesting fight potentially upcoming as notice as the 720 car went past those blue flag cars. The next car to pass is the 23 car, who has the 666 less than 2 seconds away. They're going to need the blue flags to be extra compliant this time around if they're going to retain that position in 7th.
Yeah, Kranjic is having a better pace than Nani for sure, but it's an advantage of a later pit stop.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what the cards that everybody has played that are playing out as they will, and it's just up to the drivers now to execute as well as they can. Yeah, 10-minute delta on the tyre life between the 666 and the 23 in favour of the 666. So a lot more rubber left on those tyres for the 666 car.
Meanwhile, we have the new fastest lap of the race by Sanel Tadic, 1:43.327.
Oh, good grief.
Just a touch ahead of the previous best lap of Matija Markovic, which was 43.345. And also Adam Pinces, who is driving his third stint of the day, has set a 1:43.347, so just 200ths of a second behind, let's say, slower than Sanel Tadic. In this lap, Matija Markovic lost 1.5 seconds compared to them. but possibly it's due to traffic. We see that there is a fight going on in front of him. Sorry.
But the fastest lap for the 52 car and the 5 car is now 0.02 of a second separated. Just a fun little factoid. That 1:43.345 was also set way earlier in the race.
Yeah, I think during the first stint, in fact.
Exactly. It shows exactly how fast the track has gotten compared to where it was only 5 hours ago.
And this is the fight for the penultimate place between Burek and Karabek. Burek made a lunge down the inside into turn 1, but now they are caught by Cijenjeni of Albanian Eagles Academy, and he needs to get quickly ahead of them, otherwise Kranjec, well, you can see where he is.
I love it when a race gets to that point.
Yeah. Yes. And Burek and Karabek, they already came together. Already once. Oh, that's a wide run from Karabek, and now he's blocking off Nani, who is, well, needs to do his best to fend off Kranjec right behind him. And in the meantime, also, Burek and Karabek, they really need to be cautious not to cause any incidents by themselves. As Nani goes down the inside, we have the worst of the cameras in ACC. There appears to be a contact, and now he lets only Nani through, but tries to fight through the inside. This is not something that you need to do when you're fighting in a race, and this is definitely involving yourself into the fight. As Kranjec is had a moment. Did he collide with the wall? It appears not, but that was a huge moment for Zvonimir Kranjec. It's like he's driving without traction control, and definitely that is
not advisable.
Yeah. In the meantime, another personal best from Pinces on P3. But also Sanel doing 1:43.5. Very good laps by both of them. And Matija Markovic 44.3. Yeah, but he's a lap in traffic. You can clearly see the 69 of AMC Novska. And I don't know who else is in front of them. No, it's the number 1 of Javakishvili. The 717, I think, stopped. Shamanidi is now behind the wheel. That's a very late pit stop for this car.
Yes, is that I think that's the stop that I was waiting for. Yeah, the 717 wasn't able to do that hour-and-a-half run again. Doesn't look like they lost out overly much, but clearly taking a decision to put some fresh rubber on and take the third of a tank of fuel that they probably needed to be able to get to the end of this race.
Yeah, for sure. But it appears that this was only their third pit stop, or I'm not tracking things properly.
I was going to say, yeah, that's not correct. 717 for me shows at 9 times through the pit lane.
Oh, that's a late dive down the inside for the blue flags of Cijenjeni. Zvonimir Burek is fighting him off, not letting him through, clearly blocking because he wants to keep Karabek behind him. But this is now, involving yourself in a fight. This is. It has a touch of unsportsmanlike behavior, but I leave the stewards to
stewards.
Yeah, to be the judge of this. But it looks like Nani is stuck for a full lap, even 2 laps behind the traffic, and goes down the inside. And so does Karabek. What an intelligent pass! What opportunistic driving from Karabek, and clearly something that he wanted to do. This is why he kept behind so close behind the number 23 car, and probably this is what Zvonimir Burek expected to happen, and thus he didn't want to let go.
Yeah, but I believe he let him go just for the sake of not going into the crash or something. He does. Zvonimir does do that. He will keep it, and then Nino will come and will say, "Just let him go." Just let him go. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case this time also. And I'm sorry, coughing just kicking, and I'm really on the edge now.
The 28 car again in the pits.
What's going on?
And that's not for a drive-through or any penalty.
Yeah, it's like a scheduled pit.
Yeah. Which, again, doesn't line up with what we've seen. That's a 54-minute stint that they've done then. That's them quitted, I think. No, they're still in.
No,
they're still
not
in.
yet,
No.
not yet.
You just changed cameras.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's all right. I'm used to that behaviour when someone quits the server. So
Yeah.
so unfortunate.
They're still here. Okay, you see?
Yes. Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah. And so 34 seconds is the lead of Matija Markovic, 32.5 actually in the last sector. Okay, maybe Sanal is fighting some blue flags here. Yeah, it appears that the 491 of Matej Mikšić, the only Porsche on the track, is perhaps slowing him down. Maybe just some driver-induced errors, but anyway, it's 34 seconds between the first two positions and another 6 between the third. So after 6 hours of racing, we have less than 1 minute before the podium, and Kristinani has just picked up a drive-through. Oh my goodness! Probably, yeah.
And again,
it's just kicking in all the time.
Yep, it's the fatigue, and the other thing as well is that the 666 car is right on the back of the of Nani as well, or was.
Well, look at the four McLarens, Milan Radivojevic of number 55, going down the inside to go ahead of Burek to lap him. Next up is Karabek, but he clearly gained a lot of time to be able to even attack Zvonimir Kranjec. Dekanek has gone into P9 as Kristinani returns on P10 back to the track.
Oh wow! Yeah, that was almost an even bigger issue than it already was a drive-through.
Yeah. So.
Yeah,
Kranjec is not getting rid of Karabek. This is clear.
Yes, absolutely. It's so difficult to pick where to
watch.
Look. Yeah, because we've got Tadic, who is the fastest driver on track at the moment. There's no question about that with Pincis as well. Pincis, sorry. Also 7 seconds back, fighting tooth and nail, pushing as hard as they can to get to that second position.
Yeah, but we're in a deadlock situation, I believe. It's really, really hard to...
Exactly. That's exactly where we are. Radivojevic in the 55 car, just a second off the sister McLaren of Kranjec. Thank you. That's the closest battle by far, but it's such a status quo. These drivers are all so evenly matched throughout all of this, and then we have to throw in the blue flags as well that add another layer of complexity to it. Yes, they have a requirement to get out of the way, but sometimes it's just not possible.
Yeah, managing the traffic is it's clearly very important in an endurance race. So do you attack, do you lay back, and do you really need to go this amount of laps if you can stop early, just to not have any blue flags or trying to fight over positions and so on. So it's not as simple as it looks sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is as well is that we've seen both approaches work to dramatic effect in this race. We've seen people being very brave and very aggressive when it comes to getting past the blue flags, and that has both worked, and it's also caused incidents over the course of this race. We've also seen drivers, as it was that McLaren that went wide.
That was Karabeg letting Radivojević go as Shamanidi sets the fastest lap of the race. This is interesting. Let's just see, 1:43.302.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
very, very small gap in the fastest laps.
Yeah, 300ths in it. If we're rounding sensibly.
Yeah, and within half a tenth we have God knows how many fastest laps. We have at least 4 that we know of, maybe even more.
I was going to
So
say if we take half a second, so 1:43.802. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 within half a second of that 1:43.302 that we've just seen.
That's amazing. It just shows how tight the competition is today, and in such competitions you really need a lot of knowledge, a lot of strength to prevail like this on P1 and be clearly ahead of everyone. As Radivojević is slowly getting within 1 second of Kranjčec, but just made a small mistake and goes back to 1.4. For a brief moment, they were less than 1 second.
Yeah, and this is what happens. This is where the issue comes is that you get within that 1 second, and all of a sudden all the aero goes off the front of your car, and you're understeering and oversteering, and the tires overheat, and you start to fall back, and all of that can happen in half a lap, if not less. I think more than anything else, what we've seen today is just the absolute consistency of the number 5 team is what's kept them at the top of the timing screens. That they've let cars go that they aren't fighting. They've pushed when they can. They've saved fuel when they can. It's all been entirely flexible, and that's what's seen them 30 seconds in the lead. Obviously, the 12 and 52 have both had their issues as well. But that very early push by the driver who's currently at the wheel was absolutely astonishing amount of pace to pull out in that initial section of the race.
Yeah, they clearly set the tone, they clearly set the pace, and now, it's well, I think even after the first hour, maybe first 2 hours, it was clear that they are the favorite and that they are pretty much unmatched. But yeah, it's a shame that the 12 and 52 had their mishaps, because otherwise I think it would have been a 3-way battle for the win.
Oh, absolutely. And this is where we have to come around and say that you do also, not only do you have to be good, not only do you have to be consistent, you need to be lucky. And that's such a difficult thing to pin down. The 5 cars had it in spades today. But the 12 and the 52, just the way of the rub of the universe didn't quite go their way today. And I think, as you say, Mally, that's the only reason why we're not seeing a 3-car battle for the overall lead here. And again, if we had had a 3-car battle earlier in the race, then maybe the 5-car wouldn't be in the position that it is at the moment. We don't know what the ultimate pace of Matic could have been if he had been in the fight, if he had needed to push. All we know is he needed to make fuel last as long as possible to get to that final stint of the race, which there's so many ifs and buts, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of very frustrated Southeastern Europeans wanting to have a conversation with us once the checkered flag falls.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's not underestimate the work that the number 5 crew put, because even if things were different, I would assume that they would improvise, that they would have a different strategy, maybe be more aggressive, because we saw quite a few times during the course of the race the number 5 car letting other people go and unlap themselves, just trying not to get into an unnecessary fight and trying not to get into any errors, any damages, and so on. As Radivojević is now clearly behind Kranjčec, the fight is about to begin on the start-finish straight. Looks really tidy from Radivojević, not so much from Kranjčec. And who knows what happened when he previously fought with, was it Edit, when he nearly went into the wall?
Yeah.
It was, maybe the tires are still...
Oh!
Right bumper to bumper, it's just a slight touch and no casualties.
No casualties.
It's the most important.
Yeah, no casualties, but Radivojević did lose some time, and Kranjčec did gain some time. He shook out Radivojević from his back, from his neck. For now, we both, all 3 of us, and
that's Javakishvili in the barrier after the chicane.
What happened?
As Suhodoli went by and Nani did too. Let's just hope that they can bring it home. You don't want to do this in the final hour of the race. You never want. It's the worst. But it can be frustrating, definitely, after all that the number 1 went through the AOR team.
Yeah, it's just a very, very gentle nose into the tyre barriers. That could have been so much worse. But he's going to he's not going to do the old F1 spin to get the car back around. But he's minimised the damage, minimised the fatigue on the tyres, and just got himself back around and going again. I think he's very safe in his position is the number 1 car as well. Yeah,
it seems so. Maybe towards the end he can fight back against Suhodoli. After all, he lost 15 seconds just in this lap because of it, so maybe there is something more to hope for. Also, one interesting thing is that Radivojević lost around 1 second in the final sector. Probably due to some errors. We saw that behind Karabeg was going off the track.
Yeah.
Maybe there was an unlapping move. Maybe there was a mistake from Milan. We don't know at the moment. Maybe we can ask if they want to come.
Yes, of course. Radivojević is struggling once again to get back to the tail of the 666 car.
Yeah, we will see what will happen and how this situation will roll out. Well, I cannot say anything. I'm not here to judge, so yeah, some things will unravel sooner or later. I just want to say, by the way, hello to everybody on the stream again. Još jedan put lijepi pozdrav svima koji nas gledaju. Ljudi, hvala vam puno što ste odlučili ovu subotu sa nama provesti vrijeme. To nam je veoma drago. Kao što vidite, ušli smo u posljednjih 20 minuta ovih 6 sati FIA Southeast Europe finals 6 hours of Hungaroring. Zadnjih 20 minuta, zadnji izdisaj su ovdje, što možda ne toliko goriva koliko guma. Drave swopovi su bili već podatno iza nas, tako da ovo je sad klupko koje će se razmotavati do checker flaga, pa ćemo vidjeti gdje će to završiti. Marković i dalje na poziciji broj 1, ne da se. Iako ovdje imamo zapravo jednu jedinu borbu na cijeloj stazi. Radivojević prati Kranjčeca, znači auto 55 ganja, da se tako izrazim, auto 666. Tako da tu svašta, tu je između sekunde i 0,8 razmaka između njih dvoje. Radivojević u zadnjem nekom sektoru malo zna dosta izgubiti, iako to dosta dobro u prvom i drugom sektoru nadoknađuje. Do nas je da vidimo gdje će to sve završiti. Još jedan put hvala vam svima što ste ovdje uz SIMmark. Moja malenkost, sa mnom je mali bačo i gospodin Eike. S druge strane, većinu ovog streama vodili smo na engleskom jeziku kako bi to približili malo više ekipi koja ne govori naše slične jezike, da se tako izrazim, ne kažem naš jezik.
Veoma lepo.
Jel da? Onako diplomatski.
Da.
Prepustit ću Bači sada ovdje i Ajko, ne znam je li Ajko možda na pauzi, Bačo? Ili nas sluša?
Ike, are you with us?
I'm with you. Yeah. I heard my name. That's all I
was
understood.
just
I'm
wondering
sorry.
if you took a break.
No.
Final 18 minutes of this race, some 10 laps to go, more or less, maybe a few more. Sanel Tadic within 30 seconds of Matija Marković, but it's just not enough unless something unexpectedly happens. In the meantime, Radivojević is still chasing down Zvonimir Kranjčec. Now they have a clear path in front of them, it seems so. And now it's time to see their roll pace and not just the traffic management, the tire wear and so on. In the meantime, Shamanidi, who is driving the 717 car, crushed the best lap record. So it's a 1:43.282. The only driver that has managed to pull a 1:43.2. So kudos for that, at least. But
Sure, they wanted to be in a different position whilst setting the fastest lap of the race, but obviously when you're the last driver into the car, it makes it very difficult to have a massive impact on the outcome of the race. But fastest lap, very, very well done to the 717. Shows just how much pace is in that car.
yeah, and it's a shame that they didn't manage to reach, let's say, a better position.
Luck.
Yeah.
Better
Yes.
Even more luck, yes.
Yeah.
I think that they managed to pick up quite a few penalties. Yes,
Yeah.
I have written down one stop and go 30 and 2 drive-throughs. So it's clearly something that impacts the race quite heavily. It's also one important aspect of endurance racing. After all, you have to be consistent. You have to be clean at all times.
Yes, that's the thing that will win the race. It's a marathon, it's not a sprint.
Yeah.
It's very different mindset and everything in the endurance race than it is in sprint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like we saw a lot of track cuts and a lot of warnings because of it. When you reach 2 or 3 track cuts, you just, when you go off track, you release the throttle, you give back the time, you do a lot of things to just not to get that final warning and to get a penalty. It looks funny, you know. You're just driving your own and then you release the throttle, but you have to do it. Otherwise, there's a 30-second weight that's hanging above your head, that's ready to fall on you.
Yeah, exactly.
And maybe the number 5 car, maybe they are on 3 warnings. Maybe the 41 car is on 3 warnings. Maybe Gaspar Mrak of 89 is on 3 warnings. We don't know, but it's let's say a trade-off that you have to go for in order to not get that stupid penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's so many times that how many times have we seen fights and races ruined by just running a little bit too far wide, using a little bit too much curb. It just in this race alone, it's so difficult to nail that absolute edge. It shows how the professionals are professional about it. It looks as though the fight between the 55 and the 666 has kind of got into that stalemate situation properly now. The 666 car is holding station about a second away from the 55, and there's not much fight left in the 55 at this point. I don't think. I could be wrong. I would like to be wrong. I've just been watching for a couple of laps now, and it looks as though the fire's ever so slightly dimmed. It's not gone out, but it's dimmed a little. 14 minutes to go. It only takes one corner to have that opportunity.
Yeah, to majorly reshape your race.
Absolutely.
For the race.
Absolutely. Well, yeah.
Interesting things are happening. Pinces is narrowing the gap down to Sanel Tadic. Sanel just had a really slow lap, 144.7, whereas Pinces had a 143.7. That's a second shaved off from Sanel. Maybe the tire wear is kicking in, but they stopped pretty much soon next to each other. So
yeah,
maybe it's the fuel.
No, I can tell you exactly what it is. It's the traffic.
But I don't think that it was in the previous lap.
They've just gone past the 491, the Porsche, the 14, and Tadic is now coming up to the 55 McLaren, as well as the 666 McLaren. So this fight is about to be interrupted, that we've been keeping an eye on for the past 20 minutes or so. Is about to be interrupted by the second place and the third place driver, and it's a case of how quickly can the McLarens make the space for the Ferraris, lapping them without impacting their particular battle.
Sorry, I just had my shoelace untied, and Alma helped me to tie it back in. That's a wonderful colleague.
Yes, exactly what we need.
All right.
Yeah, here for one another. Yes, it seems that Tadic has managed to get ahead of Radivojevic pretty cleanly. And it looks like this has quite dramatically benefited Kranjec. Kranjec is now pulling a 3-second gap between him and Radivojevic. This could be defining to his final position in the race. And now he's also back on a good pace, even though he had to lap a traffic. So now Pinces did not gain anything during this lap, and he's the one that still has to lap Milan.
Exactly.
We're still in the closing hours, let's say, just to see how we are coping right here. You see the stewarding team is still pretty busy. And in this camera you see that both Tadic and Kunen are pretty focused right now. It's really nerve-wracking, the final minutes, especially for Sanel. It's only 3.8 seconds that separate himself and Adam Pinces in P3. Oh, also something that we didn't notice that was happening is that that Gaspar Mrak caught up to Renato Simic. They're also separated by 3 seconds. But okay, there is traffic. The 41 Mustang has just passed the 717 Ferrari, which still holds the fastest lap. And the next stop ahead of them is the 28 Ferrari. Of course, this is also the traffic that the 89 needs to go through. And so we are commencing the final 10 minutes of the race. Honestly, it was not boring. And it was not something that lasted forever.
No, it's not.
No.
Yeah, it went really quick.
Smoothly.
Yeah, and smooth, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Indeed it did. Indeed it did. Almost 6 hours. I mean, we are here since morning, early morning. And the time fly by.
Yeah, we're here for nearly 10 hours now, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and still we have food, we have coffee, and we have lots of drinks, and of course good times and good people here in PISMO Gaming Incubator.
And on the call with us, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Hi.
Hi.
I had to make my own coffee.
Oh, poor thing.
Oh no, it's so bad. We get to witness some of the best races in all of Southeast Europe, and we get to enjoy all of the sights and sounds of these wonderful cars. As I say, one of the things that sim racing does brilliantly is mimic the atmosphere of real life. If only we could have smell-o-vision, so we could smell the cars as well as hearing them and seeing them going around the track. That would be the perfect experience, and we wouldn't really need to go real racing anymore.
Yeah, but of course the adrenaline is much higher when you go karting, when you go even to
absolutely.
a real race. But here, I mean, it's really nerve-wracking. You know, after 6 hours, you're still fighting for positions. You still have the unexpected things that can happen. It looks like the 717 is not so happy with the 41 ahead of him. And Renato decides to let the 717 go. I believe that Shamanidi believes he has a chance against Gigic, as 5 seconds separate them, a bit more than 5.
I'll say 5 seconds in a couple of laps is a bit of an ask, but it's not the end of the world, especially given that this is the fastest, or the 717 is the fastest car on track. Well, it was the fastest car on track, even when being held up behind a car that's a lap up on it. Still pulled out a 44.7 compared to the 47 the Gigic is doing at the moment. So I do understand the desire to get that 14th position.
And after all, I mean, Shamanidi gained nearly 2.5 seconds compared to Gigic in the last lap.
Yeah.
Luka Gigic has pulled 2 laps with a lap time of 1:47 something. It's a very bad pace, and it looks like he's alone in traffic. So maybe fuel saving, maybe the tires are gone.
Which is all the more reason why.
Because Luka had a very, very good pace at the start of the race. He was the driver to drive in the first stint for them.
Yes.
But right now this car is not in its happy place. Oh, the 555 just got a drive-through penalty.
That's going to ruin their race.
They will lose a lot.
That might drop them down to 13th position if they're not careful.
Yes. Yeah.
So Matti Miksic getting promoted to 12th position before the end of the race. 6 minutes to go. That's just heartbreaking. And then I don't think the 73 car is going to get past. That delta is a little bit too high.
No, it's not. The 717 is really close to 73.
Yes.
It's 1.6 seconds. He managed to shave another nearly 4 seconds during this lap.
This is going to be, well, the 555 car could fall foul of the 717. If that's the case, then with the amount of pace that
look at him.
Whoa.
Look at how much time he gained only in this corner and goes around the outside into turn 4. Sandro Sciamanidi doing a stellar overtake here.
That was wild.
No waiting. He just
555
went
car
through.
is in the pits.
Yeah, completing his.
So Matti.
Oh, maybe Matti will not pass him. Yeah, I think Matti stays in P13.
Very close. 555's out into turn 1. No, 555's out already.
And the 491 is just now into turn 1.
Yeah.
The gap is too big to think. But anyway, here is what's happening now. The Lambo of Ager team has caught up with Renato Simic. Renato has to go down the inside of 73. It will slightly block off the 89 of Mrak, but he manages to go quickly through.
And as if to add,
73 goes into pits. Maybe this is maybe they're out of fuel.
Maybe they're out of fuel. That's that would explain a lot. They were probably trying to just fend off the 717, but given that the 717 has gone past now and the Ford behind is not a million miles away, they still need to nail this pit stop to retain the place. But there's a potential fight over second and third brewing as well. The gap seems to have stagnated a little bit, but it's at 2 seconds at the moment. This fight over fourth between the two top placed cars.
Oh, Gaspar is very concrete.
Yeah.
He's very determined. And look at these two beautiful cars, both very different in philosophy and both with the greatest sounds. Probably on the grid.
Yep. Best audio on the grid and the most unique handling as well. Not to say that it's bad handling, it's just they are very characterful. Lamborghini, a thoroughbred, pure, mid-engined, essentially supercar rather than a GT car. The Mustang, a big space-framed behemoth of a car that has the aerodynamic profile of a brick.
Yes. And you cannot think about Mustang without thinking about what the F is a kilometer meme.
That's true.
Yeah.
Very true.
Anyway, judging by the position of Matija Markovic, I believe that we still have 2 laps to go until the end, and I think Renato Simic can fight off the Lambo on the straight, probably, but the 89 Lambo was never so close for the position.
No, it's 2 laps to go now. So 5 car coming down the start-finish straight into turn 1 now under braking.
Yeah, absolutely. Two more laps.
Two cars to pass before they find this this battle. But there's a distinct possibility. That this could be 3 laps left for these 2 drivers.
Oh yeah, actually, you're right.
Will that mess up? Actually, let me have a really quick look at the stints. I think these 2 are okay.
And you know what? Maybe the 73, they were the first to stop, right? For the final stint.
They were the first to stop.
Yeah, they outdid themselves.
Oh, is Markovic going to have the fuel? This would be the longest stint that number 5 car has done.
Yeah, probably he can feel safe. He has 30 seconds.
Yeah, but that would be that's a lot of fuel to try and find in a couple of laps. Unless, of course, he has been actually fuel saving this entire time.
Yeah, perhaps even so.
Yeah.
It would make the victory even bigger.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
as the Lambo of Gaspar Mrak is still trying to find his way. We will start soon the final lap with Matija Markovic, but this is the penultimate lap for Renato and Gaspar here in Ford and Lamborghini.
Yeah, he's not going to catch before the end of the race, is he?
No chance. And it all comes down to this. The leader has just started the final lap. Matija Markovic, with 30 seconds to go, crosses the line. 30 seconds is the gap behind him, but these two guys that are fighting for P4 have 2 more laps to go. And also, Sanel Tadic and Adam Pinces have, well, this is their final lap, actually.
Yep.
That they will start now. And Pinces also has, I believe, Kranjec in front of him. This will clearly mess up his plan to overtake, but they're just 1 second apart. It's a very small gap. Down the inside goes Pinces to go a lap ahead of Zvonimir Kranjec. Let's see where the two drivers that are fighting for P4 are. Renato Simic has a drive-through. Oh my goodness!
No!
In the closing laps, Renato Simic has a drive-through. That is such a shame.
Heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking. I hope he goes to the end at least, you know, to, let's say, finish ahead. Now he breaks to let Gaspar Mrak go through. What a tough luck for Renato in the penultimate lap of the race. This is not how we wanted to see the battle be solved. But anyway, kudos for these two guys for providing the best entertainment there can be. And let's put our hands together for Matija Markovic, for Nils Matih, and for Florian Safarovsky of SCG, the national team of Montenegro, for winning the FIA SEE 6 hour of Hungaroring, the FIA SEE finals organized by HAX, the Croatian Automobile and Karting Federation, as well as SIMmark P2, currently held by Sanel Tadic. There isn't enough time for Pinces to make a move. It's just a final corner as Sanel Tadic goes to cross the line in P2. That's the job done for Sanel. That's not a very big celebration from him. Rather what could have been look. Anyway, P3 for Adam Pinces. Congrats to Sanel Tadic and Matija Škuljak for their second position finish for the HAX GT3 team, for the team that is organized by the Croatian Automobile Federation. And then congrats also to the third place, the Brabham Motorsport team of Adam Pinces, Gabor Šaroši and Miloš Stamenkovic. What an amazing fight towards the end. We are waiting for Gaspar Mrak of car number 89 to cross the line. Renato Simic is back in 5th position. Everyone else crossed the line. Yeah. Apart from Shamanidi, Luka Gigic got the fastest lap in the end. Yeah, they were clearly fuel saving. Oh, this is in style. This has to be in style. A power slide through the final corner for Gaspar Mrak as he finishes the race in P4. We are waiting for 5th place Renato Simic to come to the finish line. 6th position Zlatko added car number 720, then the 666 of Slow Motion Avengers, the 70 car of DMSK and MA70 esports team, the Slovakian national entry, 10th position by Kristinani Eagles Racing Academy Albania national team, 11th position for Javakishvili and the number 1 AOR team. Well, not so bad in the end. And sadly, I lost the track of the final standings, but I believe that maybe we can just go here. And sorry, just
very quick session. Everybody very quick to leave the server.
Yeah, Yeah, it's also an ACC thing, you know.
Yes. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
everybody's going
The
out
reset.
from the server, so yeah.
And hopefully we'll be
Things
visited
change.
by some
Yeah.
drivers here soon.
Yeah, let's see as the people are congratulating each other. There is some discussion post-race.
They're finding faults in the hardware.
Yes, of course.
It's going to be difficult to talk to any of these drivers post-race because they're going to be wanting to complain about the about the flex in the rig or the feedback not being quite right.
This is Nick Smox, Nikola Močev, the lead steward of SIMmark. Would you like to have a word with us?
Yes, he would.
Also
He would.
Croatian,
Yes,
if you
of
prefer.
course. Yes, of course.
Same for me. Should I just need to find myself a seat or
Okay.
sit here?
Do you want to speak with Alma or with me?
With both of you, actually.
That's not possible.
Good evening to everybody.
Hey,
So,
Nick.
Nick's actually, I propose to do this in our language.
Yes.
Okay, može.
For the domestic public, imali smo dosta domaće publike ovdje. Imali ste pune ruke posla, čini mi se tokom cijele trke.
Za jedan endurance iznenađujuće dosta. Inače, kod endurance očekujemo manje incidenata, malo više da se pazi, ali očito se utrkava više vozila praktički kao i sprint. Tako da je bilo dosta malo agresivnih poteza, čak dosta kazni, dosta incidenata, sve zajedno smo pregledali, ja mislim, negdje oko 60-ak prijava kontakta sa same aplikacije i nekih 15-ak prijava same sa strane vozača. Tako da za nas suce je bilo definitivno dosta posla, ali barem nam je brzo prošlo i samo vrijeme cijele utrke. I bilo je užasno zanimljivo za popratiti. Nažalost, neke vozače to koštalo više, druge malo manje, a sve u svemu smatram da je bilo u redu i pošteno i konkretno.
Nismo imali uvid sada u konkretan sudijski posao. Da li je bilo žalbi na kazne, da li je bilo nekih...
Bilo je nekakvih žalbi gdje su mene vozači direktno kontaktirali, naravno to se ponovo pregleda sve sa kolegama i sucima, čak sa sucima koji nisu prijašnje pregledali taj incident, ali nije bilo nikakvih promjena odluka, tako da odluke stoje. Desila bi se promjena odluke da je bilo potrebe za to, ali drugi suci su isto vidjeli istu stvar, tako da svi stojimo iza toga kako je odlučeno i kako je zapisano, to je dodijeljeno kazneno u samom game.
Sve jasno, Niks, čekaju nas pobjednici trke. Hvala ti puno na razgovoru i hvala puno na sjajno obavljenom poslu. Alma, da li ti imaš nešto možda? Imaš.
Sad kad Alma krene. Ja bih samo kratko pozdravio sve gledaoce, čestitke vozačima, odlična utrka, čestitku Sanelu koji je viceprvak Hrvatske i uspio to i potvrditi skupa sa Mexom. Ekipa tu bila odlična, hvala tebi Bačo i Almi, sponzorima i svima koji su to omogućili, pismu koji je dao divan prostor, kamere i sve ostalo. I nadam se da ćemo se uskoro vidjeti jako brzo na nekom drugom endurancu, na nekoj drugoj stazi.
Hvala ti, Niks. Ike, do you maybe have some question for Niks in English?
I doff my hat to you as a steward for another sim racing league. You've done an absolutely fantastic job today. How hard was it to pick apart the individual incidents in real time?
Oh well, it's hard as always. You have a lot of work to do. You have a lot of incidents going one after another, so you're trying to keep your time limits into consideration. Like I said already, we have had altogether about 60 incidents directly from the app as contacts, and about 15 complaints from drivers, plus some complaints on the decisions that we needed to review. So the marshals were not bored definitely for this endurance, which is a bit different because endurances usually are a bit easier to judge, a bit more calm, but not this one.
No. When the stakes are so high, it makes total sense that it's a little bit higher tension. You said about 60 incidents that were reported, 15 tickets. No, there was another question I was going to ask and I can't remember it now. You took me in with your answer.
Those 60
right.
incidents, not all of them were penalties. The penalties are basically pretty much half. I still need to, how they say, count the dead to be exact.
Of course.
But altogether, it was good racing. Good racing from the guys. There were some slip-ups, but this kind of thing happens with this kind of teams. The teams were really strong. We had a few national teams. We had a few especially good drivers, and the progress was really interesting to watch, actually.
And speaking of those driving standards, happy with them generally? No.
Please continue, Ike. Alex is not aware of the issues that we have.
Oh, okay. Driving standards. You mentioned that they were generally good. Any particular drivers that stood out in a positive way? We won't dwell on the negative.
Well, I want to say for the team number 52, I was really impressed that they got caught up in traffic on the beginning of the race. They actually were, let's say, 3 times picked up by other drivers. So they lost a lot of time. They had damage. They lost positions, and by the end, that they managed to come to 3rd position, if I'm not mistaken, 3rd or 4th. So really impressive pace. They didn't put one foot wrong. They didn't have any more contacts, no more cuts, nothing. So really impressive as a team. From other drivers, also Sadnel Tadic and Max, so Škuja. Really impressive performance. They kept calm. I also had Sadnel Tadic here in front of me, so I could have given a look how they're driving. Are they nervous or anything like that? They were completely professional until the end, especially for the last 2 hours. Sadnel drove the whole stints. He managed to keep the distance between the drivers, manage his pace, manage the traffic and everything else. So that was quite impressive to see and to watch. Not to put a foot wrong for 2 hours when you're under pressure from really strong team. They actually managed to come back from the last position and managed to follow their pace and push for the last 2 hours like it's first 2 hours. So that was really nice to watch.
Perfect. He took the words out of my mouth as well.
Thank you, Ike. Hvala, Nix. Moramo dalje preći, čekaju nas već i drugi timovi da razgovaramo. Hvala puno na efortu tokom ovog vikenda i naravno na svim ostalim SIMmark trkama. Nadam se se gledamo češće u narednoj godini i da će biti prilika i da bude trkanje mnogo bolje u smislu i čistije i agresivnije.
Definitivno hoće i definitivno ćemo biti ovdje sve češće i češće. Ima interesa. Naravno, drago mi je biti ovdje, drago mi je raditi s ovakvim ljudima. Hvala tebi, Bačo, na komentarima i mislim da moram ja i sjesti zapravo pogledati utorku ovako sa vanjske strane, znači uz kavu i malo više opušteno i sa ekipom. Naravno. Tako da hvala još jedan put svima i vidimo se prvom sljedećom prilikom.
Hvala, Niks. Evo ruke. To je bio Nikola Močibob, glavni sudija ovdje na SIMmarku, a mi idemo dalje, razgovarat ćemo sada sa nekim vozačima, razgovarat ćemo sa onima koji su bili najbolje plasirani, ali naravno i sa svima koji budu hteli da porazgovaraju sa nama. Okay, hello guys, we have here Matija Markovic and Florian Safarovski, the SCG team, the winners of this race. Guys, massive congratulations and welcome on board.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
How was it, this race?
Flo, are you going to...
Yeah, I can. Well, it was it was a very good race for us. I mean, we had no issues. We were just able to keep our pace, and so yeah, had a very cool race. Pretty fair, to be honest. And yeah, I'm very happy with it. I mean, the preparation time was cut short for us because we just decided Monday to participate, and. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, the perfect week, actually.
Yeah. How much time did you then have to do the practice?
Like 4 or 5 hours a day until this morning.
If you're this fast after 4 or 5 hours of practice, then really my congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm joined here by Alma. Alma, we are talking with the winners here. Actually, Mattia and Florian are here with us. Guys, what do you think was the best part of your race? Was it the first thing that set you in place? Were you worried that after the first thing that things might change?
Well, first of all, doing the qualifying point 2 was a personal best for me. So in qualifying, I did the best lap that, like when I started practicing. So I was very happy after that. I saw that Adam is very fast, that there is a couple of cars that are really fast, but I wanted to go offensively and to try to start a gap immediately, like from the start. And I did it. I had 14 seconds, and after that we were trying to control everything, don't have cuts and drive-throughs or contacts with the cars that were under blue flags. So Hungaroring is a different track to overtake, and track position meant a lot. So that pole position or front row gave us the best spot to go to start the race and finish like we did.
How important was the pole position?
Well, it depends. After race, we can say that we had a super good pace, but overall in the qualifying, a lot seemed like more close. So in qualifying, we couldn't know that if there is somebody faster than us. So that lap, which was really amazing, put us in the best position, because going in second row, I think even if you are faster than the cars in front, the Hungaroring is a track where you can defend position easily, especially with GT3 cars, which are wide and powerful. So overall, I think that track position had a lot to do for this race.
Florian, what about you? What is your gut feeling?
Yeah, I think the pole position was very, very important for sure. I mean, we had some lucky moment for us, because there was contact straight behind us for the first time in the chicane, and yeah, that was the fundament on which we were able to build a gap, I think. So it started with the second after the first lap because of the contact, and then. Yeah, we built up that gap until Mattia passed the car to me, and I think when I did my double stint, how much time did we gain on P2?
We had when Neil started. I would like to add that, of course, that's information that nobody else knows. After Flo pitted for Niels immediately in the first lap, he had 45 seconds to P2, but he lost feedback. So he did a complete stint without his feedback, so he was lapping 2 seconds slower than what the projection of his pace was.
Welcome to the hot seat, Marin.
We thought there was something going on. We thought at the time that it may have been trying to stretch the fuel, but how close were you on fuel at the end of the race? Because it was all extremely tight according to what we had seen from your 296.
We didn't have problems with fuel. I think that when I crossed the line, I think I had extra 4 laps of fuel in the tank.
Great.
I didn't want to risk, as we had a big gap. I didn't want to risk, should we finish or should we have, I don't know, 2 sectors left and stay out of fuel. That's why I said to Niels to put a full tank in the car and drive. I think the car in the race on a full fuel, it was amazing, even better than in qualifying, which said that I had a really good pace. So I wanted to drive on full tank, even though I knew that others will be faster on fresher tires. But I felt the car was amazing, and it really was for the whole race.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you guys. We still have some other drivers to interview. If you want, let's please address can I have please your statements on the local languages, starting with Matija?
Moja prva endurance trka, što da kažem, imali smo nekih punih 5 dana treninga i kao tim smo se vrhunski slagali, ja, Florian i Nils, i od prvog dana je sve išlo kako treba, napravili smo setup kako treba. balans je bio vrhunski u ekipi i mi smo išli na ovu trku, pošto nismo bili aktivni baš u kompeticionu, gađali smo te nagrade koje su u top 3 da idemo na grobnik, ali sinoć smo vidjeli da imamo i brzinu i za više, ali naš glavni cilj je bio top 3, na kraju krajeva ljepše je sa pobjedom, ali uspjeli smo što smo zamislili.
Hvala Matija. Florian?
Yeah, was a good race, or what's the matter?
As I said to Matija before, if you want to address the public in your local language.
Oh, it's perfectly fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then thank you guys for coming in. Congratulations on the victory. Maybe Marin, do you want to add something?
No, I'm just listening to the guys and taking everything into account. A lot of through my mind is going at the moment, so
of course.
Just continue.
I would add also to thank Marin for the invite for the race.
So it's always a pleasure to have you on the grid. So
thank you.
Beautiful.
Okay, guys, thank you. We will then proceed with P2 afterwards. Thank you, Matija. Thank you, Florian. And let's now discuss with Matija Škuljak as a representative of P2.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Well, this is different.
We never met before, but we actually raced quite a few times. We will do this in our language, and then we will proceed with English if you have any questions.
Yeah, of course.
Matija, dobroveče, dobrodošao. Čestitke na drugoj poziciji i kakva je bila trka za početak?
Hvala. Trka je bila dobra. Drugo mjesto, to smo maksimalno što smo sad mogli. Bili su bolji prvi, tako da ih čestitam. I to je to.
Gdje nam je Sanel nestao?
Sanel, ne znam. Od ova dva stinta...
Ispario, ne?
Ispario, da.
Nema ni Riga više ovdje. Kaži mi, kakav je Ferrari bio no-brainer izbor ili ste se lomili oko nekog drugog auta možda?
Pa ne, ja sam rekao Sanelu šta hoćeš, što ćemo voziti. Sanel rekao Ferrari, ne mora vježbati ništa i tako smo onda Ferrari uzeli. Tako da, to je tak bilo dobro. Njegov, ajmo reći.
Jasno, pa čini mi se da se dobro snašao. Da li bi mogao reći to?
Pa dobro je bilo, da.
Mislim, stvarno bih rekao da je imao dobar tempo, naravno i ti si imao, ali od njega mislim da me više iznenadio u tom smislu. Tebe očekujem najbolje, naravno.
Pa da, ja sam mislio da će možda nešto imati loše, pošto je, ajmo reći, ne vozi od kuće, ali se dobro snašao.
Dobro, Sanel i prošle godine ovdje vozio Rigu, tako da i ovdje mu je domaće. Da. Pa kako vam se dopalo, kako vam je bilo kroz sa trafikom, kako ste se snašli tu? Je li bilo problema sa plavim zastavama? Vidjeli smo na kraju, bilo je, dobro, ti vjerovatno nisi to vidio, kada je Renato Simić obilazio da se vrati u isti krug sa Sanelom, malo je tu Sanel imao reakciju, da tako kažem, onako politički korektan.
Pa ne, bilo je okej. Što sam ja vozio i za krug neke ljude prolazio, bilo okej. Nije bilo problema nikakvih.
Super. Ništa, onda čestitam još jednom. Nadam se da se vidimo na nekim drugim trkama, na nekim drugim endurancima. Ike, I leave it to you if you have any question for Matija.
No, that's fine. I'm sorry, Matthew. There's probably going to be a couple of repetitions in English for you. But you were best of the rest today. And I think one of the first teams to have any kind of adversity or challenge to your race. How was it looking back on it? Are there any things that you think you could do better? How do you think the race went from your perspective?
race is very, very good in the end. Problem is quali because I start P5.
Yep.
And leader.
Yeah, you had to fight through the traffic.
Yeah,
to
and we lost 20 seconds, and it's done. It's P2 is maximum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. But once you'd settled into that and you knew that the race started to come to you and getting to second place, absolute congratulations for that. I hope that I was looking at him. Hopefully that was the end of your troubles and the rest of the race went a lot more smoothly for you. Being able to get back to that second position in the end is absolutely admirable. Well done. Is there anything that you want to tell us in English for the more international viewers?
Nothing.
That's all good.
Okay.
That's all good.
Hvala, Matija. Thank you, Matija. Thank you, Ike, for the questions. We let you go now. You're free.
Thank you.
And we will continue with the third place team.
Yep.
That is the third place team, which is the Brabham Motorsport, I believe.
That's absolutely correct. The 52 car.
The 52 Ferrari of Adam Pinces, Gabor Sharoshi, and Milos Stamenkovic. Welcome, guys. How are you?
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Congratulations on the podium. Well done.
Thanks a lot.
You did it the hard way, I think it's fair to say.
Comeback of the century, so to say.
Yeah. So we know that you got third. How are you all coping with the knowledge of how quick you were and what could have been?
Adam, you should start, I think, because you did half of the race.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, the qualifying went alright. I could have maybe got pole, but I messed up my lap. But yeah, after that, lap 1, turn 6, I believe, or turn 5, I made a mistake, and then one of the Ferrari got alongside me and then unfortunately hit me. So we already had some damage and lost a lot of time. So it was basically lost the podium challenge. We had some incidents after that as well, but yeah, I mean, looking at the pace now, we would have probably got P2 and maybe fighting for P1. But I mean, in the end, we after the incident, we said okay, head down and keep pushing to get the podium, because that was our main goal. Of course, to win as well, but I mean, the podium was also a nice bonus, and we got it in the end. So really good job from my teammates as well. And after stint 1, stint 2, and stint 3 for me was really good as well. So yeah, we made it back.
Speaking of P2, how much more did you need? What do you think?
2 laps, I think.
I would say a bit more because I was watching Adam on the final stint, and I mean, congrats to all the teams, but the guys in P2 were so consistent, and if I understood correctly, they did this on land, which is an extra and mega result for them. Like, they were so consistent, they weren't really doing any mistakes, honestly. So I don't know, you know how bad the top speed for Ferrari is. So I think it would have been a big fight for P2. But I don't know, we would have needed maybe 1 more hour. I don't know. I don't want to really guess here because, you know, sim racing is all about what ifs, and we can just guess what could have happened if we don't get pushed out in lap 1 or we don't get the 21-second damage from one of the Porsche in the middle of the race. So, you know,
there's not one of the Porsche, there was the Porsche.
The Porsche, yeah.
Porsche. Yeah, so we have this, you know, minimal commitment driving style or principle in Brabham, and that's what we try to do from the first stint. Obviously, you cannot avoid contacts and fights because you have to gain places somewhere. But yeah, it was all about getting cleaner, doing our pace, and it really paid off in the end. That's what we did. That's why we pitted so late or a bit earlier.
Yeah.
So yeah.
By the way, I see that Milos is muted. Do you know why is that? Can you get to him?
He's on speakers.
No.
He is on speakers.
Okay.
He gets a massive echo.
But he muted his speakers as well. So I don't know how to lure him into an interview.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I texted him just now, but he
Okay,
was
thanks.
here.
Thanks. And so, guys, 3 stints for Adam, only 1 stint for both Gabor and Milos. Was this something that you planned from the beginning, or you adjusted the strategy as the race went on?
No, the plan was that I would finish the race in the end, but since my pace wasn't really there, I was 3 or 4 tenths off to Milos and Adam. So in the end, we had like 8 seconds of gap or 7 seconds of gap to P2. We knew how fast Adam is. And I just said, okay, Adam, if you can drive, I give you the seat. And I try to manage everything behind you. And basically that was it. It was just a quick decision because we were already satisfied with P3, but I was like, yeah, the gap is big enough to P4 so that we even get a drive-through. We would get back to P3. We just wanted to go for it.
Yeah, got it. Alma, do you have any questions for the team?
No, I think you cover everything.
Eike, what about you?
No, I'll ask the questions that I wanted.
Okay, thank you guys. And we already did this with winners. If you want, you can address the public in your local language, maybe starting with Gabor.
I don't think there are Hungarian viewers, but to my friends who are watching, hát köszi, hogy néztétek, és hát tudjuk milyen katasztrófa volt az eleje, de már hozzá vagytok szokva, mert mindig erről jeppelek, mikor iszunk. Szóval, hát ja, majd Horvátországból posztoljuk ezerrel majd a dolgokat Ádámmal, aztán ja, nyomtuk neki, aztán felnyomtuk a kúpot néhány embernek, szóval köszi. Yeah, thanks.
Köszönöm. Adam?
Ja, igazából én is köszi, hogy néztétek, meg hogy szurkoltatok, aki esetleg magyar volt. Ja, igazából amit terveztünk a incidens után, az összejött, visszahoztuk csapatszinten, és ja, én nagyon örülök, hogy így sikerült a verseny a hibák ellenére is. Thank you.
Köszönöm, Adam. Milos, if you're with us in Serbian, a few words, if you want.
In Serbian. Pa, moje timski kolege su bile previše prijateljski i fine, ja mogu ovako malo više balkanski. Pi, 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 Toliko, ja mislim da ste sve razumeli.
Sve jasno. Miloše, eto i za našu publiku koja nas prati na ovim prostorima, ako možemo i par riječi ovako o trci sa tobom, kakav vam je bio comeback?
Pa ja iskreno nisam ispratio, pogledao sam samo kvalifikacije i start i posle nisam mogao da gledam, imao sam druge obaveze. I kad sam se vratio, onda sam vidio gdje se nalazimo i šta treba da se uradi. Adam je vozio posle super koliko je mogao, Gabor isto. Auto je bio od pozadi dobro oštećen, gubilo se baš dosta vremena, gubili smo 3-4 desetinke u odnosu na practice. vremena na istim temperaturama, ali eto, vozilo se koliko se moglo, sva sreće, uspjeli smo da prođemo bez drive-thrua za katove, neko drugi je imao kazne i onda smo eto mogli to da iskoristimo i P2 su, oni su imali drive-thru, tako da su nam dali šansu da se trkamo sa tim drive-thruom, da nije toga bilo, ne bi bilo ni pokušaja da se to ujuri, tako da nije bilo loše. Moglo je naravno bolje, uvek može, ali to je to.
Jasno, Miloše, ne znam da li Alma imaš možda neka pitanja za Miloša eventualno?
Imam, vjerovali ili ne. Miloše, prvo i prvenstveno dobro večer, dobrodošao. Moje pitanje, a mislim da se to mnogi pitaju, u timu sa 2 Mađara, kako?
Pa tim je u principu internacionalni, ima dosta ljudi i onda je originalni plan da sa jednim Makedoncem vozim, pa onda je on u zadnjem momentu rekao da ne može i onda je bilo, ajde, jel hoće neko da vozi, i onda su Adam i Gabo rekli da bi htjeli, pošto je njihova staza domaći teren i tako to, bilo bi šteta da su propustili, tako da vrlo prosto. A u timu ima ljudi iz raznih zemalja, tako da nije i Engleza i Škotlanđana, oni ne vole da se zovu Englezi nego Škotlanđani, ima i Portugalaca i tako, ima.
I onda ti tako završio sa 2 Mađara. Mislim, super, odlično, dapače. Čestitam još jedanput, iako si rekao, kažeš da si imao nekakve obaveze, ali da, sve o svemu kad se zbroji, divno i jedno iskustvo. I ja ti s moje strane od srca zahvaljujem. Evo, što si bio dio FIA South East Europe, finals. I'm a little bit tired, so don't hold it against me. I believe we all are, so... that was it for me, for my question for Miloš.
Thank you, all 3 of you, Adam, Gabor, Miloš. Thank you for driving today. And we hope to see you again soon, on track, off track, whatever you prefer.
Preferably with drinks.
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Bye. And so for the finals, I don't know if Rade is willing to talk with us.
Come on, Rade. Come, sit. No.
That's as much of an interview we will get.
And that's all of the production gone down the toilet.
Yeah. This is Rade here with us.
Oh, hello.
English or Serbian?
However you like.
Postat ćemo na našem. Ike, you can meet Radoslav Živković here.
The Jack driver.
The Jack driver. The Jack.
Jack.
Talk us through the race.
First lap, out of the pits. First incident, drive through. Nice start. I got crashed by a faster driver. He didn't want to wait to take over and was pushed aside. So I got a penalty for that. And he got a penalty for that. I got
luckily, we have the stewards right here, and you can object.
Go and complain to them
efficiently.
He will get officially drunk afterwards.
Okay, perfect. And how was driving in the rig here with Tomislav?
Actually, very nice. Very, very nice. I was afraid that I will crash the car first time around because I don't have time to practice. This is the first time driving the Mustang here on the ACC. So we finished. Yeah, we finished 16. That's a nice thing. I didn't crash it.
And how was the Mustang? It feels like it's not that bad of a choice. Power, right?
Yeah. If you have a power, you can bully someone on the straight. That's the good thing about it.
Yeah.
So if someone have to pass you and he's in the race with you, you have very good chance to keep it behind you to the end of the stint you have, because in the corners, you take the inside line. He must take outside to pass you.
Yeah.
And if I get on the straight and on the throttle 100%,
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Ike, do you have... sorry.
Excellent car for defending.
Yes.
It reminds you of Jag, no?
Yeah. The same sound. I think the powerhouse is
the same car. It is the same audio. It's exactly the same audio.
Not aspirated, I think.
Yes.
Good.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Ike, do you have any questions for Rade?
No, I just have to doff my hat to you as a fellow straight line enjoyer. It was good to see some variety in the body shapes, and glad that you decided to switch decided to drive the Mustang. That's fantastic. It was a good change of scenery. It was a good, lovely livery. Obviously, not the result that you may have wanted, but just being able to be here and be involved in the atmosphere is an achievement. So thank you and congratulations, I guess.
Thank you, Rade. If you want, ako želiš na našem jeziku...
Može. Mislim se srpsko-hrvatsko.
BHS. Ako želiš da nam sumiraš ukratko.
Može, šta znam, mislim, lepo iskustvo generalno, u principu voziti u istom rigu.
Snimali smo vaše driver swapove.
Posle tome ekstra sesti u rig, znači imaš grejanje sedišta, džabe. Znači, odmah se usaftaš, razumeš, znači čovjek si znojio litru jednu. Znači, morao sam ti idem napolje, se luftiram odmah. Garderoba ostala u autu, nemam ništa ni za presvući, mokar totalno. Ma zanimljivo, u svakom slučaju, lepo iskustvo. Triple screen, prvi put neka duža trka na triple screenu, u principu...
Bolje nego VR?
Nije bolje VR. Bolje VR, ne znam, usko je polje, vidno polje i ne vidiš sve u punoj veličini, ne znam kako bi objasnio. Ok, FOV je dobar, nije loš. Smete mi što sam vijao, doduše to je sad stvar navike, vio sam ikone koje su, Blue Flag mi je bio skroz levo u monitor. Znači ja sam više gledao onaj status sa kolima, razumiješ, monitorčić, razumiješ da vidim da li imam neko ko je plavi, beli ili naranđasti i po tome sam se ravnao. Zato sam i dobio realno, nisam ni očekivao, čim sam izašao iz boksa, iza mene je bio auto koji je bio u krugu sa mnom, gde smo se mi trebali trkati, međutim nisam vidio da iza njega bio auto koji je stizao nas dvojicu za ceo krug. Ja sam očekivajući da je to auto iza mene, trkao se s čovjekom koji trebao sam da ga propustim. To je trajalo 4 krivine, međutim dovoljno izgleda čovjek izgubi živce, puknemo to sadi i završimo kako smo završili.
Jasno.
Tako da, šta mislim? Drugačije iskustvo, ne bi menjao VR za ovo definitivno. Moj izbor je dalje VR. Ovdje je bolje što ti samo vidiš, mislim, lepo kad imaš gadgete sa strane pa možeš da vizualno klikneš, pomeriš, vidiš, obrišeš nos, možeš na VR-u, kad se oznaviš posle sat vremena vožnje nikako, znači trpiš kako ti kaplje, osjećaš kako ide polako golica, razumeš. Zar nije dovoljno što vozim Jaguar, još moram i ovo, razumeš da...
Dobro, ovdje si feels like home. Hvala ti, Rade, moramo da pređemo dalje, čeka nas Marin i da završamo sa ovim streamom. Svaka čast na ovom ostvarenju i trkamo se mi još.
Trkamo se, vidjet ćemo se.
Tjerat ćemo se još.
Da. Ajde. Laku noć, pozdrav.
Laku noć. Evo ga, Marin odmah će stići. Just so you know, Marin is now coming in.
I see.
Yeah, for, let's say, a closing statement.
Yes, of course.
Do you want in English or in Croatian?
No, it doesn't really matter. Let's start in English and then finish in Croatian, or how we call it, a regional language.
Yeah. Do you want any questions? Do you have a statement? Let's say you always have a statement.
Yeah. What is a man without a statement? Let's say that way. So, first of all, I would like to thank all the drivers on the grid we saw today. So they made a fantastic show on the track, off the track. Sometimes so things happen. And also I want to address this to the audience. with this event, we wanted to prove that SIMmark and we all standing behind that name want to show that we can do it on the good quality, that we can make a really good racing, good production, good broadcast, event management, everything. And this is our statement from today. For today, absolutely. My phone is going crazy at the moment, so notifications just doesn't stop. And thank you everybody for all the kind words you are addressing to me, and also address it to my guys, to Mali, to Alma, to everybody behind the brand, because brand is nothing without people standing and working for it. So I have a brilliant people behind me. I have whatever I want in my life, so I'm the lucky guy today. And this race showed who we are. Also big and special thanks to the Ike joining us from the United Kingdom and England. Absolutely brilliant and guy, and I believe it's how you became complete when you have that kind of people around you. So the race was good. I don't want to commentate on the race anymore. Race, you saw you saw the race, you saw everything. Congrats to from my personal side. Congrats to the winner, to everybody who finished the race, everybody who is happy with the result, who is pleased with the result. And I would conclude this part of final interview with that. So
yeah, Ike, do you have any questions for Marin, maybe specifically?
No, I asked him all the questions that I needed answered before we started broadcasting. Was this everything that you were expecting from a SIMmark endurance race? Now that we can look back on it as opposed to expecting, was there anything that you were let down by, or that were exceeded your expectations?
It was. I always have a ultra high expectation and ultra high personal push to make these expectations a reality. So it always can be better. Whatever you do in life, it always can be better. But to say that I'm not satisfied with today, I would lie. So I'm really satisfied how event went, how things happened in here with production, with broadcast, with management of drivers, of teams, of national federations, from everybody included here. With I'm happy with to have such a good support from the Croatian Automobile and Karting Federation, also from FIA. So I know in my heart we deserved it, but you don't always get what you deserve. So I'm really happy with everything today. Today I'm a happy guy. I'm the lucky guy here.
Good man. Yep. No, that's exactly where I was. What I was thinking was did it live up to what your vision was? And it sounds as though we've done you proud.
Proud to say, at least. So yeah.
Yeah, that's all good. Just making sure that the drivers were well behaved enough.
Drivers are race drivers, and when things are heated on the track, I learned through the years and years of organizing events and production and broadcasting it. I learned that when drivers sometimes happy, sometimes shit, like Gattuso would say in Croatia. That's not the. I would not get penalty for swearing. It's my company, so I can.
Community service for you.
Yeah. We are going to the dinner now, so it's community service.
Definitely community service.
So when drivers are not satisfied and they came back, then you know that you are doing good. So we have strong rules, harsh penalties, I would say, because we are not trying to implement esports penalties. We are not trying to implement things you will see on the big ACC leagues or organizations. Our goal is to make it as close as real life as possible. So we have strong FIA guided rulebook, and absolutely my stewards are doing the amazing job to make difference from the gaming and real racing to make that difference clear. So we are not racing by esports rules. We are racing by real life rules, and that's different. That's what makes SIMmark special, and I believe that's the correct way to go.
I totally agree. Let Mali go, and we'll do something in your native language, and yeah.
Thank you very much, Ike. Hvala, Marine, ako možemo eto par reči i po naški, što bi se rekli.
Po naški, da. Uvijek najdraže, jel, za kraj. Pa ništa, evo, prije svega tu moja ekipa koja je iza mene, koja je iza SIMmarka. Nemam pojma koliko ste se drogirali kad ste odlučili da vas ja vodim, da stojite iza mene, ali hvala vam na tome. Znači mi nenormalno puno to. Da. Dešao da stranu i malo, ja neću reći emociju, ne smijem to reći, ali uglavnom želim da svima vama koji ste vozili utrku, koji ste gledali utrku, koji ste s nama godinama, evo, drago nam je da smo pokazali da možemo raditi produkciju na svjetskom nivou, na jednom iznimno visokom nivou, na svemu što zaslužujete. Uvijek smatram da ljudi iz naših krajeva zaslužuju najviše i nedavno kad nam zovu Balkanci da nastavljaju nekakvu negativnu konotaciju, mi smo najbolji ljudi na svijetu i gotovo. Znači, to je ono što ja jedino priznam za sve države Hrvatske i okruženja, to je jedino što želim čuti o nama. Uvijek znači da smo najbolji, da smo ono što jesmo, jer možemo to biti uz trud, uz rad, sve se postiže. SIMmark je krenuo iz podstanačkog stana, iz kuhinje, doslovno. Mi smo tu sad sa FIA-om, sa svima. Znači, to je moja poruka za sve, jer je ona istinska, realna i nije onaj cringe koji slušamo kao mi smo se stvarno naradili za ovo sve i stvarno vjerujem da smo vam pripremili lijepe evente, lijepi event danas posebno na jednom visokom nivou kakav treba biti i uvijek govorim da su za to zaslužni svi skupa, nikad jedna osoba, nikad jedan bitniji od druga, svaki u svom dijelu posla najbolji što imamo, najbolji što može biti. Tako da, evo, to je nekakav zaključak za kraj.
Hvala puno, Marine, nećete više zadržavati. Mislim da je vrijeme da lagano da odjavljujemo stream, već smo 7,5 sati smo online i vrijeme je da idemo da proslavimo ovo kako dolikuje.
Pa, apsolutno, a nadam se da će to slavlje od večeras u budućnosti postati nam i nekakva veća tradicija, ali mislim da mi uvijek kažemo tek smo počeli, onda kad odradimo idući dobar event, kad shvatiš koliko tu još lufta ima, shvatiš da si stvarno dobar u tome što radiš, stvarno da to vrijediš i tek onda uviđaš, to je ta valjda skromnost među svima nama kad shvaćamo svoje greške, shvaćamo svoje mogućnosti koje možemo popravljati, onda uvijek smo počeli, uvijek smo tek počeli, pa počeli smo mi davno, ali mi to uvijek dižemo iznad i to mi znači više od išta, ali kad jednom
kažeš... Ali zato i kažemo da smo počeli, zato što uviđamo koliko još možemo.
Tako je, ali ti u životu kad dođeš i kažeš ja sad znam sve, tu si gotov.
Upravo.
Tu je kraj. Znaš sve, nemaš više ništa naučiti. Znači da si ti došao na svoj limit, ali jednostavno uviđamo sve što možemo raditi drugo i jednostavno na kraju priče, evo, nećemo dužiti više, odužili smo stream 7 i nešto sati. Znači, topova, utrka prošla bez grešaka.
Mm-hmm.
Evo, šta da kažem. U moje ime, u ime SIMmarka, u ime svih ovdje, ja vam se svima zahvaljujem što ste bili pred ekranima, svima koji ste vozili u svoje osobno ime, zahvaljujem se svojoj ekipi jer su mi oni ispred svega u ovom momentu. Evo, iza vas stoji produkcijski tim od danas, znači pojedinačno svi ljudi koji čine SIMmark, koji stvaraju ovu ACC priču od danas, tako da ja mislim da je ovo nešto najbolje na svijetu, najbolja scena za mene danas koju sam vidio.
Možemo jednu sliku da napravimo?
Meni ćete ih proslijediti.
Top.
Mali Bačo će vas uvesti u sam završnicu, pozdravne riječi. Od mene imate veliko hvala i vidimo se vrlo uskoro u novim stvarima, novim utrkama i novim pričama koje pripremamo. Pozdrav.
Hvala Marina puno, hvala svima koji su učestvovali. Da, Pa ne znam šta još možemo reći da Marin već nije rekao. I Alma ovdje maše isto sa druge strane. Htio bih da se zahvalim svima vama koji ste nas pratili večeras. Htio bih da se zahvalim i Almi na sjajnom društvu tokom cijelog dana. Samo da kamera fokusira. To. Ništa, mislim da je bilo sjajno trkanje, sjajan jedan event, opet ponosan sam što sam bio deo ovoga i nadam se, ja kažem Marin uvijek tak smo počeli, a nadam se da ćemo i nastaviti.
Tako je, ja se svakako želim zahvaliti i malom Bači, i Ajku, i Marinu, i cijeloj ovoj ekipa. Hvala, thank you everybody.
Ike, any final words from you?
It's been fantastic. We hope to see more drivers on the grid next time. And always remember, be excellent to each other.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ike, for being such a great company. Today, such a great commentator, and such a pleasure to work with you again after so long time.
After so many years.
I hope with many more to come. Ike, thank you so much once again. Good night.
Thank you.
And to all of you who are watching us today, who were writing us comments, who were driving, who were supporting through any kind, massive thank you. Without you, this would not be it. Ljudi, hvala vam svima koji ste pratili, sjajan event je za nama, hvala svima što ste gledali SIMmark, hvala što pratite HAX, hvala pismu i svim drugim pokroviteljima. Ovo je bio FIA SEE Finals 6 Hour of Hungaroring u organizaciji SIMmarka. Laku noć.